movie, so please at least give us this. In regard to what other games we could see, well, that's much more of a guessing game. Based on what's been showcased at previous Xbox shows though, we can at least take educated shots in the dark. I'd personally love to see Persona 4 Revival in action, as well as finding out when I can get my hands on the remake of Atlus's classic JRPG. Staying in Japan, Game Freak's first game outside of the Pokemon universe, Beast of Reincarnation, was featured heavily during January's Developer Direct, so it could well be there too. Action-adventure spin-off Resonance: A Plague Tale could well be in line to make a reappearance, as well as ex-Witcher 3 dev Studio Rebel Wolves' vampire RPG, The Blood of Dawnwalker. Stealth shooter Mudang 2 Hearts made a flashy debut this time last year, as did Animo, yet another contender for Pokemon's monster-catching crown. There may be no Hollow Knight Silksong to speculate about this year, unless its DLC makes a surprise appearance, so let's throw some random guesses out there in its place. The Witcher 3 Songs of the Past expansion was just officially announced by CD Projekt Red, and while it seems too early for gameplay, you just never know. Ubisoft could also show up, either with a new look at Assassin's Creed Black Flag Resynced, the in-development Assassin's Creed Hex, or perhaps even the rumored next entry into the Far Cry series. But no, there won't be any sign of GTA 6. Xbox has been teasing its next-generation console, Project Helix, for months now, after formally announcing its existence in March. At GDC, Jason Ronald, Xbox's VP of Next Generation, said, "Project Helix is designed to play your Xbox console and PC games, delivering high performance and providing the ultimate player-first experience. We're partnering closely with AMD to define the next generation of rendering and simulation." We were hoping for some more news about it soon, but Xbox has since let us know not to expect anything from Project Helix at the show. What do you want to see at Xbox's Summer Showcase on June 7th? Let us know in the comments below, and for everything else, you're already in the right place with IGN.
Let me start by saying that I am borderline blown away by what I've seen from the Fable reboot so far. New Fable developer Playground Games already had my trust. This is a studio that has produced nothing but one open-world masterpiece after another, but after learning a lot more about what the team has in store for its resurrection of one of Xbox's biggest franchises, I'm even more bullish about where they're going with it. Playground has turned the Forza Tech engine into a medieval British postcard. Combat is multi-layered, 1,000 NPC townsfolk are waiting to be romanced, co-parented with, divorced from, and landlorded over, and there are chickens abound just waiting to be kicked. Alongside Fable's big coming out party at the recent Xbox Developer Direct, I also spoke with game director Ralph Fulton about the choices the studio has made with this revival, so there's lots to discuss. But first, if you'll permit me, a quick Fable history lesson. Right out of the gate in the early 2000s, Fable was always fantastic, even if its early days on the original Xbox got a little extra scrutiny because its director at the time, legendary strategy game developer Peter Molyneux, made crazy promises about players planting acorns that would grow into full-size trees over the course of the campaign. But while that lofty systemic boast never came to be, the game that Lionhead delivered was nevertheless a rich, textured, uniquely British fairy tale that players could meaningfully affect change in. Whether their good deeds manifested a literal halo over their heads, their sheer evil caused actual horns to sprout from their skull, or they got married to a townsperson and lived a whole other life outside of the bigger picture quest within the world of Albion. Lionhead arguably perfected the formula in the Xbox 360 sequel, adding a dog who'd be by your side throughout the story, and Fable 3 tweaked it further still while making the questionable in hindsight decision to move the timeline forward by 500 years, thereby changing the entire look and feel of Albion. And then Microsoft, well, they royally screwed the franchise up by trying to turn it into a 4v1 multiplayer game that cost the studio its entire existence, That's a story for another day, and since then, the franchise has been dormant for over a decade. Enter Playground, who produced smash hit after smash hit in Microsoft's Forza Horizon driving series. Fulton told me that Playground was looking to expand and build a second team after Forza Horizon 3. Quote, "I don't remember who said the word Fable first, but as soon as I heard it, I was like, that has to be it. That fits so perfectly. It's a series that we adored here and still do." And the conversation went from there, and it went pretty fast. I think everybody felt, certainly I know the folks we spoke to on the Xbox side felt really strongly that if a studio were to start working on Fable to pick that up, it had to be a British studio. And the fact that we had this great working relationship, the fact that we were making this game, Forza Horizon, that was increasingly important and successful, and had this ambition to scale and to grow, it went pretty fast after that. The studio's adoration for the series shines through in the gameplay it's shown so far. There are hobs and balverines to slay, swords to wield, and spells to cast, sure. And the humor and British charm look to be there. Look no further than a chicken spell wearing off, reverting the target back to their original form, but still flapping their arms and clucking. Or the chicken armor. You even start the game as a child just like you did in the originals. But where Playground is winning serious points with Fable fans like me so far is in its commitment to the game within the game. The town management aspects baked into Fable's urban areas. You'll be able to buy property, literally all of it if you can come up with enough gold apparently, and become a beloved landlord or a loathed slumlord. Not to mention a kind boss or a horrible boss, should you purchase any businesses. You can also date and marry all of them, have kids with them, and should it come to it, get divorced. There are also jobs to partake in, like blacksmithing. Where the new Fable breaks from the old one is in the morality. No longer will it be so black or white, Fulton told me. You won't manifest that halo or sprout those horns. Instead, individual people in each city or town will form their own opinion of you based on how you treat them. Meaning you could be a rich twat, in Fable's own words, while getting hailed as a saint in another one. Better still, one of my least favorite aspects of modern role-playing games, procedurally generated content and all of the generic time-filling tedium it brings with it, is nowhere to be found in Fable. Instead, Fulton told me that every NPC is a unique, handmade, and fully voiced character. That is so refreshing these days that it gets me extra excited to talk to as many of them as I possibly can once I get a build of Fable in my hands. That goal to make each hero's story unique extends to the larger world of Albion too. Remember the 2023 Fable teaser that introduced us to Dave, a giant? It turns out that the whole setup for the new Fable isn't a Jack and the Beanstalk story. Instead, Dave is, quote, an egotistical gardener in a rural village who finds a magic growth formula. So you'll then have to decide how to deal with him. Will you spare him, hopefully this means finding a way to return him to normal size and befriending him, or slay him, which will see his giga corpse splayed over a hill just outside of town for the rest of your campaign, negatively impacting surrounding home prices in the process. And so if Dave's foray into gigantism is merely a quest, perhaps that means this Fable isn't as much of a departure from the originals lore-wise as that video had led me to believe. In fact, I point-blank asked Fulton whether or not this is a true reboot, or if this Fable is in some way connected to Lionhead's originals, and he had quite a telling answer for a supposed non-answer. He told me, quote, I'm going to avoid that question, Ryan, and I'll tell you why. We touch very lightly on story in the Dev Direct piece, but honestly, what we really wanted to do is come out and speak to the detail in the game and answer all those questions that people inevitably have about the game we haven't answered before. We're going to talk more about story later in the year, so I'm not going to say yes or no to that particular question just yet. What I would say is with this being a reboot, it felt really imperative for us to clear the space to tell a story that we want to tell within Albion, which is why this isn't a sequel, for example. This isn't necessarily connected to the original timeline or events or characters, but we do share lore, and some of that originating lore of the Fable universe is really important to our story. Make of that what you will. So Fable seems to have the look, the humor, the moral choices, the quintessentially British charm. Playground, to put it simply, seems to understand the assignment here. And the studio, as I mentioned earlier, absolutely gets the benefit of the doubt from me on account of its impeccable track record since its inception. What, then, am I worried about? There is one thing, and it's a key part of Fable: combat. To be clear, I'm not in any way judging Fable's combat based on what we've seen so far. How could I? I haven't played it for myself yet. However, for as talented as Playground is, it's never made a game with combat before. It's not that all of the delightful town management and NPC relationship stuff suddenly means nothing if the combat doesn't deliver, but Fable will have a big problem if battling Balverines isn't a blast. Oh, and I suppose I'll be honest and share one actual disappointment with what I've seen of Fable so far. The fact that horses seem to be your only four-legged companions. After the big reveal was decidedly dog-free, I asked Fulton about the decision to ditch the dog, and he admitted, quote, "There are some folks on the team that were relishing me getting this question because I cut it a while back. You know what? For development reasons, right? I don't need to go into any more detail than that, except to say there are a substantial number of people on the team who have yet to forgive me for that decision." Now, I know full well that game development is extremely difficult, and that Fulton probably has a very defensible reason for not moving forward with Fable 2's signature feature. It stung a little extra when he told me that Fable 2 was his favorite of Lionhead's original trilogy, but as a player, I'm still allowed to be bummed out by it. Here's hoping it's first on the new features list for the sequel, should we get that far. On the whole, though, I am truly, genuinely excited and optimistic about the new Fable. I've long felt that, particularly in Playground's hands, Fable has the highest ceiling in terms of game quality and finally delivering Xbox and, I guess, PlayStation, as it turns out, a PlayStation Studios-like Game of the Year award-contending single-player game of anything currently in Microsoft's massive first-party games portfolio. And though we don't yet have a specific release date to count down to, Playground is promising that we'll be playing it this fall, which basically means before November, since it would be patently stupid to try and relaunch this franchise after the better part of a decade in development, right up against the incoming game industry meteor known as Grand Theft Auto 6. Here's hoping that the new Fable lives up to its sky-high potential. For more on Fable, don't miss our live Podcast Unlocked reactions to the recent Xbox Developer Direct, as well as that 2023 teaser starring Giant Dave. And for everything else in the world of video games, keep it locked right here to IGN. I honestly wasn't sure what to expect when I sat down in front of an Xbox Series X to play an early demo of Halo Campaign Evolved, the just-announced Unreal Engine 5 remake of the original Xbox killer app. And yes, it is a proper remake, not a remaster like Halo Anniversary was. And I'm still not sure exactly how I feel after playing it. I definitely wanted to be blown away by the visuals, in the same way that the original Halo Combat Evolved knocked my socks off back in 2001. Heck, we know Unreal Engine 5 is fully capable. I also didn't want Halo Studios, aka 343 Industries, to mess with too much. Or did I? Would Halo 1 just feel old no matter what? And will PlayStation 5 gamers even care about this 25-year-old Xbox classic when it hits Sony's console for the first time ever, day and date with Xbox and PC? So I went in with a lot of questions, And I left with, well, some answers. Let me explain. I suppose we might as well start with the obvious, how it looks. Is my face properly melted? No, but maybe yours is? I'll be curious to read the comments on this one. But anyway, Campaign Evolved does look very nice, no doubt. It certainly doesn't look like it's 2 decades old anymore. I played a chunk of the legendary Silent Cartographer mission from early in the campaign, and the skybox is beautiful, the water looks great, the trees look very nice, and the terrain texture looks sharp and clean. Once you get indoors, the alien architecture has a unique sheen to it that the original obviously never had. Meanwhile, the weapons all look exactly how you'd expect them to look in the modern era, and the grunts, jackals, elites, and hunters all look convincingly new rather than reskins of quarter-century-old creatures. Everything looks clean, but not in a soulless way, at least not to me. It works as a cohesive art-directed space in the new engine. I also appreciate that VO from the principal actors, Steve Downes and Jen Taylor at the very least, has been re-recorded.
I've been able to pinpoint the main facility by cross-referencing Covenant survey data and religious texts.
While mocap has all been redone for the rebuilt from scratch cutscenes. But let's talk about my biggest concern coming into this demo, the classic Halo feel. Movement, aiming, jumping, vehicle controls, it's all gotta have that semi-floaty Halo feel to it, and I'm pleased to report that even in this very early state, Campaign Evolved is a good bit of the way there. No doubt they'll continue to tweak it over the coming months. This release has no official release date beyond 2026, by the way, but I would be stunned if it's not time to release at or very near the 25th anniversary of Halo Combat Evolved in November of next year. But there have been some gameplay modernizations implemented here that have been ported back from subsequent Halos into this remake, and while purists might bristle at it, most of these seem like they're for the best for a 2026 first-person shooter release.
Interesting. I underestimated the Covenant's understanding of Halo's subsystems.
For starters, vehicles are boardable and destructible now as they were in subsequent Halo games. That means a ghost can no longer torment you endlessly, nor are you effectively invulnerable in a Scorpion tank. On a related note, a 4th player can now sit on the back of a Warthog. Oh, and though I didn't get to try it out on the Silent Cartographer, the Wraith is drivable now too, as it first became in Halo 2. Also, any weapons the bad guys wield, you can too. As such, the energy sword is now in your tool belt if you take one off of the corpse of a gold elite. Halo Studios says that there will be 8 weapons from Campaign Evolved that aren't new to Halo, but are usable for the first time in Master Chief's first adventure. On the movement front, Sprint has also been added. It's not on a cooldown either. You can run endlessly. I could see this one annoying the Halo 1 purists most of all, but not only do the developers say that you can turn it off, you can also just not use it. I actually found it handy when running back down the beach towards my mission objective after I'd wandered off to go stare at more of the new Unreal Engine 5 rendered spaces. What about co-op? After Halo Studios fumbled that in Halo Infinite, you're probably wondering about it for the remake. 2-player split screen is confirmed, though sadly it wasn't available in my short preview build, and the development team also promises 4-player online co-op with full cross-play and cross-progression support. As for proper competitive multiplayer, though, unfortunately, the answer to that is right in the name of this remake: Campaign Evolved. There's no multiplayer here, which is a shame because it'd sure be fun to see Blood Gulch or Sidewinder or Hang 'em High in Unreal Engine 5 with online crossplay support. I asked Halo Studios about this, and executive producer Damon Kahn gave me an extremely media-trained answer, saying the team is, quote, very focused on recreating the original campaign that started it all, end quote, and continuing, quote, Halo Infinite and Master Chief Collection provide really great experiences for multiplayer, end quote. Well, sure they do. For Xbox and PC players, that doesn't really help new PS5 players fall in love with Halo's glorious multiplayer, though. Presumably, they didn't want to pull any players away from Master Chief Collection for this, and or adding full multiplayer support would have likely meant that the project couldn't get done in time for the 25th anniversary. But it's still disappointing. That led me to wonder about pricing. Would this be a full $70 release, or perhaps even $80 by the time it comes out, since Microsoft already tried to push to that price point this year? Or will it be priced lower, particularly since it's campaign only? The Halo Studios team would not say when I asked them directly, so this remains to be seen. Personally, $50 feels right for this, but that's just my opinion. I also think that $20 per month feels like the right price for Xbox Game Pass Ultimate. Okay, so no multiplayer, but there is one significant addition that I'm legitimately excited about. A new 3-mission prequel campaign that revolves around Master Chief and Sergeant Johnson. This could be extremely cool, but unfortunately, that's literally all we know so far. In fact, Halo Studios wouldn't even tell me if it's accessible out of the box, or if you have to complete the campaign in order to unlock it. I also asked if they'd be repurposing existing music from the Halo 1 soundtrack to score these missions, or if they might commission something new. Dare I dream they reach out to Marty O'Donnell himself. And they, guess what, didn't have an answer for me there either.
We're approaching the LZ. It's gonna be hot. Get set to come out swinging.
Getting back to gameplay, I must say that I still had fun hooning across the beaches of the Silent Cartographer and a Warthog, my UNSC Marine buddies in the passenger and gunner seats, helping to mow down Covenant bad guys while I attempted to turn them into hood ornaments with my front bumper. Just like old times. I also manned the gun turret at one point to test out the friendly AI, and it still needs work. In fact, someone on the development team acknowledged this later without me bringing it up, so it's clearly something they're aware of. Honestly, though, it's not something I'm even worried about when there's still probably upwards of a year of development time left. It's the same thing with the frame rate. No doubt some folks went straight to the comments to note any inconsistencies they saw, because I definitely noticed some. And while it's certainly important, it's not something that I'm sweating this far away from the end of the project.
The Covenant are putting up a real fight. The cartographer must be here.
Oh, and I should also mention that Halo Studios is adding skulls to Halo Campaign Evolved. Lots of them, in fact. Dozens was the word they used, with an emphasis on this remake having the most skulls of any Halo campaign ever. Replayability is clearly a focus for the studio here, which is understandable, given Halo's strong history in that department, as well as the lack of adversarial multiplayer, and hopefully the skulls will spice things up for Xbox players running through this thing for the umpteenth time. On that note, I couldn't help but wonder if PlayStation 5 players getting their first crack at Halo are really gonna care about this in a way that turns a lot of them into new fans of the franchise. It's a genuine question. I've got a lot of personal history with Halo, so I simply can't answer this one. For somebody with no nostalgia for Master Chief, will those players find Campaign Evolved as compelling as I found Combat Evolved? And if they do, then what? Will Halo Studios remake Halo 2 in Unreal Engine 5? And then 3? 4? 5? Reach? ODST? Infinite? Or will they just port the Master Chief Collection and Halo Infinite to PS5 to catch those players up? I asked the team about this and again got a very media-trained half answer. Quote, "There is an opportunity for us to grow the fan base," executive producer Damon Kahn told me. "We're bringing the most players we believe to Halo ever. And so that growth is what we're truly interested in. And again, I hinted before, this paves the way for future stories and Halos," end quote. And so as you can see, I'm still left with many unanswered questions about this remake project. But to Halo Studios' credit, this early demo did answer a couple of key ones about how good it would look and how Halo-y it would feel. So far, so good there. I'm very excited about the new 3-mission prequel campaign featuring Sergeant Johnson, as it will be the first new single-player content in a Halo game in, by that point, 5 years. Can Campaign Evolved relight Halo's spark? That's the biggest question of all, and it'll have to remain unanswered for a bit longer. For more on the latest upcoming games, don't miss our recent previews of Super Meat Boy 3D and Phantom Blade Zero. And for everything else in the world of gaming, stick with IGN.
Why hello there! It's just come to my attention that June will once again be taking place in the immediate future, and as has been the case in several of the previous iterations of June, new video games will be coming out in said month. So here are June 2026's biggest game releases. Before we get started, the usual disclaimer, we do our very best to make these videos accurate and timely, but stuff does slip through the cracks here and there. Sometimes we screw up because we're human beings, and other times stuff gets announced pretty last minute and we miss it because these videos do take time to make. For instance, 2 massively anticipated games dropped in May with just a few weeks' notice. Subnautica 2 hit early access on PC and Xbox Series on May 14th, something that wasn't announced until around April 30th, way after the video had already gone up, but clearly it didn't matter because it sold 2 million copies in like 12 hours. Meanwhile, Mina the Hollower, Yacht Club's first game that doesn't have the words shovel or knight in the title, but still involves digging lots of holes, that hit both Switches, the newer Xbox and PlayStations, PC, Mac, and yes, even Linux on May 29th. Considering that June is a month when historically a lot of big video game presentations take place, it is very likely that some of June's biggest games get release date announcements in June after we've already made this video you are presently watching. So for best results, always check your local listings. Now let's talk about what we do know about that has release dates. Most fantasy RPGs are designed for people who fantasize about playing the role of the hero. Well, what about the humble shopkeeper? Arcane Merchant is a cozy management sim where you're the one buying and selling rare loot and enchanted artifacts and magic potions from various adventurers and townsfolk, building strong customer relationships. On the other hand, or perhaps arm or neck or maybe even the lower back, if you ever wished for a game that was kind of like Power Wash Simulator, but with regrettably decorated human flesh instead of grimy building and vehicle exteriors, look no further than Tattoo Removal Simulator. Both of those games are on PC on June 1st because, of course, they're on PC. If you'd like to try your hand at crafting with some handcrafted critters, there's Odd Fauna, Secret of the Terra Beast, which hits early access on the 2nd. It's a systemic sandbox with some gorgeous Leica Studios-like visuals, so if you like things Leica-like, you should give it a look. Among the Sleep is a first-person narrative horror game played from the perspective of a 2-year-old, which was originally released way back in 2014 for consoles and PC, and if you were only 2 years old when it first came out, now you can check it out for yourself on Android and iOS on June 2nd, and there's even a free demo. On June 3rd, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth comes to Xbox Series and Switch 2, which is the second installment in the as-of-yet unfinished trilogy of games remaking the classic 1997 JRPG. You probably knew that already. Here's hoping they announce Part 3 pretty soon. What do you think they're gonna call it? Final Fantasy Reborn or Return? Is that too obvious? Maybe Final Fantasy Reno after that one guy from the game. Or Riku, who's from a different Final Fantasy. Or Ramza. Or Regis. Or maybe they'll just put a bunch of weird, emoji and wingdings in there. You know what? Square Enix has the tendency to name things some pretty stupid stuff. Anyway, still that day, the spooky cowboy boomer shooter Blood West gets an endless roguelite mode with Scavengers DLC on PS5, Xbox Series, and PC. Hey, you remember House Flipper, that 2018 game about renovating and reselling houses to turn a profit? Well, great news, because House Flipper Remastered Collection takes that dusty old fixer-upper as well as all of its DLC and gives it a fresh coat of paint, some new faucets, and perhaps a dash of shiplap so you can buy it all over again. That one's on Xbox Series, PS5, and PC, and if you already own some of the DLCs, the owners are willing to go slightly below asking, so give it a shot. Calx hits PC that day as well. That's a third-person action game with a dash of puzzles and platforming that looks like a cross between Sable and Chants of Sennar and Saros, and I'm always happy to see another game that is clearly taking some visual cues from Jean Giraud, aka Mobius. If you want to do some cozy, whimsical puzzles, you should take a gander at Swan Song, which not only features songs, it also has an actual swan. Imagine that. Even better, not only does this game look finished, it also has a title, which is more than you can say for those other half-assed, phoned-in games about waterfowl. Looking at you, the unfinished swan and untitled goose game. Finish that swan. Title that goose. If you would like to do some puzzles while being startled by phantasms, The Seventh Guest remake is in fact a remake of The Seventh Guest, which is one of those games I remember being so scared of as a kid I was afraid to go near the box in CompUSA. And now, it doesn't look scary at all to me, but maybe that's because since becoming an adult, everything else has become so much scarier in real life than any video game could possibly be. That one's on Xbox Series, PS5, and PC on June 4th. A month before the actual 2026 Tour de France kicks off, Tour de France 2026, the video game, hits PS5, Xbox Series, and PC. And if the idea of riding bicycles through the placid European countryside isn't hardcore enough, on PC that day you can also snag Pro Cycling Manager 26, wherein you play as the guy who, I don't know, figures out the budget for shorts or something, gets these guys mineral water sponsorships, perhaps drives alongside them, feeding them calorie-dense food out of the window of a Citroen or something. I don't know what a cycling manager does. If any cycling enthusiasts take umbrage with my good-natured skewing of this comically aerodynamic sport, well, as the Australians say, on your bike. On June 5th, 2026, Masters of the Universe hits theaters, and if seeing it gets you all pumped up about Trapjaw and Fisto and Ram Man and all those other half-naked degenerates, you're in luck because you can go home and play the co-op deck builder Legends Unite on Amazon Luna, which is free for Prime members. That same day, if you want to venture into a considerably darker fantasy realm that doesn't have Orco in it but has plenty of orcs, Gothic Remake hits Xbox Series, PS5, and PC. This is a full overhaul of what is hailed as a classic RPG that I was totally unfamiliar with up until the remake got announced, and I think that might have something to do with when it was released. The original Gothic was released in North America exclusively on PC in late November 2001 during what is possibly the best holiday season in console gaming history. Gothic dropped a week after the GameCube and original Xbox were released, and within the same 3-month span that saw the launches of Halo Combat Evolved, Super Smash Bros. Melee, Grand Theft Auto 3, Devil May Cry, Silent Hill 2, Metal Gear Solid 2, Eco, Jak and Daxter, SSX Tricky, Burnout, and Max Payne 1's console versions. So yeah, I imagine Gothic slipped through the cracks for some other people too. But hey, it's got a remake now, so you can check it out in all of its console and PC glory. Oh, and if you're a purist and you prefer to experience Gothic in its original form, that one's getting ported to both PlayStations and Xbox in late July, which is a little bit weird timing-wise. I feel like usually you drop the original to drum up interest in the remake, not the other way around, but what do I know? I'll tell you what I know. On June 8th, Solarpunk hits all of the newer consoles and PC, which is a brightly colored, vaguely cozy-looking survival game about harnessing the powers of the sun to develop your floating islands. And look, I don't want to be that guy, but how is this remotely punk? I get that it's a play on cyberpunk, which has in turn been spun off into steampunk, dieselpunk, biopunk, decopunk, nanopunk, and so on. Generally, whatever the prefix to the punk is suggests a society built around a corresponding technology, but I feel like the punk part also denotes an implicitly beat-up, grimy, possibly dystopian aesthetic as well. The world of Solarpunk looks not just competently assembled and well cared for to a utopian degree. 20 seconds into the trailer, they craft a f***ing piano and acoustic guitar, which is about as punk as Mumford & Sons is death metal. Anyway, Solarpunk looks like a perfectly pleasant game. I'm just being pedantic. This is what happens when I spend all day jacked into cyberspace staring at a screen instead of frolicking in the sunshine. I promise I will go touch grass after I'm done shooting this video. Voidling Bound is a third-person creature collector that'll have you hatching, evolving, and wrangling some cool little monsters. This game kind of reminds me of Skylanders. If Skylanders was a kid you went to middle school with and then didn't run into until like junior year of college, and they had changed, but like for the better, but they still kind of reminded you of the kid you knew in middle school. I mean that in a good way. It looks like Skylanders grew up a little bit, but also doesn't look that much like Skylanders. That is on PC June 9th with console versions coming sometime later on. That same day, NBA The Run hits Xbox Series, PS5, and PC, which is a 3v3 basketball game reminiscent of NBA Street, but with way less of a dress code and also a bit of NBA Jam because players will periodically do basketball so hard that they start emitting glowing auras like they're about to beat up Majin Buu or something. Side note, I would absolutely love a Dragon Ball Z basketball game. How sick would that be? You could dunk on somebody so hard that it would level the entire stadium, but the hoop would, of course, still be standing. You could have a mode that's like horse, but instead of spelling horse, you gotta sink 7 baskets with the 7 Dragon Balls so you can summon Shenron and make a wish. And wish for stuff. I don't know what you'd wish for. If you're more into Eye of Newt than Ball of Basket, Witch Spire is a magical survival game where you and your coven can help banish corruption from a handcrafted open world, and that one is hitting early access on June 10th. On June 11th, Monopoly Star Wars Heroes vs. Star Wars Villains is a team-based spin on an old favorite that combines characters from Lucasfilm's most lucrative intellectual property and their respective abilities with everyone's favorite 120-year-old board game originally designed to demonstrate the dangers of unchecked capitalism. That one's on PS5, Xbox Series, both Switches, and PC. Pre-order today and get dice skins based on fan-favorite characters Clone Trooper and Jawa. Houdini! If there are two seemingly unrelated things that have found more success together than Star Wars and Monopoly, it's Barbie and horses. And on June 16th, Barbie Horse Ride and Rescue comes galloping onto iOS and Android. My producer Amanda said that June's game release list was a little bit thin and she wasn't f***ing around. On June 17th, a couple of indie games from either end of the indie spectrum drop. There's iOS, Android, and Switch 2 ports of the 2025 narrative puzzle game And Roger, a very serious game that might make you feel big feelings. And then on PS5, Xbox Series, Switch 2, and PC, there's Dense Attack, which is a much less serious game about a bullet train that does skateboard tricks, which might also make you feel some big feelings, but like big, loud, fun, extreme feelings, not the sad kind. If you rally like driving, you might also appreciate Drive Rally, a stylized arcade racer about the kind of racing where the cars have to do lots of skidding and steering on twisty-turny roads of the paved and dirt variety. Drive Rally has already done a few laps on PC, but on the 18th it is screeching onto PS5, Xbox Series, and Switch 1. A Type R is a model of Honda Civic well suited to rally driving, not to be confused with R-Type, which is a long-running shmup series about spaceships and lasers. Usually it's a fast-paced, reflex-intensive bullet hell, but sometimes it's a bit more of a strategic, turn-based tactical simulation affair. R-Type Tactics 1 and 2 Cosmos is a remake of the original 2008 PSP game, released in the US as R-Type Command, and its sequel, Operation Bitter Chocolate. If that sounds like a sweet deal, you can grab it for everything but Xbox One. Finally, on the 18th, something that is actually brand new is The Adventures of Elliot: The Millennium Tales, a brand new action RPG from the team behind Octopath Traveler and Bravely Default, which features more of those gorgeous HD 2D visuals. That one is on all the newer consoles and PC. If you prefer Octagon Battlers to Octopath Travelers, or are just a fan of video games with titles that are like 75% abbreviations, EA's UFC 26 hits Xbox Series and PS5 on the 19th, and after it hits them, it does a few kicks, and then a little headlock, and then it winds up rolling on the floor grappling with them for a while until someone taps out or loses consciousness, and subsequently their Monster Energy sponsorship. If you want a cozy game about burnout, but also managing a tea shop developed by a supergroup of indie luminaries whose past work includes the Stanley Parable, Minecraft, and Gone Home, give Wanderstop a shot. That one's already on PC, Xbox Series, and PS5, but on the 23rd it wanders onto Switch and Switch 2, so you can take a break from work and go play it in your favorite cozy, warm beverage serving establishment. On June 25th, Switch 2 owners get a brand new game that isn't on anything else unless you count Nintendo 64 and 3DS and sort of Wii U, and that game is Star Fox. Might be a little bit of a drag for die-hard fans that this is largely a better-looking version of a game they've already played a few times, but keep in mind it's also an entry point to the franchise for a whole new generation of players. Hopefully, it attracts enough new fans to necessitate a 100% brand new Star Fox game, but hopefully those fans don't get so interested in the titular Vulpine pilot that they feel it's necessary to draw pictures of him doing inappropriate things with his woodland colleagues. Please don't do that. If you're good on dog fights with actual dogs and you'd prefer some proverbial cat fights involving human women, Dead or Alive 6 Last Round is a souped-up, upgraded version of Team Ninja's 2019 entry in the storied 3D brawler series, the next installment of which is currently in development, and which will probably get its souped-up, upgraded version 7 years from now for PlayStation 6 and Xbox Avenue Q, or whatever they decide to call it. And in the meantime, DOA 6 Last Round is on PS5, Xbox Series, and PC. It's the game where you can make people fight. And there you have it, those are June 2026's biggest games. Last month I asked you if I should keep reading the platforms for each game, and enough of you said that you appreciate that extra information that I'd figure I would just keep doing it. There's enough stuff that gets slightly shittier each month as is, so if it ain't broke, don't fix it. As always, if there's anything we missed, shout it out in the comments and let me know what you're playing. And also, as always, a big huge thank you to Amanda and Chris and Logan for helping this video come together each and every month. And of course, an even bigger thank you to you, wonderful person who's taking the time to watch this video all the way to the end. I appreciate you. I'll be back next month with a look at July's biggest games to hopefully distract you from the harrowing reality that we are hurtling into the second half of 2026. I'll see you then.
The glittering streets of Avalon sure do shine, because they swoop their filth down to us.
Get your paper in! Who's for a paper?
Here's to playing in the mud. Life here ain't for the soft-hearted.
You will be paying me back until you fucking rust.
It ain't for the spineless.
Keep your filthy pickers off me!
And it sure as shite ain't for the decent.
That's a clean sweep for one of
There has been a crime! Justice itself has been affronted! I have been burgled!
Lord Griswick.
Burgled!
Yes, I got that part. Do you know anyone who might wish you ill? We can't arrest and question everyone. Let's see if we can narrow the suspects down a bit.
They were,
Trust your instincts, sir.
tall,
Yes, sir.
built rather slim, well, muscular. Was very quick, agile,
Go on.
with a mustache. No, larger.
I see.
Quite fashionable. That's the fiend who robbed me.
They got my good side this time. Breaking in is the easy part.
Your brandy, sir.
Getting away with it is the real trick.
These candlesticks ain't gold. Worthless and dull, just like you. Nah, I have a customer. How can I help you?
I'd rather talk to you, Errol. Sounds like I'll get a better deal.
You talk to me first, and him never. Got it?
Uncle's a bit touchy, ain't he, Errol?
Touchy? I say I'm touchy! There. Anything else you'd care to say to Errol? Brains. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it.
Round here, it's all sharp edges, empty pockets, and blood on the cobbles. Goodbye, Silas.
No, no!
I'll hurt you, you fucking meatsack! I'll leave you with a pissing bed of peaches!
You'd either got a gang at your back, or a knife in it.
We're family here. Family takes care of its own.
Can't put a price on that, can you?
Them's in charge. They don't keep order, they keep power.
Take this thing into the crucible and melt it.
They just want us beaten, broken, and too scared to fight back.
I don't want to kill him!
That's why it pays to be clever and well-armed. Let's go and end a few arguments. Don't get cocky. They've got a weapon far worse. Time. And if they can rewrite history, they can rewrite us. But look who just found Mummy's keys. Now I can fiddle with time. Put the bullet back in the barrel. Bring the chaos to a crawl. Take a mistake and make it like it never happened. We can change the world as we know it. One choice at a time. And I can even go back and change the past to change the future. And let me tell ya, the hunters don't like it when the rabbits got the gun.
Now let me alone and piss off!
Play it day one with Game Pass.
This city is a miracle of progress. A finely tuned, delicately balanced machine. But it only takes one rebellious little gear to ruin everything. If you resist my rule, if you alter our past, if you threaten what I have built, there is nowhere in space or time where I will not destroy you.
Oh no. What did I do?
Any last words before my friend puts one in your skull?
Play it day one with Game Pass.
While The Elder Scrolls and The Witcher are often seen as the benchmark of Western role-playing games, the Gothic series from former developer Piranha Bytes is also worthy of recognition within the upper echelon of the subgenre. The original Gothic and its sequels became cult classics for the scale of player choice and free-form, open-ended exploration within their dark fantasy setting, which has even inspired developers at CD Projekt Red and Warhorse Studios with their work in the genre. With the upcoming remake of Gothic 1, developer Alchemia Interactive is giving the original game a reappraisal not only to showcase its lasting strengths, but also to expand the world and its community of characters to create a more satisfying, consequence-driven setting. We were able to get an exclusive first look at a brand new quest line added in the Gothic remake, along with seeing just how much of an upgrade the remake aims to give the classic dark fantasy RPG.
If there's a way out of here, I'll find it.
Another one of those. Finally. Just wait.
Players take on the role of a nameless hero trapped within a mining colony taken over by prisoners. After a magical ritual seals the colony underneath an impenetrable barrier, turning it into a lawless state, the hero is tasked with finding one of the few magic users hiding away from the brewing conflict amongst rival factions. As the hero navigates the world that the prisoners have made within the colony, they'll pick up new skills, uncover ways to take down opposing groups, and potentially find a way to destroy the barrier sealing the colony. The original Gothic was essentially a dark fantasy spin on John Carpenter's Escape from New York, resulting in a notably darker take on a role-playing game in 2001. But the hook that really made Gothic a seminal RPG was its approach to open-world gameplay, which, in 2001, was still finding its footing. Essentially, you're tasked with uncovering the mystery behind the barrier however you see fit. The remake does well to maintain the original strengths in player choice and the web of characters with their own agendas, all while making noticeable upgrades to storytelling that creates better context to deepen that setting.
What do you want?
Lee sent me. What are you doing out here? Looking for magical vibrations?
The remake largely sticks to the original structure and style, and the developers put a particular focus on upgrading the foundations and scale of the core game. In that sense, the developers aren't going for a big reimagining. It's really more about remaking Gothic 1 with modern visual and gameplay flourishes that new and returning players can appreciate. Generally, the upgrades in visual style, gameplay, and storytelling really do wonders to flesh out the dark fantasy world of Gothic further, enhancing the sense of navigating a bleak yet still intriguing setting that can fall into chaos at any moment. However, I couldn't help but feel that the remake's scope felt more like a souped-up 2000s PC or original Xbox-era game, which sometimes felt a bit overly modest. Still, it does aim to capture the tone and vibe of Gothic, which it succeeds well at so far.
The vibrations are getting stronger. We're getting closer.
Gothic also has a particularly unique approach to character growth, which is often decided by what your playstyle is and which side you landed with to receive training, such as the Brotherhood of the Sleeper faction, who believe that an ancient god was responsible for the barrier. Along with learning advanced fighting styles and ranged combat, you can also figure out how to scale walls, forge new gear, and pick up magical spells that allow for mind control and transformation. The consequences of these choices as you navigate the colony can result in some drastically different outcomes for quests and character interactions.
Look who it is.
It all ties into the hard-edged approach of classic Gothic, which the remake is aiming to retain for the most part. There are, of course, very welcome changes to combat, navigation, and tracking of key quests, and a new glossary to make this adventure more manageable. The core action still retains the look and clunky flow of early 2000s action RPG combat, which certainly has an appeal, but it feels easier to grasp this time around, thanks to enhanced movement, lock-on, and modern combat physics. However, you can still easily find yourself in a bad spot by making some ill-advised decisions or picking fights with those who can easily overpower you. That said, if certain players want to take on a more daring approach and cut through the island and nearly every inhabitant, the developers stated that you can do that as well. In our exclusive footage, we got to see a new quest line added in for the remake, focusing on the hero helping the water mage Mixer, a familiar character from the sequels. The remake gives Mixer a new storyline in the first entry, in which the hero helps him acquire new magic on the coast near the colony. It's a new addition that not only expands the setting's scope, but also showcases the deeper lore running throughout the series. But where the remake aims to leave a bigger mark is in the expanded storytelling and characterization of the colony's inhabitants. According to Reinhard Paulus, the studio head of Alchemia Interactive, one of the critical upgrades they wanted was to add more context and character depth for all supporting NPCs. In addition to nearly every character having their own daily routines and agendas, the added storytelling does more to make different characters feel less one-dimensional and to further a sense of moral ambiguity in Gothic. This, in turn, expands opportunities for player choice and the sense of consequence within the story.
Do you do everything the mages ask of you?
Within reason. Generally speaking, though, yeah, as long as they pay.
An especially welcome change happening with the remake is the more respectful representation of female characters. A controversial aspect of the 2001 game was the presence of enslaved women in the colony who were background characters and non-interactable. But in the remake, female characters are more developed with proper agency, who the hero can learn more about. Another welcome addition to the remake is the expansion of the Orc faction as more than just a one-dimensional antagonist. This is a great upgrade because it further aligns with Gothic's approach to navigating by using every outlet and connection you have to accomplish your goals. There's often a tricky balance with examining what to re-examine and what to keep when remaking games, but the Gothic 1 remake from Alchemia Interactive certainly looks to give the original series a much-needed reappraisal in the right ways. Along with leaning even further into the stories that are made with every choice, it's making some commendable updates for storytelling and removing some unsavory aspects of the 2001 version. And so far, Gothic 1 Remake has the makings for a worthy reinvention of a classic RPG series. For more on the latest upcoming games, check out our recent previews of Saros and Outbound. And of course, for everything else in the world of video games, stick with IGN.
After 25 years, Gothic is back with the release of Gothic 1 Remake. The classic RPG has been rebuilt from the ground up for modern consoles thanks to the implementation of current-gen graphics, all while preserving the gameplay that makes Gothic 1 a classic. If you're new to the series, or it's been a while since your own visit to the Valley of the Mines, here are 6 things you need to know about Gothic 1 Remake. Presented by THQ Nordic. As a nameless messenger, you're tasked with delivering a letter of great importance to a mage inside the Valley of the Mines. The mines have been sealed by a spell gone wrong, and factions have sprung up inside the Great Dome as prisoners, magicians, and nobles alike try to take control of the situation. Who you decide to ally yourself with and who you will betray is entirely up to you as you explore the sequestered sector of the Kingdom of Myrtana.
Word is you were behind the schism of the swamp camp. That true?
I guess that's one way to put it.
And let's be real, it won't be an easy journey. When you begin Gothic 1, you'll have nearly no skills, no reputation, and no gear, just like real life. You'll have to introduce yourself to the various factions, try to earn their trust by helping people out, and then receive training from NPCs to get better with certain attributes like strength and dexterity. You'll need these stat improvements because combat in this game is very punishing if you aren't equipped for it. Just one stray creature off the beaten path will eat you for breakfast when you're just getting started, so don't go out into the wilderness unprepared. Finding some better equipment through quests and exploration will also go a long way toward increasing your chances of survival. In Gothic 1, the world and everything in it is moving around you. NPCs have their own routines, the weather and time of day changes dynamically, and monsters in the world have their own stomping grounds too. So don't go expecting to find people manning the stalls in the market when it's midnight. Everyone's gonna be in bed. And don't turn your back on someone's favor lightly. You may just find yourself punished for your deeds if you upset the wrong people.
Do you do everything the mages ask of you?
Within reason. Generally speaking, though, yeah, as long as they pay.
It's been 25 years since the release of Gothic, and the team at Alchemia Interactive have been hard at work remaking the entire game from the ground up in Unreal Engine 5. This provides Gothic 1 Remake a modern presentation that's at home on current-gen consoles and PCs, while simultaneously preserving the atmosphere, satisfying progression, and role-playing decisions of the original game. Not only is all the game's original content here, but it has all been expanded upon as well. Numerous quests have been added, NPCs have expanded routines, you can also make use of brand new traversal abilities, and combat has seen an overhaul to make gameplay more fluid while remaining as deliberate and tactical as ever. Extra story details have been added to the world of Gothic in this remake, crafted by none other than Nicholas Samuel Lietzau, known for being the project lead and lead writer for the excellent Enderall series of overhaul mods. Any and all additions to the game not only seek to match the tone and spirit of the original, but enhance and elevate it, all while leaving plenty of room for the original content in the game to shine. Who will you decide to help in the war for control of the Valley of the Mines? Will you lie, cheat, and steal? Or serve and protect the people who promise to help you? The choices are yours to make. Gothic 1 Remake is available now on Steam, Xbox Series X and S, and PlayStation 5. For more on Gothic 1 Remake and all things video games, stick with IGN.
We've known for years that the entire games industry would give Grand Theft Auto 6 the widest berth possible, but this week's State of Play has proven Rockstar's behemoth as some kind of carjacking Moses, parting the Red Sea of releases and pushing tides of competition aside. As a result, it seems like almost the entire end-of-year slate of releases has been forced into a single month. GTA 6 has turned September into a video game battle royale, and it's potentially going to be a bigger bloodbath than anything we saw in the Wolverine trailer. There are now 5 of what I'd consider heavy hitters wrestling for space in September. The Blood of Dawnwalker has a head start, launching on September the 3rd, but this massive vampire RPG has only 2 weeks of freedom before Marvel's Wolverine slices its way onto the scene on September the 15th. The following week, there's 3 games in 2 days. Control Resonant and Silent Hill Townfall, both landing on September the 24th, and Onimusha Way of the Sword the day after.
I am Suten Tochi, Miyamoto Musashi, the fool who seeks strength yet rejects the power of the Oni.
Arriving around these 5 are a number of other significant games that will be fighting for any attention they can get. Illphonic's Halloween creeps into stores on September the 8th, the long-awaited Warhammer 40,000 Dawn of War 4 drop pods in on September 17th, and the Trails in the Sky Second Chapter remake arrives the same day. The console version of Dune Awakening carefully steps into place on September 22nd, and in the first couple of days of October, there's Ubisoft's 3D remake of Rayman Legends, a remaster of Dynasty Warriors 3, and the brand new Ace Combat 8.
These guys belong to you, Rex. Go take what's yours.
And that's just the stuff we already know about. Xbox's showcase later this week will almost certainly reveal a September or October launch for Gears of War E-Day. Rumours all have us expecting Nintendo to throw an Ocarina of Time remake into the world later this year, and we're still without release dates for Star Wars Zero Company and Halo Campaign Evolved. September stands to get even busier, and the competition even fiercer.
Rock and roll, rock and roll!
Every single one of these games has their own dedicated fanbase, be that niche or gargantuan, and so each will sell a respectable number of copies. But this tidal wave of competitors, a slew of games that all look really good, will no doubt erode away at the potential winnings. Even the most dedicated player can't be expected to buy into this entire buffet, and so some of the dishes are inevitably going to go cold. It feels like storm clouds are brewing over Control resident developer Remedy, the incredibly talented Finnish studio whose visionary games never quite connect with the size of audience they deserve. FBC Firebreak understandably cost the company. Few people were looking for a merely okay live service shooter in the 2020s, but Remedy has struggled with sales even on its critically adored projects. It took over a year for Alan Wake 2 to make a profit. The company's new CEO, former EA studio head Jean-Charles Godechon, has already said that Remedy's unique approach must be protected, and I can only hope that he can find a way to successfully weather the storm. But while Remedy's struggles paint Control Resident as the most vulnerable of all of September's releases, almost none of these games are guaranteed slam dunks. Marvel's Wolverine will likely enjoy the smoothest ride. The next chapter in Insomniac's Marvel series, it's already looking incredibly good, and it's the exact sort of thing a great deal of PlayStation owners are locked in for.
Son of a bitch!
While Logan isn't quite as popular as Peter Parker, and so probably not destined to beat Spider-Man 2's record of the fastest selling PlayStation Studios game in a 24-hour period, it's nonetheless almost guaranteed to shift copies faster than a fastball special. But it's worth remembering those reports of concern over Spider-Man 2's spiraling budget. If Insomniac didn't get that under control for Wolverine, it may need to sell many millions to break even. Not an ideal situation when there will be folks holding onto their cash as they wait for GTA 6. The Blood of Dawnwalker faces its own hurdles too. This deeply ambitious RPG is helmed by the director of The Witcher 3, whose new studio Rebel Wolves includes multiple veterans of CD Projekt Red among its staff. The game looks great, but the busy period poses many threats. Will PlayStation owners want to embark on a 50 to 70 hour RPG when Wolverine is just around the corner? And will Geralt fans, now safe in the knowledge that there's a brand new expansion for The Witcher 3 arriving next year, be willing to give this one a miss in exchange for some of September's shorter offerings that can be completed before GTA arrives on the scene? Debut projects are often a make or break situation, and I really hope that being the first of the September games, arriving after what appears to be the classic long summer drought, plays in Dawnwalker's favour.
I'm just trying to save my family.
It may be that those who don't have Rebel Wolf's head start on the action may reconsider their position, certainly after the likes of Summer Games Fest and the Xbox Showcase add even more dates to the pile. We've already seen Phantom Blade Zero abandon its September 9th launch in favour of October 29th, a date that's perilously close to GTA 6's D-Day of November the 19th, but free from the competition of a glut of third-person action games where you cut things up with blades. Developer S-Game puts the delay down to important last-minute refinements, but intentional or otherwise, stepping outside the September battle arena will likely be beneficial for this incredibly stylish action RPG. Phantom Blade Zero's 50-day gamble is nothing compared to some though. The parting of this Red Sea of releases means there's a near and a far side, and we've already seen a couple of games that were originally destined for 2026 make a tactical backslide into next year. Playground Games' reboot of Fable, which had been promised to release this year after being delayed out of 2025, has now repositioned itself for a February 2027 launch. Xbox's Matt Booty provided a straightforward reason for this, so it can have the dedicated moment it deserves. There's no easy victory within the shadow cast by GTA 6, and so there's no shame in stepping backwards for a second time. Also backflipping into February 2027 is Tomb Raider Legacy of Atlantis, the flashy remake of Lara Croft's original 1996 adventure. Yes, this means Crystal Dynamics and Flying Wild Hog's celebration of Lara's origins misses its intended 30th anniversary launch, but those few months could buy Tomb Raider a much stronger victory. It also potentially means we'll get 2 outings with Lara next year, as Tomb Raider Catalyst, a brand new game that will push the series' timeline forward for the first time since 2008's Underworld, is also due to launch in 2027. There are other shifts too. The Witcher 3's Songs of the Past expansion was originally planned to launch this year, but was pushed to 2027 to achieve the best possible result. While that may refer to development polish, there's no denying that Geralt's One Last Hurrah will enjoy more attention if it stays outside of GTA 6's gravity well. And as this week continues, with Summer Games Fest, the Xbox Game Showcase, and others announcing new dates, we'll likely see this space around GTA become increasingly defined. Few will brave arriving within weeks of the biggest game of all time. Some will try to get ahead of it, others will find safety in 2027. And as September fills up, I wouldn't be surprised if we get a scattering of last-minute dashes as developers and publishers realise that the 9th month of 2026 wasn't quite the safe haven that they thought it would be.
Hey, if you got friends, can you hook me?
September is going to be tough. both for avid players attempting to find a way to play everything that they're interested in, and developers fighting for the sort of attention that's basically a lifeline in this industry right now. It's undeniably an exciting time. Almost every game I've mentioned is something I want to play, and it's clear that the games industry has so much to offer this year beyond the open world crime simulator that's on everyone's wishlist. I just hope the impossible task of navigating GTA 6 doesn't mean that there's devastating casualties along the way. For more like this, check out Jim's video, which discusses how State of Play showed that there's more to AAA than just GTA 6, and for everything else, stick with IGN.
If GTA 6 costs £100, I will eat a bag of raw onions. I swear, it's not gonna happen. They won't do it. But what if they did? Well, let's explore that. I don't want to eat a bag of raw onions. They're calling it the biggest entertainment launch of all time. A record GTA 6 is set to smash, currently held by none other than its own direct predecessor.
Yeah, whatever you say.
It seems like a no-brainer that developers Rockstar and publisher Take-Two will be popping champagne corks like a 21-gun salute come November. But will it be a party or a funeral? The only difference, after all, is context. GTA 5 remains one of the most expensive games ever made, with a combined development and marketing budget believed to be well over $250 million.
What?
Numbers already utterly eclipsed by GTA 6's protracted, beleaguered development cycle, which has been marred by hostile data breaches, various internal struggles, but is also reportedly spending unfathomable resources on realistic details like breakable glass and water physics, the ballooning price of car insurance. I'm making that up, that's not a factor. Now, this wouldn't exactly be a left field move from the studio that brought you seasonally affected horse genitals, so it's doubly unsurprising that GTA 6 is currently believed to be well over $1 billion into its practically infinite budget. And that's before the promised 2026 marketing blitz has even kicked off in earnest. In short, GTA 6 will have to be one of the best-selling games of all time just to break even. To be considered a success worthy of the time and money that's been crammed into it, the expectations are mind-altering. Anything less than 20 million sales on day one, likely considered a disappointment. This thing could make more money than Pablo Escobar and still trigger a load of layoffs because we live in hell. With the global economy teetering on the edge of disaster and a runaway cost of living crisis that's eating every last penny of disposable income out of the average household budget, it won't take much to turn a chorus of champagne corks into a firing squad aimed directly at the games industry's already exposed guts. And so, Take-Two's CEO is right to be terrified. If they get something as fundamental as the base price wrong, the results could be apocalyptic, not just for his company, but for the games industry at large. Despite the eye-watering amount of money spaffed during its protracted development, GTA 6 is going to make money gland over fist. That's not in dispute. The question is whether it makes enough, and with so many stakeholders involved, enough is a difficult concept to nail down. So that's the first problem GTA 6 has. It could do more business than any video game before it and still fall short of expectations. Nobody wants the next Rockstar game to be WrestleMania 32, do you know what I mean? The concept of success in the corporate bureaucracy of a publicly traded company is arcane, ever-changing, and subject to factors completely outside anyone's control. We live in a vast, interconnected global economy that runs on chaos theory. A proverbial butterfly flaps its wings or grounds an oil tanker, and all of a sudden there's a hurricane on the other side of the planet, or a banana now costs $20 in Ohio. You know, had GTA 6 come out during its initial release window, there probably wouldn't have even been a question mark about its price tag. That in itself is kind of unprecedented, but now it finds itself releasing in an existentially frightening year for all tech and creative industries, where the spiraling cost of making and selling computer hardware is killing businesses and turning casual hobbies into expensive luxuries, where middle-class consumers are struggling more and more to justify any frivolous expenses because the energy and food bills they used to barely think about are now all-consuming. For an increasing amount of people, even the now standard MSRP of $70 is out of the question for a piece of entertainment, no matter how hyped or hotly anticipated it is. And the higher that number goes, the more people are just going to wait for a sale. In a world enthralled to the knee-jerk whims of the stock market, any major hit to those crucial first few weeks of sales could be a major problem for Take-Two, and also present a cat among the pigeons in terms of wider industry investment. If the industry is so screwed that even its biggest golden goose fails to lay enough eggs, then what hope does any other project have? Yes, that would be a stupid, unnuanced, self-sabotaging conclusion for investors to draw, but boardroom capitalism is often an arena of bullshit and vibes. In short, perception is everything. If GTA is too expensive, it might miss targets in that initial window of launch week hype, and the consequences of that would be ludicrously far-reaching. However, a diminished short-term performance of GTA 6 might not be an issue, as it will likely, eventually, provide the basis for a GTA Online 2.0. Much of the reason that GTA 5 continues to enjoy such longevity as a going concern is because of its ever-growing, ever-evolving online component, and its capacity for printing seemingly infinite money is the reason why Rockstar is allowed to spend nearly a decade ploughing billions into the GTA 6 furnace while the rest of the industry simply burns down. But without a reasonably low barrier to entry, the next Grand Theft Auto Online might face an uphill battle for attendance, with its chief competition being its own predecessor that Rockstar will continue supporting beyond GTA 6's release. Now, it's not a given that GTA Online's current players will make the jump. Convincing people to go from an established, content-rich platform to essentially starting again from scratch is an age-old problem faced by anyone cultivating a large online community. We've seen it in hero shooters, we've seen it in MMOs, we've seen it in forums. At some point, growth requires new pastures, but you can't make people eat grass. We've seen the unthinkable happen before in Red Dead Online, once tipped to be a sister or successor project to its GTA equivalent that is now, more or less, abandoned by the devs because, well, it just didn't have the juice. Now, an online western is a very different proposition to the chaotic urban playground provided by GTA Online, but both projects shared much of their core DNA, and there was no reason to think back then, with the runaway success of Red Dead 2, that Red Dead Online couldn't tap new audiences and do as well or even better than its stablemate. But it simply wasn't to be. It just didn't happen. And sometimes things just don't happen. You know, like Lisa Scott Lee's solo career, you can't have everything. GTA 6's long-term prospects are currently very precarious, which means that Rockstar's position in the industry as a studio whose entire USP is the ability to plow infinite money into everything it does is also precarious. And finally, the real issue here is that so much of the games industry finds itself both scared by and dependent on the success of one single project. Every time GTA 6's release date changes, the rest of the industry reorganises itself to give it a wide berth, like Moses parting the Red Sea with knob gags. It has affected the lives and livelihoods of countless people who aren't even directly involved with GTA, but whose own studios and publishers have to navigate the choppy waters left in its wake. And the games media ecosystem is in a state of constant flux right now, as we keep betting the farm on a big GTA 6 content push that has so far failed to materialise twice. And this has led directly to a lot of the turmoil you've seen in that side of the industry. It shouldn't be like this. Our industry long touted itself as recession-proof and entirely insulated from petty, mainstream ideas of what constitutes art, what constitutes a valid pastime. Now we find ourselves at the hard, bleeding edge of the consequences of a world order in its death throes. A civilization on the brink. How did we get to a place where the most important piece of media in my lifetime is, as much as I adore it, a willfully stupid game about car theft and blowjobs?
Wow, life is really empty.
GTA 6, I believe, will be brilliant and do a phenomenal amount of business by any reasonable standard. It's unthinkable to suggest otherwise, frankly, but we live in a time of the unthinkable becoming reality. And on that basis, we need to brace ourselves for the possibility that GTA 6, rather than being the saviour of the video games industry, the thing that's going to take us back like a time machine to the good old days, might overshoot and take us all the way back to 1983 and trigger the next big video game crash, which as a British person I plan to do what we did before and simply ride it out playing Chucky Egg. I mean, what video game crash? What the f***'s an Atari? If you've enjoyed this edition of the Trinket Perspective, take a look at my playlist on IGN, it's full of good stuff. And if you think I'm talking rubbish, please, by all means, tell me in the comments. Or not, you know, if you want to be nice, do that as well. It's fine, I won't read it anyway, I will read it.
We are not ready. We could all die tonight, we don't even get a choice.
I'm Ryan McCaffrey with IGN, and I am joined by my friend Mark Medina. Mark, you made the trek down to Infinity Ward in Los Angeles in secret in the dead of night.
Yeah.
With your night vision goggles on.
Yeah.
To go check out Call of Duty Modern Warfare 4.
Mm-hmm.
It is the new one this year. It's just been unveiled. It is out on October 23rd, and you got yourself some multiplayer hands-on. Yep. Did you not?
I did. I played probably like 2 hours of multiplayer just across the various modes, against just other media personalities and creators and stuff like that. It was a good time.
So you came back, and your preview article on IGN is headlined, Modern Warfare 4 feels like the first truly next-gen Call of Duty.
Yeah.
You kind of came away with 9 points, like 9 key differences, 9 key changes, but can you kind of explain what you mean when you say feels like the first truly next-gen Call of Duty?
Yeah, Call of Duty's always kind of known to push graphical fidelity and all that kind of good stuff. But no matter how good something looks on PS5, right, it still has to serve the Xbox One and PlayStation 4, right? So even up to Black Ops 7, that has to be able to run on the 2013 PS4 and VCR Xbox One. And so it's one of those things where it's like when you play it, you're like, oh, this looks great. This looks so good. And then you jump into Modern Warfare for the first time and you're like, oh, never mind. No, Black Ops 7 looked not that great. Never mind. This is what looks good. And it's like, it's immediately apparent that they are not having to cater to those older consoles anymore.
Yeah, 5 years into the generation, almost 6. Yeah. Actually, I guess by the time the game comes out, it is 6 years into the generation.
Yeah.
So that is good news that they're finally leaving last gen behind, and it's great that you can see it on the screen immediately. Yeah. That is awesome. Yeah. So.
What's weird, real quick, sorry, what's weird about that is the fact that we're already having next-gen conversations, and this is the first truly current-gen Call of Duty, but that has nothing to do with the preview.
It's true. You are correct.
This is that's a whole separate console watch topic.
So you came away with 9 key changes, and I wanted to have you talk through them all for us here. Let's start with, you mentioned movement. So what's the deal with movement in Modern Warfare 4 multiplayer?
Yeah, so the big thing people are going to notice with this game, especially since there hasn't been a Modern Warfare in a while, is that there is no more omni movement. What that means is you can no longer sprint left and right and backwards. There's no wall jumping. There's nothing like that, right? It is a more grounded kind of boots on the ground. The tagline they keep using is that it's like an action movie, but still set in realism, right? Like everything is theoretically possible, but it's set in a world where you never get tired and surfaces are never slippery. So yeah, but they've made a lot of changes to movement because of this, right? So no omni movement, but there's mantling in different ways than there used to be. So before you would mantle onto a ledge or something like that, and your character would just climb up and there was nothing you can do about it. They've changed it in a few ways now. One is you can cancel a mantle now. So if you're mantling up and you happen to peek over and you see somebody, you can be like, nope, don't want to do that, and you can mantle out. Another thing you can do is just do a simple ledge grab, which is you go halfway through a mantle and then you're just holding onto the ledge, and you can actually aim your gun over the cover and shoot people while still kind of peeking behind the cover. And then the third thing is that you can shimmy now. So they're calling it a ledge shimmy. So if you're on a ledge, you can now move left and right and reposition yourself, get yourself still in cover, but still be able to do shots. Alongside the mantling is they have a backwards slide, so you can do a backwards slide that allows you to still shoot your gun. Not totally new, but I think this is the first time you can do it backwards. You can also slide into a ladder, like a ladder climb. So if you're on a roof and there's a ladder, you can slide and your character will automatically spin and grab onto the ladder, and you can start going down. That's pretty cool. And then the last major big thing is that you can climb up poles and stuff now. So if you see an apartment building and you see a pole, you can actually climb up that pole and then almost like Assassin's Creed style vault over to a window and then climb through the window. So they've added that. And then one more thing is that there's tactical sprint still, which is when you double tap the sprint and you throw your gun up and you start running super fast. It's now more telegraphed that your character will start to breathe harder and the gun will start to lower. So they've made a lot of changes to movement while still kind of keeping it grounded.
It's interesting that Black Ops and Modern Warfare are really starting to diverge now in in the way that just even on character movement, which is good. It makes them feel like legitimately or more like legitimately different games.
Yeah.
For gunplay, you mentioned no more bloom.
Yeah. Before I go into that, I gotta remind people what bloom is, because it may not be a term that people are super familiar with. Bloom is essentially a hidden mechanic in video games where, let's say you have a circle, and those are the possible points that your bullet can go. The game essentially rolls a dice in the background as you're hip firing, and the bullets just kind of go anywhere within that point. I think it was really, really cool in Modern Warfare 1 days, Xbox 360 days. I think it's completely archaic now to add that sort of a random element, especially when games like Counter-Strike, people have been going back and playing Counter-Strike, and something a lot of people do right at the beginning of a Counter-Strike match is they run to a wall and they shoot to see the bullet pattern of their gun. Call of Duty is now adopting that system where there's no more bloom. Your bullets go where your gun is aiming.
Okay.
And that does mean they're still going to be spread because bullets, guns kick when they fire. And so there is still going to be spread, but it doesn't feel like it's completely just a luck of the dice if you win a close quarters combat now. You actually kind of understand where your bullets should be going. And they've worked hard on this to make sure it's the sniper rifle is not the best shotgun in the world anymore.
Yeah.
Because they said when they first started, basically people were hip firing snipers, across shooting sniper rifles from across the map and just hitting shots because it's if the sniper rifle's pointing forward and there's no bloom, it's going to just hit people. And so they've added, kind of gun sway and stuff like that. So it just bloom is gone, but that feeling of kind of randomness could still feel there, but there's an honest answer for it now, I guess is the best way to put it.
Nice. Okay. So next you mentioned that weapons feel like they belong in the world now. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, so normally when you play any shooter, to be honest with you, right? Your gun is just in front of your character, and if you run up to a wall, what happens, right? It's essentially the tip of your gun is more or less just stopping your movement, right? So now, when you run up to a wall, your gun will actually kind of be pushed more up against your body, right?
I see.
When you are peeking around cover, your gun... It's this action movie thing, right? Where people naturally think that your gun should be the first thing that enters a door. And that's actually completely not true, because that's the best way to get disarmed in something like an action sequence. And so Call of Duty's kind of taking that right? Where now if you're peeking, your gun will still be kind of hidden. It's kind of your eye is the first thing through the door. And so there's just a lot more. You'll notice it like when you're playing it, you'll see that your gun just moves it moves a lot more than it used to.
Yeah.
But that's realism, right? That's how guns actually work. Nobody's just holding their gun out, right? They're constantly moving it. They're constantly pushing it up against their body. And so kind of how you see in like Uncharted and the new just released 007 First Light, where when he walks through a doorway, he'll kind of like put his hand there. And it's kind of like these reactions to the environment. That's what you're seeing now with the guns in Call of Duty, is it's fully aware that you're up against a wall and it's reacting to that naturally.
Nice. This next one, I guess we kind of touched on this at the top, but you say dropping last gen was clearly the right call.
Yeah. So not only graphically, but they're doing a thing now where the map you're entering is not the map you're leaving. And what I mean by that is not only does it look pretty, but all maps have decorations. And now these decorations can be shot off the table and stuff like that, right? So if you see like a dish set and you go in there and you shoot it all up, that dish set's just going to stay on the ground all shot up.
Yeah.
Bullet holes are going to stay in the walls. And these are normally things that either A, couldn't be interacted with before, or the game would quickly despawn to save that memory for the actual gameplay. And now you're entering a map that looks pristine and you're leaving a map that looks super messed up, right? Because that's all just staying on the map. And they said that that's basically not possible with the memory limitations of PS4 and Xbox One, but the PS5, PC, and Xbox Series X and S allows for those decorations and just visual aesthetics to persist throughout a whole round without the need to despawn them for other things.
Cool. That's good stuff. All right. Apex attachments, you say, are where things get a little wild.
Yeah. So every gun in every Call of Duty has its own leveling up system. And as you level a gun up, you'll eventually unlock new attachments and stuff like that. In this game, you can do 5 attachments. But when you get to the end, it's like, normally it's like, okay, you got the best scope. Or usually, in the case of Call of Duty, it's you got this really cool, like, tiger glimming skin. Stuff like that, right? In this one, you're getting Apex attachments. They are separate from your normal gunsmith loadout, and they get added, and they change fundamental things about your gun. So some examples are having a pistol that when you go into the Apex mode, all of a sudden becomes a hammer fire pistol that as quick as you can pull the trigger is as quick as the pistol could shoot. Another really cool one was it's a shotgun that they added a strobe light to. So now you're basically walking around with a flashbang in your eyes. So now people are getting blinded when they walk into a room, and then they're getting shotgunned. Other ones is like, adding underbarrel shotguns or grenade launchers. One really, really cool one was taking a submachine and adding throwing knives to it. So the character will kind of move it over and then be throwing knives. So it's that just kind of cool stuff where you're like, okay, I have used this gun a lot, and now I'm actually getting some sort of like actual fundamental kind of special bonus for staying dedicated to that gun. And I mentioned in the preview as well that those attachments will stay after somebody's been killed, right? So if you have a really cool Apex gun, there's a good chance you'll eventually fall victim to that because somebody else will pick it up and use it, and then vice versa.
While we're on the subject of guns, talk about Gunny, which you say is basically Gunsmith, but without the headache.
Yeah, so Gunny is my favorite thing that they've added to this year's Call of Duty, which is you want to try a new gun or you've been leveling up a gun and you're going through the gunsmith and you're like, okay, this has this kind of sight, but does this kind of sight match up with the actual caliber of bullets that I'm using or the buck of the gun, all these different things. You're like, am I building a good gun or am I building a monstrosity? The pro Call of Duty people are aware, but me, I'm over here on YouTube being like, how do I like make something actually where it's not like a Frankenstein's monster of a gun? And so what Gunny does is now when you go to the gunsmith, it'll say like running gun, close range, long range, balanced, and you just select it and it goes, okay, this is the gun you want to use. Here are the attachments for that playstyle that you've selected. So then from there, you could be like, okay, but I don't like that scope. So I'm going to change the scope still. But everything else, I trust you with. Or you could be like, I want to do run and gun. And you're like, actually, I don't like what you've built. I'm going to click run and gun again. And it'll build another setup for you. And it's all still just based on stuff you've unlocked. But it gets rid of that, I would say, like, math in between matches where you're like, what's the best kind of, you're just like, no, this is my kind of preset loadout based on what I've added to my gun. And it makes for some really cool but very easy ways to make loadouts and actually stay competitive.
Sweet. All right, quickly tell me about maps, modes, and lots of variety.
Yeah, so the game's launching with 12 maps. I would say probably about half of them are from the single player, variations of the single player that have then gone on to become multiplayer maps. And then a few others that are, made from the ground up for multiplayer. And so you'll be on, the streets of Korea. You'll be in a Korean nuclear base. You'll be in Russia. You'll be in New York, Mumbai. It's a globe-trotting game, and the multiplayer kind of lends itself to that. There's one specific map called Kill Block, which is really cool, which is basically they have what they call slabs. And so you play a 10v10 gunfight mode, which for folks that don't know, it's between rounds. You're getting put with a gun that everybody's using the same gun. And it's 10v10 permanent death until the next round. And what it does is the map is constantly changing. So every time between rounds, the map, there's 3 sections. One of the sections might change, or 2 of them might change, or the middle might change. And so every single time you finish a round, not only are you getting a new gun that you have to play with, but also the map is completely different.
Cool.
And they're really proud of it. They said that there's over 500 combinations, so it's very unlikely that anybody will ever play the same thing twice. But that
I don't know about that.
yeah. A lot of people play Call of Duty. But then when I asked them about a seed possibility, they said that they eventually might do something down the road where it's like, I really like this combination, so I want to do a custom game and type in these string of numbers, and that's the combination I'm going to get.
Sweet. All right, and the final thing, talk to us about Prestige this time around.
Yeah, this is where I get my name in the credits for Modern Warfare 4. So, they have 2 Prestige modes in this game, which is Prestige Classic and Prestige Regular. Prestige Classic is your normal, level up to level 55, reset everything, rank, guns, everything gets reset, but you get multiple rewards. You get a Prestige badge, and you get to start over, this time with an XP boost. Now there's Prestige Regular, which is you don't reset everything when you get to level 55, but you get fewer rewards, fewer XP boost on your next trek. But it's for the people that want to say, I've Prestige, I've earned the next badge, but I still have all my guns and attachments. And my gripe with them came from the fact that didn't make sense, that regular it should be called Prestige New. So, and they said that they're working on that. So we'll see what it's called by the time it's done. And if you see a big special thanks to Mark Medina in the credits, that's why. Yeah, but basically everybody's first trek to 55 will be the same. Then at 55, you get to choose Prestige Classic or Prestige Regular. Then once you get to 55 again, you get to choose again.
Okay.
So every single time you Prestige, you get to choose, I want to go a Classic route. No, I want to go the regular route. And the way is because, the reason for it is because they've noticed that a lot of people just don't Prestige because they don't want to lose all their stuff. So they're trying to cater to those people that don't want to lose their stuff, but want to be part of the Prestige conversation.
Lots of new stuff in there. Mark Medina, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 4. We're going to get to see more of this at the Xbox Showcase on June 7th, which we'll be airing live right here on IGN. I'll be hosting our live pre- and post-show for that, so come hang out beforehand and then stick with us after for all of our reactions and analysis. Mark Medina, thank you so much, sir.
13 years after Ubisoft ditched Desmond Miles to go full pirate in Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag, this seafaring adventure is still considered by some to be the best pirate simulator of all time. So it's no wonder at all that Ubisoft has decided to dust off this bad boy and remake it in the style of last year's Assassin's Creed Shadows. complete with all the modern trimmings you'd expect. That includes stuff like drastically improved graphics, modernized combat mechanics to make Edward Kenway faster on the draw, and my personal favorite, a near complete removal of all the pesky loading screens that is an absolute godsend. My time with Black Flag Resynced included a few red flags to go along with the black ones though. Like how some of the modernizations involved removing aspects of the original, it seemed like maybe they'd be best left as they were, but on the whole, it's pretty hard to be mad about this gorgeous second voyage of one of the best Assassin's Creed games. Many of Black Flag Resynked's best parts come courtesy of the Ubisoft Anvil engine, last seen in AC Shadows. It's been used to recreate Black Flag from the ground up, and that allows it to be every bit as beautiful as more recent Assassin's Creed games. The tropical environment of the Caribbean is a night and day improvement over the original, specifically when it comes to how bright and colorful areas are versus the previous generation's somewhat muted and dark appearance, especially when running around forested areas. Similarly, character models somehow managed to look absurdly better than they did in 2013, while also being exactly as I remember them. That said, I did find many of the characters to be a bit prettier than I expected, particularly when it comes to pirate characters who spend all their time boozing, sailing, and fighting. The cast seems to have been given a Hollywood glow-up and aren't nearly as gross and dirty as you might think. Black Flag Resynced also benefits from many of the other upgrades the series has seen in recent iterations, especially changes to combat that make it faster and more decisive, and to sneaking around that make it a more competent stealth game than the original. Despite the Assassin's Creed series ostensibly being all about sneaking around, it's wild to think that it wasn't until Assassin's Creed Unity that we got a dedicated crouch button. Absolutely insane in retrospect. In the original Black Flag, you could only go undetected when hidden within a group of people or when walking in bushes that automatically put you into crouch mode. Aside from that, your character genuinely couldn't crouch at all. Thankfully, Black Flag Resynced adds a dedicated crouch button so you can go about your business of stabbing enemies to death from the cover of shadow as you please. There are also a few new gadgets in your stealth tool belt, and some that were in the original but come to you much sooner in this iteration. For example, the badass rope dart that didn't appear until the tail end of the story is now added to your inventory in the opening chapters, so you can almost immediately start yanking enemies toward you like Mortal Kombat Scorpion.
Get over here!
Which I think we can all agree is just a great decision. If you aren't in the mood for stealth though, one change to this iteration of Black Flag is likely to bring you joy. Those deeply irritating tailing quests have been reworked. Whereas before you'd have to slowly follow people around town unnoticed, paying the ultimate price of having to start over from the beginning if you got caught, now you're provided alternate ways of completing the mission instead. In the one example included in the demo, I decided to sprint right at the two people I was told to follow just to see what would happen. And although the result was sloppy and most unbecoming of an aspiring assassin, I can confirm that I was indeed given separate means for completing my objective anyway, though they were significantly bloodier and less smooth than planned. A pretty great change if you ask me. Likewise, combat has been modernized to focus on player skill, complete with my favorite, a perfect parry mechanic that opens enemies up to be instantly killed if you get the timing just so. As someone who's been honing his parry timing for years in the crucible of Souls-likes and uber-difficult action games, this is one of my favorite changes. Not only does it make you feel like a complete badass when you slap someone's sword out of your face and finish them off with an execution, but it also allows for combat to go faster, something that feels quite needed at times with all the samey boarding combat sections that happen every time you want to pillage a ship of its cargo before sinking it. I also played with the difficulty turned all the way up and found myself dying quite a bit, both in ship-based combat and while swashbuckling. Some of this is surely just the fact that I was playing the remake for the first time and learning as I went, but here's hoping this iteration of Black Flag is a bit more challenging than the original, where I rarely found myself in any real peril. Though this remaster draws on many of Assassin's Creed's more recent entries, it steers clear from the RPG elements found in Valhalla and Shadows, instead sticking to its action-adventure roots like Mirage, and crucially, the original Black Flag. There are still some stats on weapons that can be purchased in shops and some RPG-like upgrades here and there, but Resynced focuses much more on being a competent action game than an RPG, so you won't find yourself stealth assassinating someone and not doing enough DPS to take them out in one strike. I actually enjoy both the more RPG-style Assassin's Creed games and the less chunky action games that the series found its roots in. But if I'm being honest, this one just feels like it's much better suited as a pure action game. After all, I'm a bloody pirate for God's sake. I'm meant to be showing these nautical narcs the business end of a flintlock, not running the numbers on my armor set or doing math on my critical hit chances. Yar, I say. Yar! Some of the streamlining of Black Flag to Resync's action has led to some peculiar choices though, like how you can no longer pick up weapons of slain foes to use in combat. In the original, if you downed a big guy who was wielding a two-handed axe, you could then pick it up and use it to mop up the rest of the scallywags in your path. For whatever reason, that was removed in the demo I played though, possibly to simplify things and keep the action moving along without having to clumsily retrieve a weapon from the ground in the heat of battle. I can certainly see the logic in that choice, but honestly, I kind of missed being able to have that kind of freedom, and it felt to me like one of those wholly unnecessary changes that could have just as well been left as it was. Then again, this feature hasn't been a part of the series in quite some time now, so maybe it's just one of these things that no longer fits in with the Anvil engine. While reliving my time with Black Flag was largely awesome, one surprising revelation is that the entirety of the present-day storyline has been removed from this version. As someone who misses when the Assassin's Creed series actually tried to tell a story within its sci-fi world, it's a bit of a bummer to see them follow in Assassin's Creed Shadows' footsteps of giving up on that aspect of the series entirely. It's especially odd if, like me, you have the twist ending at the end of the original Black Flag burned into your memory. I'm honestly very curious how this remake will be able to cut around that aspect of the story entirely, and worry the story might feel a bit awkward in doing so. That said, the historical story and pirate gameplay is quite obviously Black Flag's strength, so maybe it won't be any big loss not having it around, even if it does feel a bit strange. Perhaps as a way of making up for the lack of a present-day story, Resynced interestingly adds content to Kenway's story that wasn't in the original, some of which I played. This includes whole story sections that focus on Blackbeard and Stead Bonnet, who were only briefly involved in the original version of Black Flag, if memory serves. There are also new party members you can recruit to join your pirate crew, complete with quests to indoctrinate them into your privateering operations. One such quest involved breaking a shipwright out of jail and persuading her to join my team by agreeing to help her with a personal matter down the road. Her name is Lucy, and she's pretty much a complete badass. I think she'll fit in with Kenway and company just fine. After a handful of hours playing this remake of one of the best Assassin's Creed games, I'm pretty sold on replaying through it in its entirety when it comes out later this year. What do you think? Will you give Black Flag a return trip? Let us know in the comments. For more, check out our recent previews of 007 First Light and Mina the Hollower. And for everything else, keep plundering the goods with IGN.
Xbox is gearing up for another game showcase this summer, with a good look at brand new games, trailers, and reveals promised for Sunday, June 7th. Followed by a dedicated deep dive into Gears of War E-Day, it's set up to be a big day for all those looking forward to seeing what this new era of Xbox has in store. For context, last year's event saw the reveal of Call of Duty Black Ops 7, Persona 4 Revival, Grounded 2, Beast of Reincarnation, Keeper, and Super Meat Boy 3D, as well as new looks at The Outer Worlds 2, Clockwork Revolution, and Ninja Gaiden 4. But what can we expect this year? Let's start with the one game we know is definitely showing up, Gears of War E-Day. As noted on the Xbox website, the E-Day Direct is set to take players into the start of Emergence Day, offering new details, gameplay, and insights. The prequel was first teased at last year's showcase, but very little has been heard or seen since. We can expect a lengthy look following the main showcase this year though, as well as presumably finding out its 2026 release date. Playground Games may have just released the critically acclaimed Forza Horizon 6, but the British studio isn't done by any means. That's because its reboot of Fable, which was meant to hit in 2026, has just been delayed to February 2027, and I imagine it's almost guaranteed to make an appearance here. Another look at it in action certainly wouldn't go amiss, as we learn more about this new version of Albion. The recently rebranded Halo Studios is due to release the remake of the original Master Chief story, Halo Combat Evolved, in 2026. We can likely expect to see more of this one in action, as well as find out when exactly we can expect to play this year.
The Covenant are putting up a real fight. The cartographer must be here.
Maybe the game I'm most looking forward to seeing more of is In Exile Entertainment's Clockwork Revolution, which is looking like a fantastic blend of Dishonored and BioShock. This one has popped up a couple of times at recent Xbox Summer showcases, so hopefully that means we're getting closer and closer to a release date. After a good look at gameplay in 2025, we'd love to know when it's going to launch at this year's show. And what next for Rare? It had been working for many years on Everwild before it was cancelled last summer, leaving the legendary studio at a mysterious proposition. Ongoing development will presumably continue on Sea of Thieves, but surely a new game is also in the works somewhere. The Killer Instinct, Viva Pinata, and Banjo-Kazooie creators have as long a history as anyone at Microsoft when it comes to developing new series. But could we see it return to one of these? Another of its creations, Perfect Dark, seems even less likely though, following the shutdown of the initiative and cancellation of the reboot last year. First revealed back in 2020, State of Decay 3 re-emerged in 2024, but has been quieter than the dead since. Undead Labs has been working on this one for a while, and we might see it again on June 7th after skipping last summer's showcase. Obsidian, meanwhile, has been far from quiet, and it had a very busy 2025, launching Avowed, The Outer Worlds 2, and Grounded 2's early access. So it's been safe to say that we aren't necessarily expected to see much from the RPG studio here. If it did want to spring a surprise Fallout New Vegas remake onto us though, then we'll happily take it. Both Compulsion Games and Ninja Theory have released games in the past couple of years, so it may be a bit too soon to see what they're working on next, but we certainly won't rule it out, especially the latter, who is reportedly working on a third Hellblade that is quote-unquote more of a game. Infinity Ward revealed Call of Duty Modern Warfare 4 last week, which will continue Captain Price and team's story as they head to Korea this time around. It's safe to say we'll get a peek at it in action at the showcase, with the new DMZ mode promised to be shown off. Call of Duty is where most of Activision's resources find themselves going these days, but maybe a surprise second project will be sprung upon us. Though a long shot, a revival of one of the publisher's dormant series, such as a new Tony Hawk, Guitar Hero, or Spyro, would certainly make people my age and older smile. Blizzard can be expected to show off continued support for its live service games, such as Overwatch celebrating its 10th anniversary, Diablo 4 following up on its just released Lord of Hatred expansion, and World of Warcraft evolves further beyond its Midnight expansion, which arrived in March. While that's all in the recent past, there are a couple of future possibilities, although not expected this year. One of those is a look at WoW's upcoming The Last Titan expansion, which will serve as the finale to the World Soul Saga trilogy. Another is a look at Overwatch Rush, the mobile version of the hero shooter, although we admit this may not well show up at an Xbox showcase. When it comes to Bethesda, all eyes are on The Elder Scrolls 6. First revealed to be in development way back in 2018, Todd Howard has effectively said that it shouldn't have been shown that early. We realize it's likely still many years away, but perhaps a look at the long-rumored Fallout 3 remake could serve as a welcome stopgap. Elsewhere under the larger Bethesda umbrella, id Software will have moved on to its next project after 2025's Doom: The Dark Ages. Will it be another Doom, a long overdue Quake revival, or something new entirely? And will it even be shown at this year's showcase? And then there's Machine Games, who'll be following up on the excellent Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. I'd love nothing more than a sequel to that adventure, but perhaps a return to Wolfenstein is more realistic right now. Reports of the final part of BJ Blazkowicz's Nazi-killing trilogy being in production emerged early this year, so this could be the year we see the original FPS hero return. Finally, when it comes to Bethesda, surely we're due for a look at Arcane's Blade. First teased back in 2023, the Leon studio has been pretty silent since. It looks like we're never getting that Mahershala Ali movie, so please at least give us this. In regards to what other games we could see, well, that's much more of a guessing game. Based on what's been showcased at previous Xbox shows though, we can at least take educated shots in the dark. I'd personally love to see Persona 4 Revival in action, as well as finding out when I can get my hands on the remake of Atlus's classic JRPG. Staying in Japan, Game Freak's first game outside of the Pokemon universe, Beast of Reincarnation, was featured heavily during January's Developer Direct, so it could well be there too. Action-adventure spin-off Resonance: A Plague Tale could well be in line to make a reappearance, as well as ex-Witcher 3 dev studio Rebel Wolves' vampire RPG, The Blood of Dawnwalker.
Hello and welcome to IGN Live Day 2. In case you're new here, it's a big in-person event celebrating the best in games, movies, shows, and more. Later today, we'll be joined by some very special guests, getting a closer look at everything from the Xbox Game Showcase, and you can join me for a special live edition of Game Scoop. But before any of that, we've got a solid hour of brand new trailers for upcoming games, plus some awesome clips to give you a glimpse at what's in store from some of the biggest shows and movies of the year. Now, if you thought I was full of hot air, that's nothing compared to our first game, and this trailer might literally blow you away. Here's a look at Leaf Blower Company. It's about leaf blowers.
Whether you need a roof cleared or a warehouse sorted, I've got you covered. Fill the bin, grab the bag, and toss it to the tarp. That's it. From my garage, I run a leaf blowing business of myself, my cat, and a smorgasbord of projects. Each day is a new mess to be sorted, but my equipment's charged up and ready for the task, rain or shine. Courtyards, playing fields, beaches, every place has its challenges and quirks. I just relax and let the leaf blower hum. Sometimes it's nice to cut corners with some unconventional methods. There's plenty of clutter to clear out for a busy week, but with a leaf blower in hand, everything looks like leaves.
For an adventure?
Gross. I'm away. Stop.
I guess I better get going then.
Lost in a dream, side of the road. Pick me up, yeah, where we gonna go? 'Cause I just want you.
This is where, yes, I think I remember.
Maybe we come back here one last time when we're old and feeble.
Yeah, maybe.
Hey, is this yours?
Kinda.
Now, does this dog belong to you or not?
Forget it. All this was a mistake. A huge mistake.
When I flip through your journal, it feels like someone really wanted you to see this through, to keep going.
I'm glad you forced me on this little adventure.
I just hoped for the best and went for it.
Well, I'm glad you did.
Big eyes, incredible hair, and practically stylish outfits. Now, am I describing my cat or anime characters? Well, up next we've got a few trailers that look the part, even if they're not technically Japanese animation. But this first one definitely is. Here's a look at the upcoming movie, Bleach, 1000-Year Blood War, The Calamity.
あんたは俺が切る。
黒崎くんの心はきっと。
そんだなイチゴ。それは世界を切ると同義だぞ。力のすべてを吐き出し尽くして死ね。イチゴ。
光栄だけど買いかぶりっすよ。ねえ、夜市さん。
嘘だろ。ごちゃごちゃうるせえな。一発で頭割れってこったろ。
厄介なのが来たな。
我を出し抜けるなどと思うな。裏切り者の初段も私の役目だ。
やってみろ。お前の剣が届くなら。
絶望してくれるなイチゴ。
絶望がなんだって。よく知ってるぜ。今まで何度も乗り越えてきたんだからな。バッカイ。
街のかけら風に吹かれ自由な鳥たちとさまよう迷いながら未来を描く奇跡両手を広げ霞ゆく彼方へたどった果てしない道のりと闇を越えあなたと見つけ出した真実光にと
For years, I would only revisit this place in my nightmares. Finally, our homecoming. This may be the last time. Shall see how it all ends. Send them on their way.
make sure you capture me at my absolute cutest.
Now, I know a lot of people tune out the mention of sports games, but up next, we're taking a look at some sports-adjacent games that should appeal to even the most athletically apathetic of us. Take a look.
In a tiny pocket universe, tucked away at the edge of our own, there is a hotel for lost balls of all kinds. Little balls, big balls, any balls really. But worst of all, golf balls. In this miniature golfing adventure, you don't hit the ball. You are the ball! Explore a tiny handcrafted world from tee to flag. Discover who you are, where you are, why you are. Or just play bloody golf! Dozens and dozens of devious holes. Compete in suspicious underground tournaments for glory and pennies. Lots of pennies, which you'll trade with bugs in exchange for fancy hats and accessories. The bugs eat the pennies. You'll race through fiendish heists at the whim of a cosmic magpie, who will also pay you in pennies. Did I mention hats? And that is Ball Game, a physics-bending journey that will test your skills and tickle your fancy. Wishlist and try the demo on Steam now.
Hot Wheels Infinite Rush offers a lot of variety in the races, challenges and activities. Most of them are found across the huge maps that need to be explored. First, let's play a Daredevil challenge. Daredevils zip across the world and need to be found, chased down and caught to be raced against. As soon as you do that, a 1-to-1 race starts, and if you win it, you obtain the car. As you can see, it's a tense battle through the gates to the finish line. Next, let's do something more relaxing, a tourist challenge. Every one of them will be a task with a picture to take, with some specific items in it. In this case, a speeder car and the city burger building. We've got the speeder, so let's jump on the burger and mission accomplished. This was easy, but some of them are more tricky though. Let's switch to a drifter car in real time. I think you can do anytime for a drift stunt. There's a lot of variety among these challenges, as you can see, and we chose the best car for the task. We need to pull out a number of drifts within the time limit without missing the gates too. Precise control is the key to the victory. And finally, a stuntman challenge. Perfect with the Titan vehicle, the heavyweights of the game. Let's smash as many items as possible within the time limit. Full vehicle classes, lots of challenges types, and that's a lot of fun.
This next batch of games all have elegant, almost poetic sounding titles, so I figured the best way to introduce them was with a haiku. Here goes. A sea of ashen, tulips, where birds go to sleep, and Soul Walker. Look!
Do not be afraid.
All right, I'm here to make money. It's a secret mission, you see.
You must feel strange in your body. I can help you with that.
There's someone above your head. It tells you what to think, what to dream of.
Are you in league with the voices?
You stupid woman! I'm in control, not you!
You understand your kind can't be trusted, right?
He is not on our side. He will sabotage us. I'm no coward. I'm a man. And I will do what is necessary. What is needed.
Save us, please. Save us.
Say it. I don't think so.
They say, when you commit sins, something sinister is alerted in a world parallel to our own. Perhaps this is what awakens what we know as karma. The wrongs we commit never go unnoticed, observed by the soul walkers that dwell in the void, a place you never want to go.
You said you'd never leave me.
Up next, we're taking a look at a few upcoming pieces of software that are more than just games, they're simulations. So here are some upcoming sims that realistically capture the experience of operating heavy machinery, renovating old buildings, guarding a medieval city's gates, or filling a big pit with cartoon dogs. Actually, we might have let one non-simulation get in there by accident. See if you can figure out which one it is.
Ah, you must be the new guard. Your predecessor's career ended abruptly. Let's hope you learn from his mistakes. For example, when you review a visitor's papers, make sure the names match. If they don't, do not admit him. Next, make sure you check their guild stamps. Forgeries abound. And of course, search all belongings for contraband. Can't risk anything unnatural making its way into our fair city. And if there's ever anything out of the ordinary, you'll find a bit of common sense goes a long way. If you're issued a club, save it for criminals. Don't go clubbing innocent peasants, as fun as it may be. Now, when you do have a prisoner, we always treat them with the same respect we do anyone else in Rambo. And don't forget anyone in the cells. Trust me on that one. God forbid, if plague or pestilence should come to these fair lands, you'll need to examine visitors for signs of disease. Do your job and the city will thrive. We're all counting on you. I have only one final question. Are you an idiot?
Hi, this is our game Dogpile. It's a roguelike deck builder about merging dogs into bigger dogs. After launching late last year, we've hit 96% positive on Steam, and we've been cooking up a huge DLC pack. But we've decided to give it away for free today. It's live right now. So here's what just dropped in Dogpile v1.1. First of all, there's new dogs. It's Dogpile, baby. They're funny, they're weird, and they have new shapes to master. Just like in real life, dogs can now be stinky and they can be zoomy. We've added over 50 new gameplay modifying tags, expanding what's possible in Dogpile, and giving a bit of love to archetypes that needed it. And generally, just heaps of new gameplay. I'm talking new decks, new endless system, and a bunch of stuff to discover yourself. And that's not all. With the v1.1 comes localization into 7 new languages. And in a few weeks, we'll be launching on iOS, Android, and Nintendo Switch 1 and 2. So you can play Dogpile anywhere, anyhow. It's time to pile those dogs. Thanks for listening. We hope you like our game. And give your dog a treat. We'll know if you don't.
mi amor por ti.
Bus Simulator 27. Ride the sunshine. Pre-order now.
Welcome back, man. Huh. I can't believe it's you again. After that mess you got yourself into last time. Well, you learn from your mistakes. Anyway, we've got a new job for you. It's a lot harder than it looks. You gotta get it together. The main thing is, no fuss, no rush. And next time, fill up your bloody truck. You know, it's beautiful out there, but things can get rough real quick. The road couldn't care less who you were before, rookie. Just keep it steady and keep moving. Once you make a few bucks, she'll be right, and that shit'll sort itself out. You're sleeping there, mate. Wake up, rookie. If you're ready, get going.
Most of the time, playing video games with your friends brings you closer together. Other times, it can tear friendships apart, turning your once trustworthy pals into your worst enemies, either because they're beating you at a competitive game or they really suck at co-op. Either way, if you'd like to put your friends and your relationships with them to the test, here are some new multiplayer games to keep an eye on.
Oh my god, the walls are closed again! There's too many bones!
He looks really hungry.
We should get him some food. Whoa, 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 save some for me! Come on, I'm ready to catch. Okay, here it comes. Let's go! Oh, he's right behind me. He's gonna get me. Oh, ah! Oh yeah, look at this! Crossbow!
They made a fool out of you. Again. Keep failing, and you'll never become Marco. I'll give you this. There were some moments of greatness.
Who's hungry?
Soon, a new act will arrive, and the stage will change.
London's never been a normal place, but they never used to call it magic. Same city, same problems, rent's too high, trains are late, everyone acting like they're fine. Only difference now is, sometimes your neighbors got hordes. Folklore showed up before I was born. Most of us just kinda grew up with it. They say it started in the 1920s, a tear in the world. Something came through that wasn't meant to be here, and they stayed. They changed the city, no point pretending they didn't. But London changed them right back. The way they walk and talk, proper Londoners now. Funny thing is, they don't look like heroes. And yet every time one of them rifts opens, they step forward. Not because they're fearless, because London's their home too. I won't lie, it's scary watching people you know walk into something you just can't follow. I don't know how this ends. I just know that they keep showing up.
This is the world we're building for our co-op combat game, Cast Odds. We're a small team, building the fun as we go. Early on, we were experimenting, throwing spells together, breaking the game, rebuilding it, trying to find what actually felt fun. A co-op action sandbox where run and gun flow, tag team casting, and tactical synergy spikes are the core toys. Since then, we've been refining the chaos, making it readable, deeper, and something players and their friends can truly experiment with. It's been shaped by how people play, react, and surprise us every step of the way. If you want to be part of this journey, wish us Cast Odds and join our Discord.
Life comes at you fast, so sometimes it's nice to relax with a video game that lets you take your time. Up next, here are a few games that'll let you take a minute to plan your next move.
Above village and town rises your mighty castle. Your people look to you for guidance and protection. Build castles, towns, and watchtowers to protect the land. Rule with foresight and stratagem. Assemble carpenters, blacksmiths, and merchants.
Yes, my lord.
Guard the roads and defend the peasants. Uphold justice by the sword. Defend your lord even unto death. And destroy the treacherous knight. When your castle and town is under siege, fire! Let hope fortify your courage. Rise a knight. Rise a knight, and wish list now on Steam.
All right then, Miss Gia, the dangerous smuggler. What is it you figured out exactly?
New York City, 1939. A floating metropolis, ruled by the iron fists of the barons. It's an empire of steel, held aloft by the miracle of Aether, a substance that can lift the tallest buildings to the heavens. Dive into an alternate history, where Aether and iron rule the skies. You are Gia, an underworld smuggler, taking on a last chance job that pulls you into a world of betrayal and political intrigue. Recruit allies and make enemies. Roll the dice, because when luck runs out...
Gia, the car!
One down, 100 to go.
We both know you don't beat barons by playing fair.
Your skills and your companions are your only hope. Save the city, and you just may save yourself.
Wowzers! Which ones?
In the Imperium, truth is subjective, but duty is paramount. As an Inquisitor, you are judge, executioner, and instrument of the God Emperor's will. Your authority is absolute. A city drowns in prayer and fear. People are vanishing. Something is pulling the strings from the dark, and whispers spread through sanctuaries and slums alike. You'll search crime scenes, follow leads, interrogate witnesses, and collect evidence. Every detail you uncover goes into your investigation journal, where you connect clues, test theories, and build your case piece by piece. You can take the fast route, accusing the first culprit who fits, closing the file and letting fear do the rest. Or you can keep pulling on the thread and feel the icy hand of dread grow ever colder at your spine. You will not hunt alone. Your retinue is a weapon. Companions who bring their own skills, perspectives, and lines they won't want you to cross. But what matters is your duty and the outcome. The strict certainty of a Puritan or the pragmatic edge of a radical. Both are valid. Both come with consequences. In your investigations, combat becomes yet another way of asserting control. When words fail, judgment becomes tactical. The system is built to keep fights sharper and more responsive. Cover is streamlined, and it can be destroyed. You can also aim at specific body parts to disable enemies before finishing them. Concentration lets you deny opponents their most dangerous attacks, while morale can break a force even before the last shot is fired. And once a battle is clearly decided, you can end it on your terms. It's up to you to choose how you want to deal with the suspect. In this war, no one's hands are clean. Anyone can be guilty, because innocence proves nothing.
You just gotta look at a few upcoming puzzle and strategy games, but if your idea of a good time is things happening in real time, don't blink. Here are some upcoming action games where every second counts. Think fast.
Oh, Wabi, you've been through so much. Such torment. I know you want to avoid the violence. But peace will not bring your siblings back. Use your hatred. To save your family, you must destroy them. They'll try to stop you. And they might. But you'll rise again, stronger than ever before. Remember long-forgotten skills. Rewild the world. Gather allies. And use them wisely. Embrace your power and take back all that has been lost.
I'm Cornelia Bożyńska, Creative Director at Purple Ray Studio, here to show you Koszmar, The Last Reverie. In Koszmar, you play as Violet, a lucid dreamer caught between two worlds consumed by mysterious sleeping plague. The walking city where people vanish into sleep, and the dream world where nightmares sway. In Radvan, Violet is careful, grounded, and investigative. The city requires her to observe, explore, and listen. Be prepared though. Sometimes curiosity leads to dreadful places. On her journey, she encounters nightmare rifts. Each rift is tied up to a person consumed by the plague. To wake them, Violet must enter the rift and venture into the dream world. But there, rules change. Violet unlocks abilities and freedom that real world will never allow. She is no longer only investigating the plague, but she can fight it. The deeper Violet travels between dreams and reality, the greater cost becomes. The cost is not abstract, it's real. Her actions and choices are transforming what she is, a nightmare that nightmares fear, or lost in the comfort of delusions. While you're still awake, wish is Koszmar, The Last Reverie on Steam.
That was a look at a bunch of upcoming games, and I think it's safe to say there was a little something in there for everyone. Whether you like fast-paced action, tactical strategy, scary stuff, cute stuff, or if you've ever dreamed of being a bus driver, a shark dentist, or operating a leaf blower. Video games really let you live out your wildest fantasies. Sadly, that about does it for this block of trailers, but stick around, because coming up very soon is the Xbox Games Showcase 2026, and who better to break down what Microsoft might have in store than IGN's weekly Xbox show Unlocked. They'll be taking over right now.
Welcome to IGN Live, a celebration of all things gaming and entertainment. Today,
there's the Fire Nation army just beyond the wall.
You'll hear from the cast of Avatar: The Last Airbender.
We're Vox Machina, and we don't run.
And the Legend of Vox Machina.
It's time to up.
I'm just getting started.
Tomb Raider. Magic the Gathering, plus live episodes of IGN's Game Scoop and Unlocked.
Are you guys ready?
But first, we're kicking things off with the Xbox Game Showcase, which is bound to be jam-packed with trailers, gameplay, and maybe even a new glimpse at their next-generation Xbox console, Project Helix. Get ready because IGN Live starts right now.
Hello, everyone. I'm Brian McCaffrey, host of IGN's weekly Xbox show, Unlocked. We're coming to you from IGN Live. The Xbox Game Showcase is coming up very shortly. To help me break down what we expect to see, I am joined by my regular co-hosts, Michael Hyam, Miranda Sanchez, and since it's IGN's 30th anniversary, we thought we'd invite our old friend, Destin Legary, back on Unlocked with us
Hi,
today.
everybody. Good to be back. Bam!
Yes, I needed that. I needed that today. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Well, we're less than 30 minutes away from the Xbox Showcase this year, which we already know is immediately followed by the Gears of War E-Day Direct, which I know Miranda can't even contain herself. You've waited 7 years for this, Miranda, since Gears 5.
I've been deprived.
Yeah.
Like, please.
So I want to start with what we expect to see, and then we'll move later into what we hope to see. We'll get a little more aspirational. But to start with, I mean, I've got some notes, but I'll go to our guest of honor, Destin Legary, first. All right, Destin, what do we expect to see? What is a reasonable presumption for what we're about to get in 30 minutes?
Well, I think we're going to get a beat about Fable and a beat about Call of Duty. Those are like known quantities. So I definitely think we get more. I'm really loving the new setting of Call of Duty Modern Warfare 4.
Yeah, hey guys in the IGN Live crowd, where are we at with Modern Warfare 4? Are we fired up for the game this year? Yeah, after Black Ops 7 last year, back-to-back Black Ops years. Miranda, you're a big Call of Duty player. Are you amped to get a little take a break from Black Ops this year?
I really like Black Ops, but I'm a Modern Warfare person. Like, I think Black Ops multiplayer is kind of where it's at for me, but
yeah.
I really want to see what they're going to continue with Modern Warfare. And of course, just how they're going to keep innovating on the franchise. And I think we have a lot of promise for this next one.
So, Destin, what do you think we get from Modern Warfare 4 at this? So like single-player trailer, multiplayer gameplay, where do you think it lands today?
I think it would be great to see like one of the story missions because that's been a big focus. The fact that it's taking place in Korea, even with the 4, they're actually using the Korean spelling of the number 4. So there's a lot of like interesting things that they're doing and leading into whatever that game is going to be. I'm more excited than this for this Call of Duty than I have been in a long time.
I'm in the same boat. Yeah, I've been on a little bit of a Call of Duty lull since Modern Warfare reboot in 2019. But yeah, this one looks like it might hit the right notes. Now, Michael Hyam, Destin mentioned Fable. We just got news. By the way, Fable's the #1 Xbox game I'm personally most looking forward to. I don't know. Yeah, like Fable, a lot of love for Fable out there. So, Michael, you're our resident RPG guru. You wear that badge proudly, as you should. What do you think we might see from Fable today? Because we got the pre-showcase announcement that it's delayed till February. They're basically, I'm not sure we ever thought we'd say this again after the 360 era, but here we are. Xbox has too many games for 1 year, so they're pushing Fable. So what do you think we might see out of it today, Michael?
I think that you're going to get something that tells us more of what the story is about. Because Fable is a long RPG, and we've seen long showcases showing how dense the game is, the kind of gameplay systems they're working with. Those things are exciting, but I think I've got to the point where just give me the game. I've been convinced that this is something that I'm going to be interested in. But I think knowing Fable's history about your role in that world and how you can be whatever you want, you can do whatever you want, the choices you make are going to affect the world itself and how the story plays out. But I want to know, at its core, what is this story about? And I really think that can hit with a hype trailer that is story-focused and hitting us with a definitive release date.
Yeah, February what? That is the question. I mean, we're already getting 2027 release dates this week between State of Play and the Summer Game Fest showcase. Miranda, where are you at with Fable? Are you in or out so far?
Oh, I'm definitely in. I think it's, we talked about it previously on the show, how we're like, this is gonna get moved. Like, there's no way. As you said, there are
we were right.
games. They gotta make space. And I think, especially with how long they've been working on Fable, they really want to give it time to shine.
Yeah.
And I also just want genuine time to spend with it and like make it my focus for gaming. Yeah. I know a lot of us sometimes are playing multiple games at once. And when you have like a big RPG like this, other things have to get shoved to the side or like take that back burner seat. And I want to be able to do that with Fable, and I think having a February release date really helps for that. But overall, still just very excited. I hope they don't spend too much time on it. That being said, just because they've done a lot to showcase what this game is going to be, at least mechanically, and some like the neat interactions you'll have with NPCs. But to your point, Michael, I think a bit more about the story would be a nice little trailer for them to focus on, at least in that aspect.
So we learned in the Xbox Developer Direct back in January that you apparently can't be explicitly good or evil like you could in the original trilogy.
No halos, no horns.
But, yeah, right. No halos, no horns. That's a great way to phrase it, actually.
I'm going to miss that, Ryan. That's one thing that I wish they would have retained with the Fable reboot, but I get what they're going for.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to miss the dog. The dog was the best part of Fable 2, right? And 3.
Yeah.
But you can earn a reputation in sort of a town-by-town basis.
Yeah.
We learned from the Developer Direct of whether or not the townsfolk like you. So, Destin, are you going to be a nice guy, or are you going to be like a real pain in the backside?
Because it's town by town, I'm going to split the map, and half of it I'm going to be completely evil, and the other half are going to be completely good. Also, as many children as I can possibly have in the game by the end of it.
Elon Musk it as far as...
Yeah, that's the plan. That's the plan.
That is the most Destin answer. This is why you're back.
How can I mess with the sandbox? That's what I want to know.
Michael, you strike me as you're going to be a good.
Oh, I'm always a good guy. Oh, thank you. Yeah. I got a rep in these streets. You know, I'm a very good guy. But to that point, though, I played Mass Effect so many times. Every time I think, like, this is my Renegade run. I'm going to see what this is like. And then I get, like, a little bit... I make, like, 3 bad decisions. I'm like, damn, I feel pretty bad. And I revert back. I reload my save. But I think with Fable, morality systems being more interesting these days when it comes to games, it's not just, here's the good choice, here's the bad choice. It's more like, just make decisions and see where you end up based on that. And I think that kind of moral ambiguity in RPGs can lead to interesting storytelling, but I do think it's more ambitious. And Fable has that reputation, so I would trust Playground Games to really account for that and do something that would push RPGs forward. This is an opportunity for Xbox to put out a game that they don't necessarily put out very often. You know, we often think of Xbox being action games. You know, we have the Gears, we have the Halo games, Cars, we have Forza, we used to have Motorsport, now we got Horizon. So they have those bases covered, but can they deliver a true in-depth RPG? They have Obsidian, and they've done that with Avowed and the Outer Worlds series, but if you could have another studio like Playground kind of take up the mantle of like what modern RPGs could be, that will be a big deal.
Now, you have to do a Mass Effect Renegade run.
Okay.
The decisions get so awful by the end of the trilogy.
That's not my Shepard, I know.
Yeah.
Destin's like, you've played Mass Effect how many times? Hold my beer. All right, we've got a bunch of other games I want to talk about here. Halo campaign evolved. What's the hype level in the crowd for the remake of the campaign? So, you know, like, we're definitely getting a release date for that, right, Miranda? Like, there's no question.
We have to.
In the next hour here.
If it's not coming out this year,
Right.
which I'm like, of course it will be. Like, that's like one of the most Forrester things they've had. So I think, you know, it's only the campaign. It's not that long. So.
Right, and you and I love Halo so much. Are you hyped for this? Because I can't quite reach maximum hype level without multiplayer involved.
I am bummed that there's no multiplayer, but at the same time, this is the game I've played most, like replayed constantly. Like I know the game like the back of my hand, and I know they've changed some things for this. So I'm really curious to see what they've changed when we get into the game. Overall, though, like I mean, I'm excited to play. I'll of course play it. I played a bunch and probably play it like 3 times. But you know, I'm excited for my
another
fellow
co-op run
legendary.
with your siblings.
Yeah, I'll drag them into it. But yeah, I think it's hard to be as excited because it's just such a known quantity, right? And like we've had remakes where we've had the glow up for Halo Combat Evolved specifically in such like a really cool way. So this is, you know, cool for the tech to see it in a different engine, but ultimately it's just like, I mean, we know this.
Well, while Halo may be a known quantity, something that isn't, that I expect to see today, is State of Decay 3. We've been waiting a long time for State of Decay 3. It's been teased in a couple of showcases over the course of like 5 years at this point. It's been a minute. Michael, you and I think, are on the same page with how much we love that game. What do you want to see? What do you think we're going to get out of State of Decay 3 today? If it's there. I mean, we don't know for sure that it's there.
I think, you know what, I am kind of a fan of like the gameplay walkthroughs at showcases where they show you what the moment-to-moment beats look like with those games. And I think State of Decay, because of the kind of people who are interested in State of Decay, they are systems-heavy people who are interested in that more in-depth stuff. So if that's a big part of the showcase, I think that's a W right there. Because like gameplay is the #1 thing that I'm most curious about it. Like how have they refined the series? What kind of modern elements are they incorporating? They've learned a lot, obviously, from State of Decay 2, and it's been so long. And so you expect 3 to kind of be this really polished thing out of the gate. And we've talked many times about how State of Decay has always come out the gate fairly rough. That's just kind of the nature of those games, and that's fine for what they were. It took time to get there. But I think State of Decay 3, out the gate, needs to be solid. It needs to have a lot of content. It needs to be polished. And hopefully, like with it being in a showcase, if it is, they can get over that reputation of being a janky game and be like, this is what it is, and it's coming soon-ish. But that's what I want to see from it.
Destin, there's been a little bit of a hubbub in the Xbox Online space over the last week or two about what system logos do you show at the end of the trailers for these things. And so one thing I want to ask you is, Forza Horizon 6, it's a 10 out of 10 game, says IGN.com, and a whole bunch of other outlets.
10 out of 10. It's
and a whole bunch of players. It's another masterpiece from Playground Games. We know that it's coming to PS5 later this year, so what I'm curious to know from you, Destin, is do you think in the Xbox showcase we get the PS5 release date for Forza Horizon 6?
No. Asha Sharma was very clear that she's heard the fan feedback, and I have to imagine that we're not going to see PlayStation 5 logos or competitor logos in the broadcast anymore. That was a decision Phil Spencer had made, I believe, at the time. And It just, the community said they didn't want it. So no matter how we feel about it, she's made the decision to, going forward, not have that as part of the presentation. And core is one of her main tenets in her new strategy in terms of the business. So no, I don't think we got a release date for Forza Horizon 6 on PlayStation 5. And I would be surprised if they didn't do a file export without logos for this presentation.
Yeah, I'm with you. All right, we need to take a quick break, but stick around. IGN Live will be right back.
IGN Live is presented by Amazon Luna, here to play.
IGN Store has everything you need to level up your life.
Red 6 standing by.
Refresh your wardrobe with official gear you won't find anywhere else. From Fallout, Expedition 33, Romeo's a Dead Man, and more. Treat yourself to the coolest collectibles like an adorable SKA plush, your very own Assassin's Creed Hidden Blade, and a fully functional video game soundtracks on vinyl. Whatever you need, IGN Store has you covered. Head to store.ign.com and start shopping today.
Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help.
One step at a time.
IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for Shadow of the Erdtree, Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom, Call of Duty Black Ops 6 Zombies, and so much more.
See? It's good, right?
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
Do you want to be the very best like no one ever was? Streamline your journey to becoming a master trainer with Planet Pokemon. Choose your Pokemon, filtering by type, stats, or game availability. Then use the full team builder to assemble an unbeatable lineup. Plan out the optimal set of moves, items, and abilities. Play to your strengths by analyzing your team's resistances and offensive coverage. Or really maximize your Poke potential by digging into the stats by adjusting EVs and IVs. And save multiple team builds for different strategies in different games. Plan your dream team today at planetpokemon.com. IGN's
And we are back. Just a friendly reminder to stick around after the Xbox Game Showcase, because we'll be right back right here for our live post-show, plus tons more great interviews and gameplay demos coming out of IGN Live. All right, time now for what we hope to see. We talked in the first block about what we think, what we expect to see, but now let's do a little wish casting. Let's have a little fun. Michael Hyam, what do you hope to see in the Xbox Showcase in another 13 minutes and 34 seconds?
I was here 1 year ago getting hyped for Persona 4 Revival. I was a little disappointed by what they showed because they didn't show enough gameplay, they didn't give enough details, but this is the year in which they can follow up on that from last year. You know, I'm a big Persona guy, and I have a rep in these streets for being into RPGs on that level, but I'm interested in story changes, how they're doing gameplay this time around. It's gonna come soon, hopefully. It's a remake of a game that has been done many times at this point, so I need to be convinced that this is a game worth remaking. I think Persona 4 Golden, for what that game is, that is a pristine version of that game.
Yeah.
Why would you want to remake it? That's what they should do at the Xbox Showcase. I don't know if Atlas has much to show at all, or if they're saving it for another time or anything like that, but the fact that they have like this relationship with Xbox is very interesting as a Japanese dev that has traditionally been on PlayStation.
That's true.
You know, and I've always liked Xbox championing Japanese games, whether it's Sega stuff, or if it's Atlas, or if it's Square Enix and things like
Gaiden?
that. Yeah. Yeah, and so Persona 4 Revival, I want to see more in-depth coverage. And listen, I'm going to put my clown makeup on if this doesn't happen. But if there is a logo drop of Persona 6 or something, I will get hype. again. But my clown makeup is in the backstage, and it's ready to go in case.
Wasn't there something last year that you promised some crazy thing you were going to do? And
did I?
I don't know. We don't
remember what it was.
We'll go back to the tape.
All right,
You're going to be eating paper after this?
Something like that. Now, Miranda, you don't have to promise to put on clown makeup or anything, but what do you hope to see that's going to get you fired up if in fact it happens?
I want an announcement for Wolfenstein 3, like a proper announcement. I mean,
where are them Wolfenstein fans out there?
Obviously, Machine Games has been pretty busy, but we've had Indiana Jones for a while now. And I'm like, all right, guys, bring back my boy BJ, bring back his twins, bring back the crew. Like, let's go slay some more Nazis.
Yeah.
Let's make things better. And I hope that they'll do, like, sort of a mood piece, like, with the announcement and not just a logo. Like, because I know whenever I think of people who just announce games with a logo, I'm like, we have Elder Scrolls. It's like, I want more than what we got for that, basically, for this. Because I think, again, we kind of know where they would go probably.
Yeah.
Probably, but if it's not, I would like to have some of that matched to this hopeful mood piece that they would have. But
Michael, Wolfenstein 3, are you all in if that happens?
I would pop off for that. I think that's, there's a lot of things going for it. We haven't seen Wolfenstein in a long time, but Indiana Jones was a great game. Machine Games has a great reputation.
They got the sauce.
To say the least.
Yeah.
They have not missed. And so I think 2017 is a long time ago, y'all. I hate to break it to y'all, but 2017 was 9 years ago. And that's when we had the new Colossus. And that game was fantastic. But so much of the world itself around us has changed. And Wolfenstein has always been this sort of commentary on the things that they see manifest in a game that is, fantastical. It is historical fiction. It's dystopian. It's all these different things. But our world has changed so much. And I think Machine Games has proven that they're smart about how they weave those things. I think Wolfenstein, New Order, and New Colossus are actually very good. There's very good storytelling in that, on top of being a really good shooter. So if they do show 3, I do trust them with that.
Yeah, I mean, Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, that was my 2024 game of the year. So it's it's still only a year and a half ago because it came out in December.
Yes,
so we'll see. It's, I mean, I wouldn't rule it out, but it's...
Hopefully time for an announcement, though. Or just... This is one where I'd be happy to hear about early. Even if it's still a few years away.
Just to reassure us that they are going to finish what they started with Wolfenstein.
Exactly.
All right, Destin.
Yeah.
What do you hope to see?
So we got a really deep look into this, and it's Clockwork Revolution.
Nice. Yeah.
So I really liked what I saw there. I would love to see a little bit more about it. I don't want them to have a huge section because I don't want to see too much. But the thing about that game that really strikes me is a lot of games we play today, they feel very samey, and that seems like it's doing something very unique and mixing a lot of mechanics that we haven't really seen the first-person shooter genre embrace and attempt to do with modern games. So I would love to see more about it.
Yeah, it seems like, Michael, would it be fair to say, based on what we've seen so far from Clockwork Revolution, that it's maybe almost a kind of a cousin to Obsidian stuff, to Outer Worlds, sort of that hybrid first-person shooter and proper RPG in one game?
Yeah, that's the impression we got. And knowing In Exile, who's developing this, it's they make games for RPG sickos.
Yes.
And like Path of Exile, you play Path of Exile.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah. So but to see a lot of those systems or ideas manifest in a first-person game, I think that could be a winning formula, and it's something new from them. It's new. It would be something fresh for Xbox, but also for In Exile. And I miss Dishonored. I got a lot of Dishonored vibes from what we saw previously with it, and there's room for that kind of game again. I know Arcane isn't working on a Dishonored anymore, and I miss that vibe. But that steampunk era with a lot of different technology you haven't seen before. But if you can go deeper on RPG systems in that kind of world, I like you said, though, I don't need to see more gameplay because we did get a deep dive. That was 5-6 minutes long last year. But if we could get hit with a story trailer,
a release window,
that would be cool to remind people at least that this game exists.
I've been really a big fan of all the games that have been coming out with boss fights as their show of gameplay because I think it really capitalizes on characterizing the kind of mechanics they want to really throw at you. Because when you get to boss, it's you're putting all the skills you've learned.
You're stepping up.
Right. So it's like the culmination of everything you learned up until that point. So being able to see a boss and see how they put that together, I think is such a great display without having to show too much of their story or too much of their environments that they're not ready to showcase yet, just because, spoilers. So I hope that would be a great opportunity for them.
Yeah.
We mentioned we had Arcane's Blade, Marvel's Blade brought up. Destin, any chance you think we see that? No,
I don't. I would love that to see where they're going with the gameplay and the unique art style that they presented thus far. But no, I don't think that's going to happen. What I would really like to see from this showcase is I want to see Xbox sort of showcase why you should invest in their ecosystem again.
Yeah.
What makes them special? And I don't know, are Gears and Halo going to be able to do that again, or is there something new that they have up their sleeves that will reinvigorate their base and get that new audience that they're trying to capture?
Well, I can think of one thing, but it's probably not happening today, and that would be an Elder Scrolls 6 teaser.
Oh yeah,
that's we're not there yet. I can't.
Exclusively on Xbox.
Well, that would end like all of LA would just melt.
That's the thing is like with Asha kind of like saying that they're thinking about and reevaluating exclusivity on Xbox.
Yeah.
I mean, like that's important for them to message, and I think it would be really powerful for them to have figured that out by now. I'm not confident they would, because I feel like that's like a really big decision for them to change that kind of trajectory, because it's not just them saying, actually, we don't want to do this anymore. Like, there's like contracts and legal obligations they have to other partners who that they said, yes, we're going to push this out other places. But I think there's still something, to your point, Dustin, about the future that they can at least start messaging.
Yeah.
I mean, what are we, 3 years removed from Starfield already at this point? Almost.
Yeah, 3 years.
Yeah. Wow, that went fast.
But I think Bethesda is like too big to do that to. Like they have a lot of studios, obviously, but I think Bethesda, in a way, also calls their own shots. And the impression I got when I talked to Todd Howard a couple months back, when I went to go see Starfield's new update and the PS5 release, that pipeline exists at Bethesda, and I think it would be, I don't think it would be smart if they would tell Bethesda, like, actually, you're not doing PlayStation development anymore. Like, that is kind of Bethesda's call to make. But again, like, Xbox has been doing some surprising moves, so maybe something like that is happening in the background, but I wouldn't bet on that.
The reporting says that PlayStation isn't going to do PC releases. If they're willing to walk away with $1 billion+ in revenue from their PC releases, maybe Xbox is looking at that and saying, maybe we do have too many cross-platform games. I could see a timed exclusivity.
That was where I was
for some of these entries, like they did with Indiana Jones.
Yeah, but again, probably too early for Elder Scrolls 6. It's still always fun to talk about. But one thing, so for me, what I hope to see, not saying this is going to happen, but we've seen Asha Sharma come in, try to get some wins, right? And I think, to her credit, I think she has done that. She lowered the price most of the way back down on Game Pass Ultimate after it went through the roof last year.
Good course correction there.
Yeah, and that was definitely very welcome, because quite frankly, I can't think of any other major gaming or entertainment streaming service that has lowered its price. They only ever go up. Certainly my Netflix bill only ever goes up.
Yeah.
But I wonder if Asha, and today, maybe we get a tiny price cut on the Series X and the Series S, because when she came in, she did address hardware as in sort of her introductory blog post is, hey, this is like hardware is too much. We need to be more affordable. And so like $25 or $50 still doesn't get us back to, I mean, these consoles should all be $400 or less at this point, if you ask me. But I could see maybe a small price cut today, especially with GTA 6 looming in November, because then like a lot of people are going to finally buy a current generation console because of GTA 6, and if the Xbox is a little bit cheaper, maybe that nudges some people to go that way. Michael, am I nuts here?
No, we've talked about in a previous Unlocked episode that Miranda, I think you brought up, but then like it snowballed into this idea that if Xbox wants to be the platform to go to, affordability it's right there on the table. Because we cannot stop talking about how expensive hardware is. Technology ain't getting cheaper. It's unprecedented that 6 years into a console's life cycle, it's only gotten more expensive. So if they want to take that loss, whatever it might be, and be like, line it up with the biggest game that will ever release up to this point.
Exactly.
If you could associate yourself with that, I know that Rockstar has certain marketing deals with other platforms, with like PlayStation and stuff, and it's not coming to PC yet. So what could be the most accessible and approachable way to play GTA 6 if you had not made the jump?
A
Series S might be the option too. Like that's not out of the realm of possibility.
I was going to say some of our core fans and be like, who hasn't made the jump at this point? Actually,
A lot of
people.
people.
I was talking to somebody who's like, oh yeah, I haven't played a game in like 6 years, but I'm going to come back for GTA. Like GTA is my thing. And I was like, oh, do you have a console to play it on? They're like, not yet. I'm still figuring it out. So, I mean, there's a market there for that for sure.
Asha highlighted that in the Bloomberg interview she just did recently that it was a 2.75% increase in hardware costs when typically we've seen a 50% price reduction by this point in the life cycle. And affordability is a key metric that she is looking at and trying to figure out how they can offer that to the audience when everybody else is raising their prices.
Yeah, so I'm really crossing my fingers for that one because I just think, again, even if at $50 probably maybe covers sales tax on a $500+ console, but any little bit would be welcome.
It helps.
These things, they've just gotten too damn expensive. It's like the rent is too damn high. So it is time. So we'll see. But that's what we hope to see. Now let's see what we're gonna see.
Oh, it's starting.
The Xbox Showcase is starting.
Let's go.
We'll see you on the other side for our post-show recap.
This is the Coalition Emergency Broadcast System. There are reports of multiple tremors causing minor damage across Kelowna.
Stay sharp. Don't let them surround you.
There should be more guns in the trunk.
Here, strap these on.
This isn't enough. We should still head to the police station. We're gonna have more firepower there.
Right. Yes. It's about 2 blocks up ahead.
Okay.
Come on!
Shoot, move, watch for civilians. Get inside, now! Ground's opening!
You see that? There's something big! Like huge crab figures picking up through the street! Just the adrenaline, kid. We need to keep moving through the underpass. People!
Let's get moving.
Let me see what I can do.
I'm at the fire safe. I need backup. These things are all over me.
More tremors.
Any gears out there? Anyone that can hear this? That gear said they're stuck in the pay and save. Which way?
It's on the other side of those apartments. At least that thing carved us a shortcut.
Through here.
Too slow! Oh, bugger! Come on, then! Oh. Nice shot! Oh, where the hell did you lot come from?
We heard your distress call.
Well, you saved my ass. But we need to make ourselves scarce. These fuckers keep pouring in every few minutes.
More trappers, watch it!
Right on schedule. You guys here?
Yeah, who are you? Where's your squad?
Beasties took out my squadron a couple hours ago. We're into protecting some survivors nearby. I was about to get back when I got cornered in here.
These things been coming in waves?
Yeah, what's the problem till I ran out of ammo? I'm not just standing down. I got friends inside.
Eat that!
Throwing a grenade! Stay calm. Watch your back.
Reload it!
Gotta reload! Anyone see him?
Contact front!
There's no end to these freaks!
Pick him off!
On your right, I got it!
Jammed! Damn it! Tom!
I'm almost out! Fall back!
Our roads converge again. Marcus Phoenix.
Welcome to the Xbox Game Showcase. For the past 25 years, Xbox has delivered some of the greatest games of all time. Games that changed what was possible, games that brought players together, and games that defined generations. Xbox was built on the spirit of creativity and heart. And as we kick off the show with Gears of War E-Day, it's only fitting that as we return to Xbox, we return to Gears. So today, we're announcing that Gears of War E-Day will be an Xbox console exclusive. The core of Xbox is great games, and that's what today is all about. We're going to show you more than 25 titles from creators around the world, followed by our Gears Direct. Enjoy the show.
Do I remember the moment my powers came in? Well, I was being crushed to death with seawater and mud and manure, whilst holding onto my sister's hand. I remember her fingers gripped so tightly in mine that her nails drew blood. Until I lost her grip. But she stayed away. Does stick in the memory bit, yeah. I know why you're here. You want to talk about them. They're not real heroes.
You ever seen a legend in the flesh?
All that power, how do they use it? Killing mindless beasts. Fighting petty villains. None of that matters.
Look what the guild shut out.
A real hero knows how to wield power. They don't waste their time in trivialities.
You're back. And dressed like a twat.
Got more important things to worry about than vegetables.
A hero knows how to live with their choices.
Oi! What the fuck was that?
Well, I was just
sent my brother into the infinite fucking abyss without even asking permission.
Remorse? Remorse is for the guilty. Look, I will tell you what I told them. Albion is broken, and I'm going to mend it. Albion doesn't need heroes. It needs a hero.
You're a monster.
And that hero is me.
You've heard the story. Halo, the Chief, stuff of legends. But that's not the story I'm telling today. This one you haven't heard. I've started simple enough. Drop in, grab the goods, get out before anyone noticed. Well, guess what? They noticed. Now you ready to get to it? You served long enough. You learn to read a battlefield. This place, more of a freak show. And trust me, I know freaky.
Have you enjoyed your stay so far, Demon?
Sorry to interrupt, but we're on the clock. The thing with simple jobs is, they always get complicated. The plans change. Odds get worse. My advice, bring a Spartan. Chief, you ever get tired of being the strong, almost silent type?
No.
There's something on this island. It's like it calls to me. You and my father found that island thanks to me.
There's more to this than you understand. More than you can handle.
I've proven myself.
Have you? Have you really?
A sword keeps you alive. A dagger wins the fight. Look at this place. It's mad.
The final confrontation is about to begin!
Where are the others? This was dead, Lenny. They're all dead. Move!
But you couldn't have said, hey, Lenny, you know those ancient death curse rumors? Well, maybe they're true. Sit in.
You ever heard of the Midnight Channel?
Domino might have been on that Midnight Channel before she died too.
Wait! Whoa! Now, where are we?
Whoa.
Feels like we're someplace totally different. Watch out!
Now then, whatever's going on here, we're getting to the bottom of it.
To wield a persona is to wield direct control of one's heart. And the heart is strengthened through bonds.
Doesn't it sound cool?
Someone had to see that. I'm glad it was you.
Was that supposed to be him?
Good times never seem to last long, do they?
I hate you, sneaky, stupid bully jerk! I can't wait!
So, shall we?
Really? So neat!
Come on, don't call me that.
All shadows were originally born from humans. Well, then that means Senpai got killed by her other self.
No! Get out of here! Don't look at me! Does that mean you're just gonna stuff me back in your head and pretend I'm not real? I can't! I can't!
Persona! Alright! Which means that we also gotta catch whoever's tossing people in here.
I think I'd like to help too. I'm not running away from this. But I have no problem taking down shadows. It's over!
So yeah, I'll be counting on you, partner. Then let's team up and catch this jerk.
Let's end this! Here! Go! Persona!
friends and I used to argue about what ended the world. A weapon. A virus. Something worse. Just started in quiet towns, empty roads, places the world forgot. Guys, I found a nest. These survivors found each other, built walls, pushed back against the night. We'll always have each other's back. Because the world has become more dangerous than ever. The dead aren't just wandering anymore. They hunt. In the end, it doesn't matter what you believe. What matters is that when the dead come through the dark, so do we.
On the Sea of Thieves, there have been plenty of grand adventures. But what if you could make your own Sea of Thieves experience? With our new free update, Custom Seas, you can. Let me explain. You can create new ways to play. Like Rowboat Royale, where small but bloodthirsty crews duke it out in a furious battle to the death. Just remember to watch out for explosive barrels. Oh, I'm sure they're fine. Or Skeleton Snipe Hunt, where the sharpest shooter with the highest score wins. Or maybe you just want to spawn this, and these, and one of those, and absolutely loads of these, and, well, you get the idea. You could create a cinematic masterpiece. With enhanced camera tools, you could show romance, action, or tragedy. Or maybe just show the world from a whole new perspective. Or you could even just create a place to hang. Literally, if you want. Or you could come together for a party. Or maybe you want somewhere you can just kick back and relax. Whatever your piratical pursuits may be, we're giving you your own keys to the seas. There's a whole new world of possibility ready to explore. So dive in and unleash your creativity. The tools are now in your hands. What you do with them is up to you. Just try not to wreck the place.
There is a liar in these tunnels. They call him Führer. But that is not your name. Your name is Hunter. As a Spartan, you were a legend. You stood for something. But where are the Spartans now?
protect the Metro from you. You promised a brighter future for our people. Now, the Norai spreads tyranny in your name. You swore to crush the enemy, to face them head on, and guide the Metro to the light. But darkness consumes you. Spreads like a plague. Eats you from within. Every step and every move drowns you deeper in lies. Your lies. And now, Hunter, that legendary Spartan is gone. Turn to ash. I won't stop until the Führer burns with him.
World premiere. World premiere.
Countless wars have been waged throughout history in pursuit of the elixir of immortality. A champion rises, destined to quell the chaos of this senseless cycle. Awaken. Phoenix.
So, it was you who set the Red Cliffs ablaze.
You're ready for the challenge and the reward of opening your very own cult.
Nothing can beat us, nothing can break us, nothing can shock us, nothing can shake us. I know it's nothing.
You'll be going to beautiful Bedford County, USA, teaming with locals waiting to join our family.
You scare me? You don't scare me.
You better reevaluate your life choices.
You pissed off a random person on the street. You want a trophy?
Even if they don't know it yet. Build a cult, and I will shield you from the apocalypse. Join us. Join us.
Nothing can stop our love.
Looking for the owner of a severed human head. Come and collect it, or it will be given away on a first-come, first-served basis.
World premiere.
Left your people behind. Believing time would see them heal. But what is left in the dark sickens. And some binds cannot be broken. Accept what waits for you.
Answer the call of Vault 76.
Welcome to the surface, a sprawling paradise. Meet the locals, learn to fish. Doesn't that sound nice? What a hoot! You found loot. This is no time to hoard. Share your stroke of luck with your pals. All aboard. Build your camp as a team. Hey, life's pretty swell. But in this Appalachian wonderland,
All is not well.
Gadzooks! It's worse than expected. Enemies are waiting in places undetected. So suit up, son, and defend our great nation. And gather all your friends when you fight this infestation. That's the play, Daddy-O. We'll tackle them all. Rebuilding our bright future from the ashes, rising tall. When you hear adventure calling, when you're looking for kicks. Answer the call of Vault.
Answer the call of Vault.
Answer the call of Vault 76. Oh, dear.
Sergeant Denard trembles in the wake of your actions. They follow you now.
The Council has chosen. Beneath this chamber will be your tomb. This place is your pain-given shape. It holds many secrets. Only a cleansed soul may leave. I am not your enemy. I am your way out.
With the Slayer gone, have you not found peace? The demons, they have retreated. Their war is with him.
The Slayer is alive, and we're going to find him.
the frozen north, we know only one way of life. We know the thunderous crash of the waves against our ships. We know the bite of cold steel. The roar of fires that consume our enemies. And that the moment of peace is only temporary. Because Valhalla opens its gates only to the worthy. And the next proving ground awaits just beyond the horizon.
Premiere.
Ladies and gentlemen, admirers of the mysteries of magic, take your seats before the lights go down and the curtain rises, for our next act is about to begin. Are you sitting comfortably? Are you prepared to witness feats both mystifying and illuminating? Watch closely then, and let the shadows tell their story. Behold, the famous Jacob Menturo, stage magician extraordinaire. So brilliant were his tricks, it cast 5 long shadows behind him. They called themselves Masters. Through a deal with the devil, the Masters sought yet more power. Their deal demanded a sacrifice, and in the darkness, they chose Jacob. Jacob was trapped in eternal torment, but the devil had other plans. He pulled Jacob from his infernal nightmare and offered a new deal. Face their legions, their tricks, every abomination they command. Take what should have been his. Escape if he can. Oops. That's your cue. Run. A deal's a deal, Jacob. I'll see you soon.
What would you give for victory? Your life? The lives of your sons?
The line between victory and defeat is thin. What if you had within you power, terrible and divine, to destroy your enemies, break their will? Would you have the strength, the resolve to wield it? If destiny was there, within reach, could you sacrifice everything? For your country. For your empire. For your emperor.
Glenumbra's full of thieves. What is it you're after? Don't take this the wrong way, but we've been watching you. You've got talent and a lot of promise.
Stop! Thief!
Are you ready to talk about planning a real heist, partner? Welcome to our Thieves Guild. Our members will show you the ropes. This job is going to need every trick in the book.
I heard that caravan should arrive tomorrow.
Some jobs call for slick distractions and quick fingers, but you never truly know what's behind a door. Or if that's not quite your style, step out of the shadows and take a direct approach. There's other treasure all around the world, if you know where to look and are willing to fight for it. Whether it's fortune, adventure, or danger, the Thieves Guild has everything you need, as long as you're willing to take it.
Don't mind if I do. Hands off the cheese. I got here first.
The mountain stands here, yet it cannot be seen. The wind passes without a sound. People move within. The Moists move in secrecy, renowned for their mastery of mechanisms. As the old order begins to fall, no one can remain untouched. When all is obscured, the battle has only just begun. Beneath every mechanism, the true game lies in the human heart. This is your game to decide.
Dracula's castle is just ahead. I have come here to destroy you, just like my father, mother, and their allies before me.
No one believed me when I said the newest Belmont would be a girl.
God has given you another chance, Rose. You must use it wisely to better control your curse and strengthen yourself.
You are no more than an irritating thing. What makes you think you can stop me this time?
I've always wanted a pet Belmont.
Stupid girl. I will show you what hell is.
I am Rose Belmont, and I will hunt the night!
Some years have a color to them. A haze that seems to fill the whole world. In its glow, you discover wonderful new places. Dear friends you always needed. And golden moments which linger on the warm breeze. As you live your days.
World premiere.
It's my kind of night. Alarms are ringing, bullets are flying.
What you do that for?
My fingers slipped, and every copper in the tangle is on my tail.
Hooligans, come to order!
Piss off! Let me introduce you to some of my esteemed colleagues.
Even my schemes have schemes.
Me, I prefer to make it up as I go.
Morgan! Oh, you'll have better odds getting through without me.
Everyone knows you're easy pickings for someone with any sand.
Then give my regards to the Sandman.
Cheap rubbish.
A corpse in hand is worth two in the grave, as they say.
Look at the bloody airships. We're not here for you.
Not here for me! I'm Anne fucking Darrow!
Time to lay our hands to mischief.
We've been preparing to rob Griswick's vault for months now. So put in the heist tonight, yeah? Morgan, get to that crane to lower the ship.
Greetings. I am the Miracle Industries auto-loading crane. If you have the authority, I am at your service.
What happens if I fired a few holes in you?
The lift is now unlocked.
Ah, defeat! How sad. You were all doing so well.
Do you expect us to go quietly?
Well, I certainly don't expect any trouble from some of Avalon's most disposable citizens.
Hello, frightened human. I can get you out of this. You've just jumped about 25 years back in time. This place, on this day, is ripe for changing the course of history.
This life ain't one for granting easy choices, but I just found a way to control the past. Change who's in control. Make things unfair in our favor. Brought you a little toy with a big mouth.
What a proper little villain.
A better villain than you'll ever be, you decrepit old soak.
The pimp, the plod, the priest, who do we like the least? Oh, it's different how they do ya, the ways they stick it to ya. And when they're done with chucking it up, oh, downstairs, well, they're all gonna screw you in the end.
Nothing's ever given to folk like us, especially not the future. But This time, we've a chance to steal it.
When they're done,
What more could an honest thief ask for?
stairs, well, they're all going to screw you in the end.
Clockwork Revolution is an original experience full of intriguing characters and incredible world building. And it's an Xbox console exclusive coming in 2027. Thank you so much for joining us today. This is a milestone year for us as we celebrate 25 years with you, and we're excited about our lineup of iconic games. Record-breaking Forza Horizon 6, the return of Master Chief, rebuilt from the ground up, the extraordinary world of Fable, full of choice and consequences. Incredible games from our partners at Sega, 4A Games, Koei Tecmo, and more. And players can look forward to 2 upcoming exclusives, Gears of War E-Day in 2026 and Clockwork Revolution in 2027. In a moment, we'll dive into Gears of War E-Day, but before we do, one franchise that has been with us from the beginning is Call of Duty. Now, it's bigger than ever, with a new Modern Warfare later this year and a movie on the way. Last month, the teams at Infinity Ward and Activision gave us a glimpse of the story and gameplay. Today, they are back with a first look at DMZ, reimagined in a way that only Call of Duty can deliver.
경의하는 최고령도자 동지. 현명한 용도 아래 우리 조선 반도는 질서정연하고 강력하다. 남부 차단구역에서 발생했던 산업사고는 우리 공화국의 용적 투쟁으로 이미 수습되어 조국의 안전엔 흔들림이 없다. 차단구역은 안전하다.
Inside the mall is a set of black files carrying bounty intel on a high-value target. Locate the files and eliminate the HVT. Expect contact. HVT may be in the area hunting anyone after that intel. Jeez, this place is huge. It's dark as hell. That's why you got NVGs, man.
Hey, I'm gonna head downstairs real quick. See if there's any weapons or gear laying around.
No, that's a negative. That's not why we're here.
I'm gonna be fine. It's only gonna take 2 seconds.
I say again, that's a negative. Okay, get your ass upstairs.
Damn, he's down. Let's go help him.
Hell no. That's on him. I told him to get his ass up here.
Copy. Where are we at on the intel?
Got it. Alright, let's find that HVT.
On you.
Overwatch to actual. Letting that intel compromise your location. Enemies are alerted to your position.
Shit.
Yeah, you know we're here.
What's up?
Let's just... Hey, you good, man?
Fuck.
Yeah, you're all right.
Is that the HVT?
Hey, fuck the HVT. Let's just go to exfil.
Fuck! I got you, man. You good?
Yep. Let's just get out of here.
All right. Let me get some ammo.
Yep.
Oh, hell yeah.
All right, let's move. Overwatch to actual. Look for any building with green smoke. I say again, green smoke. Freeze, you got eyes?
Yeah, I got it. Oh, shit. I'm inside.
Get your ass to the roof right now.
Copy. Please have medical. Oh, thank you. Hey, Locker, you downstairs?
Negative. I'm headed up the ladder. Going up to the roof.
Oh, shit.
Welcome to the Coalition, here in Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada, home of Gears of War. When Gears debuted in 2006, it instantly redefined the genre. And now in 2026, we're on the cusp of another rare moment. A chance to honor where we've been, celebrate with our fans, and lay the foundation for where Gears is going next. To get there, we're taking it all the way back to the day the world changed and the fight began, Emergence Day. It's a day of unimaginable loss that sits at the heart of our universe. And today, for the first time, we're ready to take you inside the studio and show you all the ways to play with our new movements, weapons, and modes that will make E-Day the most brutally satisfying Gears yet.
Is that all you got?
Before we talk about what this game is, I think it's important to share why we chose E-Day. When we started this project, we were moving to Unreal Engine 5. It was a new foundation with a blank slate. So we took a moment to reflect on what makes Gears so special to us and to our fans. And we realized that all of the things that make this world feel so unique, brotherhood, brutality, that melancholy beauty, and over-the-top spectacle, they're all perfectly set up in this one moment in time, E-Day. The moment the Locust ripped through the ground and changed the history of Sarah forever. And to tell that story, we wanted to build an experience that evoked the vibes of the original Gears game. So we started with this one still from the Mad World trailer. It's Marcus facing down the Locust, defiantly firing into the darkness against overwhelming odds, And we said, this is the emotional core of Gears. This is the tone and feeling that we wanted to build our next game around.
This is our most ambitious game yet. E-Day is a story we haven't been able to tell before because we didn't have the technology to do it. We finally have the tools to reimagine the Gears world at a new, unprecedented level of detail. We're pushing Gears to new heights with the densest, most detailed world we've ever created. With seamless, large-scale environments.
It's even worse from up here.
Fully dynamic ray trace lighting. And richer real-time destruction. Starting with an empty hard drive, we literally rebuilt everything from scratch. Characters, enemies, weapons, animation, sound, the world itself. And then we tear it apart in front of you.
Look out! Coming down!
You'll fight against bigger and more brutal enemies with new and craftier weapons and navigate the battlefield with more natural character movement so that every moment of emergence plays smoother and hits harder.
This is a game that feels like Gears, but plays like new.
Now, we're inside.
It's a return to the feelings that we had when we played the original games, but now reimagined, evolved, and enhanced with the power of a new engine.
E-Day is set before the events of the original Gears of War. After decades of conflict, peace has finally been declared on Sarah, and the Gears have returned home.
Love you, baby.
Marcus Phoenix and Dominic Santiago are young veterans trying to adjust to civilian life while grieving the loss of someone they both loved. Carlos Santiago, Dom's older brother and Marcus's best friend.
To Carlos.
To Carlos. Best fucking brother anyone could ask for.
Carlos died in combat in a moment of sacrifice before the war ended, and without him, Marcus and Dom's relationship is distant.
The emotion from our refinery gets power.
With the world just barely on the cusp of peace and our characters coming to terms with their new reality, the Locusts emerge and change everything.
This is the Coalition Emergency Broadcast System. There are reports of multiple tremors causing minor damage across Kelowna.
Strap these up.
E-Day tells not one, but two origin stories. The start of this world falling apart and a brotherhood coming together. And over the course of 3 intense days, you'll see how loss reshapes this world and our characters, beginning with a night of desperate survival in a brand new city.
We decided to focus our story on just one city, so you could really feel what war does to people. When we started creating Kelowna, we wanted it to be more than just a backdrop. We wanted to feel alive, like it was another character in the story, packed with layers and personality. Kelowna used to be all about innovation and discovery. But years of industrialization for the Cog War effort totally reshaped it. With such a rich history, it made sense to lean into that classic Gears retro vibe. Towering architecture, robust vehicles, and grounded technology. Kind of like those gritty industrial cities from the 1970s. We also looked right outside these windows at the mountains, the ocean, and local landmarks to help give Kelowna its unique style. As you play the campaign, the city reveals itself through the main districts. The historic center, with its classic Gears architecture in stone and steel. The downtown core, more modern, reshaped by decades of industrial growth. The military airfield, set at the forest edge with shipyards nearby, the refineries, and supporting working-class neighborhoods, built around constant emulsion production.
Gears plays best in a city, and Kelowna is the ultimate battlefield. Kelowna's density, tight streets mixed with open spaces let us rethink how gear moves through the world, and it created the perfect stage for greater scale and verticality in combat. Our soldiers are basically giant tanks in armor. They slam into cars, weaving through hails of bullets. And we wanted to keep that heaviness, but add more fluidity to how you move through the battlefield. Cover is life in Gears. And we've completely rebuilt our movement and cover systems, with smoother transitions and a bigger range of cover heights and shapes, including new low ground cover. This all allows us to create more complex and organic feeling spaces than ever before. From Sprint, you can now slide, which lets you quickly get under objects, slide around corners, or transition more smoothly into cover from a run. And we added the ability to jump, which really opened up this citywide battleground. We get to play with more verticality, climbing walls and vehicles, or clearing gaps in crumbling buildings to reach new flanking routes. At the heart of our gameplay is still that great Gears combat puzzle. A mix of unique enemy combinations, tactical weapon choices, and your ability to read and move through the arena. But now you have more choice than ever, and we get these peaks of almost action movie sequences. You can throw yourself off a balcony, land next to your buddy and revive him, scramble through cover, slide under a truck, and hit safety on the other side. We get these amazing Gears playgrounds, small and large, where all these elements come together, and the city is filled with them.
Our missions move across the city, from linear fights in narrow streets and alleys to more open districts, where you have access to entire neighborhoods. Now you have strategic choices. Do you take the enemy head-on? Do you flank them from a side entrance? Or do you climb up to the balcony across the street and take them all out with your long shot? It's up to you. And if you're playing co-op with your friends, well, then you can try all three at the same time. Taking your own path reveals small stories from the city. Survivors trapped in an apartment.
There's a civilian in that building, 4th floor.
A raven crashed in the distance. A group of Gears readying an ambush. You still have your orders, but it's up to you to decide where you offer to help or how much of the city you choose to explore.
And that city is fully realized. To create a city of this scale and detail, we needed to invest in an entire suite of tools. Tools for roads, intersections, sidewalks, e-holes, buildings, rooftops, and pipes. We have a procedural content generation toolset for scattering millions of pieces of trash and debris across the ground to make Kelowna feel lived in. This is the largest, most complex location you've ever seen in a Gears game.
But the board control is connected to an older antenna. I can reconfigure their radios to reach Afira.
Do it. The remaining Gears will hold the fort.
In other Gears games, the world's basically already dead. There are very few human survivors left. But in E-Day, you're watching a live city get ripped apart in front of you. People who once went to work, sporting events, and celebrated the possibility of peacetime are now stopped in their tracks. They abandon their cars and run for survival, attempting to find refuge in subways or stores. A glimpse of a child's toy or dinner left uneaten are reminders of what's been lost and the horror of what the locusts have unleashed.
You'll experience the locust decimation at all scales in E-Day through our customized destruction technology. E-holes are back, unleashing waves of enemies from under your feet at any moment.
As a game design element, getting to use E-holes again as a spawn mechanic is brilliant. Locusts can come out of the ground anywhere, you can toss a grenade in to close them up, just adds this great tactical layer to encounters.
But you'll also encounter massive sinkholes that'll pull down vehicles and entire buildings. And no amount of detail is too small, as micro-destruction goes beyond what we've ever done before with chippable cover across a range of materials. Your impact is real, visceral, and leaves a mark on the world. Destroyed Beauty has long been a visual pillar of Gears of War, and we finally get to show the before, making the after hit that much harder. You'll recognize a neighborhood that was once intact is now completely destroyed. You'll walk through city streets filled with smoke and fire, and it feels completely different from how you first experienced it. You start getting this real feeling of the city's a character, and it's really under attack. It's the fall of Kelowna.
E-Day is an intentionally intimate story. There's this colossal event going on in the plot, but the actual characters and the journey they go on is where you get to explore themes of burden, of loss, and of loyalty. The whole world of Gears is about characters. It's the nightmarish monsters from below versus the soldiers that hold the line in a war for survival.
You okay? No way this is real. It's pretty fucking real to me. On your feet.
This was our opportunity to focus on what makes Gears characters so special and what makes our enemies so iconic. The entire campaign is played from the perspective of our new squad, Bravo. As the invasion breaks out, you'll meet Mags Carter, a former Gear now sweating it out at Kelowna's emulsion refinery.
Now, why don't you come talk shit when your balls drop? And quit going through my stuff.
And you'll also meet rookie cadet Lucas Reyes. A sharp comms officer who never made it to the front lines despite his dreams of military glory.
Holy fucking shit.
Mags and Lucas, together with Marcus and Dom, are 4 soldiers thrown together, fighting through tensions with each other while fighting the Locust, ultimately forging their bonds in battle.
We follow Bravo Squad with our cinematic cameras, just like the intense war movies we love. The shots are intentionally gritty and a bit shaky, and leaning into these rough edges is what makes you feel like you're right in the middle of the action.
Bravo's story also intertwines with others called to defend the city, including returning characters like warrior philosopher Ty Caliso.
Our roads converge again. Marcus Phoenix.
Ty. And fans of the books will finally get to see the hard-ass Raven pilot Gil Gettner in-game for the very first time.
Let's go and fuck this mess.
Marcus and Dom are absolute legends. You can spot those strong jaws and thick necks from a mile away. But if you go too realistic, you lose those unique features that make them stand out. Honestly, Marcus just isn't Marcus if you take away his classic permascout. So instead of chasing perfect realism, we focused on making them believable and memorable, respecting the details that really make them who they are.
Material and character fidelity in Gears of War E-Day far surpasses anything we've been able to achieve before. Our facial animation systems have been completely upgraded for E-Day, with 3 times more joints and over 350 facial shapes sculpted for each head alone to really represent the emotion in our characters. Marcus has more detail in his eyelashes than his entire character model did in the original Gears of War on Xbox 360.
Phoenix. Marcus. Sergeant, 26 RTI C Company. Next to kin, Adam Phoenix.
With the amount of layers we have, we've never had fidelity at this scale. Combined with a much more sophisticated animation rig, this allows us to have way more expressive characters with a huge range. From a small smirk to yells on the battlefield.
Come and get some, you goddamn grubs!
Your experience takes on a new intensity. We're pushing the graphical limit with 4K Ultra HD resolution, native HDR10 rendering, hardware ray tracing at 60 frames per second in campaign, and up to 120 frames per second in multiplayer.
When it comes to the Locust, To make them more believable, we made them scarier. The drones are wild and vicious. The boomers are even bigger this time around. Like living battering rams smashing through doorways onto the battlefield. The wretches scream so loud it disorients you before they rip you apart. And the Reavers, they crawl up buildings and rain fire from above. Basically, the whole Locust Army, whether new or old, are more intense than ever before.
So what now, Marcus? We save everyone we can.
Gears of War has never been a horror game, but the world has always felt horrifying. And with E-Day, we lean into that even more. Our new gore system means damage feels meaty, responsive, and satisfying.
That was satisfying.
Muscle and cloth deforms in response to your attacks, and blood and bone damage adds to the intensity of combat. Gore is localized as well. Shoot a locust in the arm or leg, and you'll see the bullet take a chunk out of it. Or land a heavy shot on a limb, and our dismemberment system will rip it clean off in glorious detail.
The Nasha is going to get you the most satisfying shots, covering you in blood, or pop heads from afar with the long shot. We've revamped our favorite weapons for E-Day. And of course, we also have some fun new ones for even more brutal ways to tear your enemies apart. The new Gut Puncher grenade launcher is a cog weapon that fires armor-piercing explosive rounds. Quick fire a round to let it explode, or hold the trigger to control when it detonates. That means you can place a well-timed explosion behind an enemy protected by cover, or with practice, master its long-range eco closing potential. The Incinerator is our new shotgun. You can see the emulsion literally melt the skin off an enemy's body. Before, you'd probably get into a grapple if an enemy came charging at you. Now, you feel the power of getting to incinerate them when they get close. And of course, the Lancer.
Nice.
The creation of the Chainsaw Lancer is another origin story from lore that we wanted to show in E-Day. From the moment that Ty grabbed that chainsaw to rip through a locust at the superstore, to a prototype kit bash on the front lines of the invasion, all to deliver on that gratifying moment when you finally get to slice a grub in two.
Gears music has always been about tension, escalation, and release. When a fight kicks off, the music hits hard. It tightens as things get more dangerous. And when you've dropped the last enemy, you hear that familiar big ringing chord. For E-Day, we kept that structure, but made the sound harsher. Together with our composer, Adam Lustica, we built the score to match a world on the verge of collapse. The electric guitar returns alongside classical instruments, but both are pushed into uncomfortable territory. Like dragging a bone saw across a cello, creating dissonance that never fully resolves.
Where the hell are we?
And then there's the sound design. All chainsaws have voices. When it came to the sound for our Proto Lancer, it was important to us to track down the exact make and model that was recorded back in 2006 and rebuild it from the ground up using our new sound effects system. This chainsaw has a 14-inch blade with that signature meaty yet intimate sound, and when it revs, you can hear all the gnarly details. In terms of how you'll experience Kelowna, I always think about our acoustic system like this.
I'm walking down a street and I hear the sound reflecting off the walls around me. Then I step into an alley and everything immediately tightens. I come back out into a wide space and the sound opens up again, almost like a cathedral. And it's not just those spaces, it's the transitions between them where the magic really happens. That's where things feel alive. That's acoustics in real time. It's a heavy world. And what better way to experience its dread and tension than through the music and sound that surrounds you?
No other game does the squad like Gears does. Our themes, our gameplay, and our modes, they all revolve around this core element. But it's not just about the brotherhood that you experience in the stories. It's also about the bonds you create with your friends. Co-op has always been a part of our DNA. And like every great Gears game, you can bring your own squad to this fight. In campaign, all 4 characters are playable from the start, and we support 4-player online co-op and 2-player split screen on console. In Versus, our sweaty squad-based PvP is back, with a collection of 4v4 modes and all new maps set in locations in and around the war-torn city of Kelowna. We've combined classic Gears symmetrical PvP map design with new traversal opportunities. You'll put your skill to the test alongside a seasonal roadmap of killer content, almost all of which you can just earn by playing the game, completing in-game challenges, events, and achievements. And today, we're excited to announce a dynamic new evolution of Gears' iconic PvE mode, Horde Siege. It's a 12-player mode where all 3 squads fight alongside each other to battle the Locust invasion and defend Kelowna across a range of city-based maps. We'll have more to share soon, and we hope you join us for our open beta weekends later this summer.
We good? Sergeant Phoenix?
Guess we're back to it.
We can't outrun the past. But as long as we're still breathing, we're the ones that keep fighting.
20 years of Gears is such a milestone. It is such an honor and also a huge responsibility to make sure we deliver on the story of Gears.
It always comes back to the squad. It always comes back to this theme of getting through the absolute shittiest of times with somebody else who constantly has your back. And that's Marcus and Dom's story. The story of the original trilogy. The story of E-Day. And the story I think we can all relate to.
Thanks for pushing through. Couldn't have done it alone. You got it, man.
Having the opportunity to have E-Day come out in the same year as the 20th anniversary of Gears, the quarter-century anniversary of Xbox, it's almost like a homecoming. It's like returning back to our roots and saying, fuck yeah, we're back. And we have so many more stories to tell. It's an incredible honor and one that we want to make sure that we do right.
Ty. What a nightmare.
Untouched by nearly 80 years of war. Destroyed in 2 nights.
For us, the heart of Gears has always been about the bonds you make in the darkest of times. Inside the studio, we rally around a simple phrase: never fight alone. It guides how we build our stories, our gameplay, and our world. It's how we work as a team and the commitment we make to you, our fans. Everything comes back to that important idea of sharing life's experiences, the highs and lows, together. And E-Day is the best expression of never fight alone that we've ever made. Whether you'll be picking up a Lancer for the first time ever, or you're as battle-hardened as Marcus Phoenix, there's always a place for you in the Gears squad when Emergence begins on October 6th.
here?
Ladies and gentlemen, take your seats. The council has chosen. Now you ready to get to it? Do you expect us to go quietly?
I've proven myself.
Have you really?
I have come here to destroy you.
Welcome to the surface.
Once again, I'm Ryan McCaffrey, host of IGN's weekly Xbox show, Podcast Unlocked, and joining me now to break down everything revealed during the Xbox Game Showcase, Miranda Sanchez, Michael Hyam, and Destin Legary. Love the energy from the IGN Live crowd right now. So quick impressions. First of all, just what did we think of the conference? Miranda, I will start with you.
Well, no one can say that Xbox doesn't have games.
That is true.
So many games. A lot of updates, which is what we were asking for. It's like, let's get release dates, get timelines for a lot of these things, because, you know, as we were saying in the pre-show, when are things coming out? And we got a lot of that, which is good. But also, I know me and my team are going to be very busy in September and February.
February, yeah.
So, I guess I won't be sleeping for a while, but it's best when I'm not sleeping because I'm playing a lot of video games.
Michael, how was this conference for you?
Great showcase, and it had the two things that I cared about most. No clown makeup today, man. I was right. We had P4, we had P6. I'm going to talk all about that later.
We'll get to that.
They had the things I wanted, and there's so much around that. Just that sizzle reel at the end with all the logos of all the games they're showing. It's like Miranda said, I'm with you on that. Can't say Xbox don't got games no more.
Destin, top-level thoughts. What'd you think of the Xbox showcase?
I really liked it, and I really loved seeing Xbox console exclusive on a lot of those trailers. That's smart.
Perfect pivot. So there were two games that were deemed Xbox console exclusives, no PS5, and that is Gears of War E-Day and, Miranda's #1 game of the fall, certainly. And then Clockwork Revolution, a new steampunk RPG, which we've seen before, but now they're confirming that one as an Xbox console exclusive. Let's start with Gears. I mean, that was the star of the show today.
I'm so happy.
I have to start with Miranda. So we learned a lot between, of course, the release date at the very beginning of the show, October 6th, same day as Star Wars Galactic Racer, so make your choice.
It's obvious.
On that one. But then we learned a lot more in the Gears Direct that immediately followed. We've got a 12-player Horde mode in multiplayer. We've got a full-fledged campaign, Unreal Engine 5. So, Miranda, you have high expectations for this series. You and me both. We've been playing it since the beginning. What'd you think of what you saw from Gears of War E-Day?
I feel like we've only scratched the surface of what this game is going to be, because they really emphasize that you are going to be in one city. You're not going outside of city limits probably, or maybe just barely. Like, you're going to be in this one focal area. And it seems a lot less, not necessarily not linear, like there will probably move you from chapter to chapter, but there's like maybe more to play with. And Gears hasn't been open world. It has open sandbox space.
Right, from 5.
Yeah, and that kind of seems what they sort of hinted at, like pretty heavily for this one as well. I could see like maybe you finish a mission, they dump you back out, you have a choice to go to an area, go help some civilians get rescued, and then go back and report in and see what's up. But so I'm really curious to see how they're going to build that out and keep it interesting. We kind of knew this was going to be taking place over like just a few days, and they confirmed like, yes, it's going to be 3 days of this new team together. I was also excited. Okay, I'm gonna rein it in because I could just talk about this for like the next hour, which we got a lot to talk about. But I'm also really excited that they showed us Bravo Squad, which is the squad focus for this one. So we get 2 new characters, Max Carter and Lucas Reyes. We also get to see people like Ty, who we love. They noted that some of the characters from books and comics are coming into this for the first time in the games, which is really cool. So I'm curious to see how much they're going to deviate from what has already been laid out in the books and comics and make this their own. But also like the really cool scene with Ty in the first trailer we got at the end where he saves Marcus. Like that's straight out from what has already been published. And it's so cool to see that brought to life in like such a beautifully gruesome way. I love their tech when they were just like, look at how we do dismemberment. Look at all this gore. And I was like, yeah.
We've got some jumping now.
Jumping?
At points. You can actually jump. The like lifting yourself up on top of vehicles and other higher cover.
Yeah,
and then
the road cover.
The higher mantle. Yeah, go ahead, Miranda.
Yeah, I was gonna say the low ground cover is so cool. I was like, I'm geeking out over like new kinds of cover, and I think because it is obviously a cover shooter and so important, and they were emphasizing how they really want to use the destruction of the city to really help with that, and it just makes sense.
Yeah.
And jumping. No, I guess when you don't necessarily always have all that armor, you can jump a bit more.
What's the hype level in the IGN live crowd for Gears E-Day after that? Yeah, I mean, it looked real good.
Appropriate response.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, real good. Destin, Gears.
I love the movement stuff that we were just talking about. The fact that you can slide under something or climb over it. You can kind of zip around. The fact that you can lay down behind lower cover. That's something that I think the Gears franchise really needed. It needed that modernization of the base mechanics, and we saw that with the movement changes.
Yeah, even the active reload is now, you don't have to look into the top corner of the screen. It's just right there on your reticle.
Gears heads know.
Did they ever hit that? Did they actually get the active reload at any point?
I think they did.
What's up with that? Come on, Coalition. Yeah.
Michael Hyam, let's talk a game that you and I are both looking forward to, probably more than anything else in the Xbox lineup. We talked about it in the pre-show, and we got it. Fable. So we not only got to see Fable, we got a release date. Yeah, we got a release date of February 23rd. So my manager, Michael, who's upstairs right now, I might have a little something on February 23rd. I might not be able to make it into work that day. Michael, what did you think of what you saw from Fable today?
If you watched the pre-show, I said that Fable needs to establish what that game is actually about. Show us a little bit of story. They did exactly that. They showed exactly what I wanted from it. And like we know Fable to be sort of, tends to be a goofy game. It's a bit lighthearted. It does have its dark moments and all that. But this trailer has struck that tone I'm looking for, where it takes itself seriously and still has a little bit of the goofs on the side. But I think a game can be very powerful if it has that comedic element to balance out how serious it gets. And it makes both sides better. And not to keep talking about the games that I love, like the Yakuza franchise, but that kind of is the balance that they're so good at striking. And I think that's an opportunity for Fable to do a similar approach, too.
Let's see here. The next...
the protagonist, real quick, Isabelle in Fable.
Yeah.
Very excited about her. Loved her performance. I think she was doing really good at showing another story beat and one of those vignettes that we get about the main protagonist. So I want to see more from her. I want to see more about how the gameplay is going to interact with these story elements and the outcomes of our decisions for each of these beats.
Destin, before I move to Miranda here to hear from her thoughts on Fable, you were on Collector's Edition watch while we were back there. So Gears and Fable both have very, very expensive, like top-level Collector's Edition.
Yeah, so Gears is $299. You got a cool statue with it and a ton of skins and whatever. But the statue is really good for Gears. That's the most expensive one. Fable is $200.
Oh, a bargain.
Yeah, very much. And you get early access with all of these, like up to 5 days for Gears and Halo. Halo has a $200 collector's edition. We'll get to that. But yeah, Fable's in that pile also.
Miranda, Fable. I know you're into it, and what'd you like about this trailer today?
I agree about Isabel. Just really cool. And I like getting to a deeper look into some of the conflicts that we'll be seeing in Fable as well. Just, like little bits of it, but, I think once again, the humor lands, the look of it lands. Like, I really just want to dig in. And I'm glad that we got a firm release date, so that way I can put it on my calendar and plan around it.
Yeah, so we started to go talk about Halo. Let's do it. So I'm on record. I did our first preview of Halo Campaign Evolved. I got to go up to Halo Studios last year. It was a while ago.
It's been a bit.
And they invited us up, pretty early in the process. And if you read that preview or watched that preview, I came back kind of not crazy excited about it. Like, yeah, it looks nice. Would love to have the multiplayer. But for my part, and I think we all felt this way, my hype level went up today.
Definitely.
Because they leaned into these 3 new prequel missions featuring Sergeant Johnson. Yeah, Miranda, what I love
Johnson.
There was a lot of stuff in there. We saw outer space ship stuff. We saw a fuel rod cannon in there. Yeah. We saw brutes in there. So, what do you think?
It's interesting because we have 2 games that are basically going back and adding more, right?
Yeah.
So Gears E-Day is how do you innovate on something that already has established things going forward? And same thing with Halo. We know what comes here. So we're like, hey, that wasn't there before. But I think the way they're getting around that was I think it's meant to be some sort of Covenant research ship or something. And so it might have things that you wouldn't have seen in Halo 1. And that's kind of how they're maybe explaining it or leaning into that a bit. And also just unique enemy types, right? Different armor we saw in there. Some of them looked really sleek. Some very sleek Covenant. And so I think maybe that's what they're going to kind of lean into. And I'm all for it. This just looks so fun.
Destin, I know you have a very technical eye. So what did you think of this showing of Campaign Evolved? It seemed like it's looking a lot better visually than the last time we saw it.
Yeah, they've definitely done some cleanup on the graphical aspects, but for me, I was mostly paying attention to those story beats like you were discussing, because I'm curious if we're going to learn more about John 117's relationship with, Sergeant, and what was that like? Because we know at the end of Reach, he goes into the casket. So what's the story point we're going to be at?
The casket? It's a cryopod. He's not dead.
It's the Hush casket that levels. Anyway, yeah. But anyway, really looking forward to what story elements they're going to add, because there's so much they could go into. They could talk about the Gray Team. They could talk about Chief, et cetera.
Yeah. And I know you mentioned a $200 collector's edition for this, but it's the regular just buy the game $50.
Yeah. You get a statue with the collector's edition.
You get a statue, but you also, if you get the very fancy edition, you get a replica of or you get an art book that is a replica of the original game manual.
Yeah.
So it's
nice.
a modified version of that, which is so cool. I'm a nerd for that kind of stuff.
You get up to 5 days early access, the art book, you get the Hungry Buzzard short story, like a comic in there, and digital manual, 5 skins, 6 weapons, and the Foundry weapon pack.
Yay. That's a laundry list. We've got a couple minutes before we take a quick break. Let's get to the other console exclusive, Clockwork Revolution. Michael Hyam, thoughts?
Just like the Fable showcase that they had, story was the main thing. What is this game actually about? Again, with Fable, we saw all the gameplay before. Clockwork Revolution, when we saw it last year, very gameplay focused. Now, we know what the game is about. And I like that. I like the tone they're going for, the scale they're going with, and even with some of the gameplay they showed in the trailer, there was how do you manipulate the environment? How are you going to use some of your skills? That was interesting as well. But I'm just really digging the kind of Honored to Dishonored in a way.
Yes.
Where it's it looks just like a Dishonored, and not in a way that's imitation or anything. It's we're using this aesthetic in our own way and building a full world around it. I'm really impressed with what we saw with this, and I was already looking forward to it, and showing off the different characters. So giving it the personality it needs. Yeah. It is kind of goofy in a way, but I just like how they're playing with the tone because it matches the style, it's aesthetic, and I think that another thing too is choices, who you're going to be interacting with. what those environments are going to say about the story as well. I love what I'm seeing from it.
There was another game we'll talk about a little later that had a bit of a Dishonored-y vibe too, so stay tuned for that. But Miranda, what were your thoughts on Clockwork Revolution?
At this point, I just want the game.
Yeah.
At first, we were like, coming in due time. We saw that at first, we were like, again? And then they shifted and they're like, oh,
they got us.
Yeah, we got God on that one. But it's just like, yeah, I think we've seen so much at this point. It's like, you don't need to sell me more on this. I want to play it.
Yeah,
I want a gun in one hand, powers in the other. You know, like, it seems so cool. It's just, you know.
The thing about this one that fires me up is we know In Exile is a really talented role-playing game development studio, and I guess I don't have the spreadsheet in front of me to prove it, but it sure seems like this is the highest budget game that they've ever made. So they've got a lot of resources, and we get to see them just kind of go nuts with the full extent of Microsoft's deep pockets backing them up on this one. So it's going to be a good one next year, and we've got plenty more games to talk about, but we need to take a quick break. While we're doing that, why not check out the IGN store? It's your destination for new and exclusive apparel, gear, vinyl, and collectibles. Hey, if you're a Fallout fan, you need to check out this wearable Pip-Boy 3000 replica and so much more. Head to store.ign.com right now. All right, we will be right back with more recaps of the Xbox Game Showcase here on IGN Live. Stick around.
IGN Live is presented by Fanta. Special edition Fanta and Xbox 25 cans are available now only for a limited time.
The average Cinefix movie list features nearly 100 different films and approximately 25 minutes worth of wall-to-wall deep dive analysis. To simulate that pace for this 30-second ad, we're featuring 26 different films, and before you say it, no, that math does not check out. We're not math people, we're movie people. We can't even count down from 10 without ending up at, like, 96. Subscribe to IGN Movies and TV for more Cinefix movie lists. Bad at math, great at movies.
Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help.
One step at a time.
IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for Shadow of the Erdtree, Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom, and so much more.
See? It's good, right?
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
IGN Plus is where your adventure begins.
What are you selling?
Plus is the place to get unlimited access to all the tools you need to beat your games.
Here's what you need to know for bringing down Gloomspawn.
Plus, awesome exclusive discounts on IGN Store.
Maybe this would tease open your money pouch.
Plus, ad-free browsing on IGN.com. Plus, unlimited game help tools like premium interactive maps with your own custom map markers, filters, marker notes, and more.
This will come in handy.
Plus, access to sweepstakes, giveaways, and free game keys.
Wow! Exactly.
Want more? Head to IGN.com/plus and start your adventure today.
You're watching IGN Live. Welcome back. This is Unlock's post-show breakdown of the Xbox Game Showcase, which was absolutely massive, as always. All right, let's talk about next year. I counted, and this may not be an accurate count, but I counted 12 games that were labeled 2027 in this thing, as if this year wasn't already busy enough. It's only June, and we already have a dozen games announced by Xbox coming next year. Among those is a game we talked about in the pre-show that we've been waiting to see for a long time, State of Decay 3. Destin, we finally got like a real good look at gameplay here. What'd you think?
I want to play it. That's what I think. I want to go out there. I want to fight the zombies and save people or sacrifice them.
Well, that's the
People
thing.
have to get left behind, you know?
It's all about managing those relationships with the survivors. Michael, did that State of Decay showing live up to what you'd hoped for?
It did exactly what I think it needed to do. Was like show that it's real, show some gameplay, and I kind of like the tone they're going for. Again, it seems like it's a little bit more serious. You know, State of Decay 1 and 2 weren't like story games necessarily, but you know, there was like maybe a little bit of a cartoonish element to it because it was so gameplay focused. And like it's aesthetic, but I feel like this one, the State of Decay 3, it feels a little bit more grounded in what it's trying to do. And at least we got to see like at this scale with this aesthetic, I think it's looking polished. I hope that's the case. I hope this is indicative of it being polished. And I really like what they're doing with scale, the environments, and again, like Destin, I kind of just want to play it. Yeah. At this point, you don't need to tell me much more about what State of Decay does.
Miranda, I know we've all signed up. There are alpha play tests that you can sign up for. We don't know if you know you're not guaranteed to get chosen, but we're gonna play some State of Decay 3, right?
Absolutely. Yes, I think that's echoing Michael. I just want to play it. It again, a known quantity sort of thing. But I love seeing the environment, woodlands, very dark, of course. Spooky. We have like it looks like some sort of power plant or something. Like there's just so many different environments they're showcasing. I think what again we really want to get into is like the updates to some of the really cool mechanics they have specifically in here. What kind of people are we going to meet? Who are we going to sacrifice? Who will we actually save? I know I've seen some people I've just turned around. So I'm like, you don't need to come with me. It's okay. My resources are limited. So
You'll be fine.
More vehicles and like some cool traps for zombies. So I think the strategy part of it too is really interesting, and I'm looking forward to seeing more of that. Especially, I think we'll hear more about that around the playtest.
Yeah. We've got a ton of games to get through, so I don't want to linger too long on any one in particular. And there are more first-party games, more Xbox Game Studios games, but I don't want to make Michael Hyam wait any longer.
All right.
Persona.
Oh, you got pretty excited.
P6.
Yeah. And we got P4. I want to start with talking about Persona 4 Revival. Again, like I said in the pre-show, they gave me exactly what I was looking for. Show me how the game looks. Let me show me some new mechanics. Show me what you're doing differently this time. And there's a lot to get into, but I want to highlight the song that plays. It's a brand new song for Persona 4 Revival. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know if you noticed this, Miranda, but I was tearing up when I was watching this, man. Like, this game means a lot to me. This game means something, and it means a lot to so many other people too.
I think. Yeah, for me, the big part was that they showed Marie. So that's the big question because of what they did with P3. It's like, are you guys going to do the same thing with P4 and strip back from like what we got with the remakes? And like Persona 4 Golden is like the definitive story edition of this, and I was so worried. But Marie's there. I'm so relieved. I'm so excited. As you said, like this is like a foundational game for many people, myself included. So I'm so stoked.
Yeah, I was tearing up a little bit. It's nice to see that world with its new aesthetic. It is drawing a lot from how Persona 3 Reload looked in terms of in-engine character models, aesthetic, and like in battle when they're doing the all-out attacks, all the camera angles and the cuts and how they're redoing the cutscenes. I mean, like P4 is kind of a known quantity because it's been out for so long, but these are the kinds of things that I want that's going to give it new life and make it feel like it has a lot more like motion, a lot more momentum to that, and feel modern in that way. I actually really like what I'm seeing from P4. P6.
Very dark teaser, literally and tonally.
Yeah, Persona 6, it almost felt like they're leaning more into Shin Megami Tensei, which is the more demonic RPG that, you know, is playing with a lot more darker themes and death and heaven and hell and all these other things. But Persona 6, again, they didn't show much. It was just static and tombstones, and then it glows red or glows green, and then Persona 6, and that's it. We got the logo, at least. But what this is telling me is that they're doing something that's a bit more serious, a little bit darker, again, pulling from SMT. And I think that Persona is a series, don't get me wrong, like I said, I love it to death, but I think it needs to make a jump to something a little bit more mature, and I hope that's this new trailer or this reveal is indicative of that.
I think even with you saying it more mature, I think also age-wise for the characters, because that has been a problem that we've talked about in the past, especially with P5. Like there were some things that were really kind of uncomfortable, kind of as maybe an understatement, is very uncomfortable in some situations. But I think like even college age, so if they do want to keep like the school theme, because that is part of the game's generally, like you have to go take tests at school,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
I don't want them to cut that entirely. So
Yeah.
it's like, let's do college. Like, let's look a little bit older. At least that's just what I think would be pretty cool, at least.
Another first-party game, getting back to my Xbox Game Studios. Don't call it Hellblade 3, call it Senua. Destin, what'd you make of this?
I really like seeing this because on the lead up to Hellblade 2, there was all this coverage about the combat system and how they reworked it and all this work that they put into it. I think this is what they were discussing because this looks vastly different from Hellblade 2. Hellblade 2 is a little bit more cinematic. I feel like the gameplay, it was there, but this is a deeper dive into what Senna was actually capable of and how she masters the battlefield. Like that shot where she throws her sword and hits the enemy in the distance, I love that.
Yeah, Miranda, we talked on Unlocked when Hellblade 2 came out that it's probably the most, at the time, most technically beautiful Series X game, and it was the first Series X game technically ever announced, but it was pretty light on gameplay, and this reveal seemed to want to communicate that, hey, there's a lot more gameplay this time around.
Right, you even emphasize it's like, oh, they're really leaning into like, look how she's like fighting things. Look at like the activity you're doing here, which is, I think, them course correcting a bit, which they kind of need a message to get people interested in this, you know?
Yeah, and hopefully we still get the great story, but get some awesome gameplay with it. So that's coming out in 2027. Also, so let me go to one of the surprises, one of the new reveals, third-party game, but it impressed the heck out of all four of us as we were sitting back there watching it. Magicians, the Devil's Deal. Yeah, did you guys like this one?
Kind of cool.
This one seemed really cool. So, Michael, this is the one I was hinting at before. A little bit of a Dishonored vibe here, artistically and maybe even gameplay-wise a little bit too.
This might be the new wave. Everyone's trying to make their Dishonored likes or their Bioshock likes. You know, with this being like about magicians, like you can do a lot of interesting things with manipulation of the environment. And there's a lot of stuff that reminded me of Bioshock plasmids in this as well. And having that old like 1800s aesthetic, like I think it really works well. And if I think between this and Clockwork Revolution, it's like, okay, nobody make this kind of game anymore. Wait for these to come out so we can see how they actually play and if they pan out. But it's a nice surprise. You know, I think it looks like it's going to be creative. You know, using a magician's wand as like one of your weapons is super cool. What they're doing with like all this supernatural stuff. Like I'm really enjoying kind of this trend, I guess. And yeah, it was at first we were looking at this and we're like, oh, is it just like a CGI trailer that kind of imitates?
Yeah, it was definitely fake at first, and then they showed some real stuff.
Yeah, and then they actually showed us what it looks like in motion, and yeah, I'm super into it. I'm not going to say no to this. It looks like mechanically, gameplay-wise, aesthetic. Again, I think they're hitting the right notes.
Miranda, did this work for you as well?
Oh, absolutely. Like, it is just captivating. I was like, do we know who's making this? Because it did look so familiar, speaking of Dishonored and like the art style of it. But this is from Uppercut Games. They've done City of Brass, Epic, I think the first and second, and Submerged. So games I actually haven't played, so I'm, again, really impressed by this. And just, again, at the end, when they have the gameplay, it looks so cool and really imaginative. And I think that's what we kind of want to see. And Dustin, you kind of hit on it earlier. It just looks, we're looking for games that are just different. Like they're trying something that's not been done before, not just narratively, but like visually and mechanically. And sure, at the end of the day, it's still spell casting, it's still whatever, but it's a magician aesthetic and it's so cool. Like the ways that you can play with that, like the theming of it, like people being wrapped in chains to stop them and stuff. Like it's just really neat.
I like the part where he charged up cards like Gambit.
Yes.
In this room. Like I was like, all right, I'll try it.
Yeah. No, this is instantly on all of our radar. This looked fantastic. So we'll keep an eye on that one for next year. Something for this year, though. So I could swear that on a recent episode of Unlocked, the three of us said there should be a translucent green special edition Xbox console for the 25th anniversary. And somebody at Microsoft heard us because that is exactly what we got. I instantly, my heart was instantly warmed at the start of this promo that if you're watching us, you're seeing it now if you're watching on the broadcast where, first of all, the promo is in 4:3 aspect ratio, not 16:9, even though the original Xbox could technically do 16:9. But my heart was also moved by you briefly see a copy of Official Xbox magazine get picked up, which I worked on for 10 years. So that made me happy. But yeah, Destin, tell me, are you day one? Are you going to line up for one of these guys?
Yeah, I mean, there were fan mock-ups of this thing already online. Like, people really want this. I think they're really going to appreciate Xbox owning this idea, making an actual version of this console that you can purchase. Like, I see Clobirl online retweeting the images made by, I'm blanking on the artist's name, Pope Art?
Oh, yeah.
And he does a lot of this stuff too, so.
Yeah, and at least, like, if you don't want to spring for the God knows how much it'll cost console, there's a controller that at least you can grab the translucent green controller.
I hope they have that separate, because they don't always do them separately, so.
Yeah.
That's all I want. Because I already have 2 Xboxes. I don't need a third.
That's true. I mean, it's a good problem to have. All right, we've got just a couple minutes left. Miranda, I want to hit on a couple that you were just smiling ear to ear on during the broadcast. And I will start with Bad Magpie.
Yeah.
This came fairly early on in the show. Very unique visually. You play an adorable little bird.
Yeah. It looks super charming, like the art style and like the comedy of it. Because I think when you get games like this, you're like, is it just cutesy? It's like, no, the flowers are terrifying. Look at this bird. It's just so funny. And so I like the humor that they're going for. And obviously it's going to be kind of emotional because it looks like this magpie gets left behind when others go on to migrate, maybe. But I love a cool little adventure game starring a unique character that I guess is electrocuting itself in sockets. But, just a little silly. You can kind of cause some chaos, but also have like a genuine experience of like finding your way. And I also love puzzles. So I am just so very excited for this.
I want to keep talking about more games. We're going to have to do that on the next episode of Unlock because we are about out of time. But before we go, we got to do, of course, game of the show, your favorite thing of the entire thing. Destin, our guest of honor, I will start with you, my friend.
Fable. I think that Fable reveal was great. I really love seeing Isabelle, how she's going to incorporate into the story. That's the one I'm most interested in seeing more of.
Yeah, we're gonna see how if the crowd agrees with each of us. So we got a pretty good response on Fable right there. Again, out in February. How about Michael? I think I know what you're gonna say, but go ahead and say it.
Yeah. We didn't see much of it. We just got a logo reveal, but Persona 6, baby. It's real.
Makes sense.
Miranda, your game of the show? I know. Just say it.
Here's EA, of course.
Yeah.
I want to say something that someone hasn't already said, but it's Fable. I said it at the top, and it's still the one for me. It is just Playground Games they don't make 9 out of 10 video games. They make 10 out of 10 video games. And this is certainly going to be their biggest challenge yet, because this is a genre, they've not done anything like this before, but everything they've been showing us so far has just been absolutely phenomenal. So many great games in the Xbox Showcase, and we invite you to come back and join us next week on Podcast Unlocked, and we'll be getting into more of this. But for now, this about does it for this IGN Live edition of Unlocked, talking all things Xbox Game Showcase. If you like what you saw, you can catch new episodes of Unlocked every week on IGN, YouTube, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Now, coming up later today on IGN Live, we'll be checking out Call of Duty Modern Warfare 4, plus the upcoming Tomb Raider remake, Legacy of Atlantis, all that and tons more right here. So stick around, there's more.
IGN Live is presented by our official product partner, Lenovo Legion.
Average Cinefix movie list features nearly 100 different films and approximately 25 minutes worth of wall-to-wall deep dive analysis. To simulate that pace for this 30-second ad, we're featuring 26 different films, and before you say it, no, that math does not check out. We're not math people, we're movie people. We can't even count down from 10 without ending up at, 96. Subscribe to IGN Movies and TV for more Cinefix movie lists. Bad at math, great at movies.
IGN Playlist is the best way to track your game collection. Now you can even import your entire Steam library to Playlist, making it easier than ever to review games, show off your collection to the world, and finally chip away at that massive backlog you keep meaning to get to. IGN Playlist, check it out.
IGN Store has everything you need to level up your life.
Red 6 standing by.
Refresh your wardrobe with official gear you won't find anywhere else. Treat yourself to the coolest collectibles like an adorable SKA plush, your very own Assassin's Creed Hidden Blade, and a fully functional Pip-Boy 3000. Head to store.ign.com and start shopping today. Do you want to be the very best like no one ever was? Streamline your journey to becoming a master trainer with Planet Pokemon. Choose your Pokemon, filtering by type, stats, or game availability. Then use the full team builder to assemble an unbeatable lineup. Plan out the optimal set of moves, items, and abilities. Play to your strengths by analyzing your team's resistances and offensive coverage. Or really maximize your Poke potential by digging into the stats by adjusting EVs and IVs. And save multiple team builds for different strategies in different games. Plan your dream team today at planetpokemon.com.
IGN Live. We're about to get into a game that I'm a big fan of. Grounded 2 is the biggest little game you can play right now. Here to tell us about some of the coolest new additions coming to Grounded 2, please welcome game director Chris Parker and executive producer Marcus Morgan. Now, we have so many questions for them, but before we get into those questions, I believe you have an extended version of your recent trailer that was in the summer update, so we're going to take a look at that first.
Welcome to Brook Hollow Park.
It's okay, they're not actually monsters. We're just a lot smaller now.
Clever girl.
You're looking at a living fossil.
Hey guys, you're gonna wanna see this!
Please tell me that was your stomach.
Hold on to your buggies for a survival epic 65 millimeters in the making.
What the hell did we get ourselves into?
All right, so Grounded 2, it's been playable for a while, but of course you're dropping a lot of new content, getting player feedback and all that. So I want to talk about some of the new content that's coming to it. So new areas like the pond, the mountain, the bayou are being added to early access, but let's talk about the pond specifically, in particular. Why is that such a big deal?
Well, I think that the pond is central to the entire park experience. Yeah. Like, it's right in the middle of the pond. And it also gives us some opportunity to do some gameplay that's a little bit different than what you see in most of the rest of Grounded. Even though it respects all the same gameplay loops and the survival and the horror, it gives you an opportunity to do something a little bit different that's really cool. And so with this update, Into the Abyss, we have 3 different biomes, a big mountain, which is full of nooks and crannies and cool places to explore, a cool, like, sort of toxic bayou on the other side, and then the pond. But those other areas are all doing service to your ultimate adventure into that pond and into the abyss.
Okay. Yeah, when you go into the pond, Grounded's always about the wonder of being small. And each new area we bring, it creates this fantasy that's so different that you're not just underwater, but you're underwater and you're the size of an ant. So everything becomes larger than life and greater than ever. The coolest part that I'm excited about, though, for the pond and why we even built Grounded 2 in the beginning is all around buggies. And the pond's also going to introduce our first amphibious buggy, which is our mounts, and it's a toe biter buggy. So you'll be able to crawl on land and then dive straight into water, and that changes the way kind of the buggy systems work and the way that game will play overall.
Sure, yeah, it's like the environment is informing the things you can do with gameplay, and that's one of the things I love about Grounded. Like you said, feeling small, and like you think of like these objects that you don't mean much or don't mean much, like empty soda cans, whatever. They're huge. It's just like this whimsical vibe that I really like. Now, I saw this term pop up, and it gave us a very special kind of anxiety, I guess. What can you tell us about the toe biter? What is that?
It's pretty horrific, to be honest with you. So, I mean, I encourage everybody to go look up a picture of this thing on the internet because this is terrifying. But so it's a very large bug that lives in like swamps and marshes, and this was a perfect add to our pond experience because even though it's about yay big in real life, that is horrendously huge when you're the size of an ant. And so we took that, and like Marcus said, not only can you turn that into one of your buggies that you can ride around on, it also makes for a really great boss monster. So I think people will be appropriately horrified of this as they're running around in the game.
What do you got, Marcus?
The toe biter is our deep sea Cthulhu kind of Leviathan. Like, that is what it's going to be. That menace that you see kind of at the end of the trailer falling behind you. Yeah, we hope we create terror with that one.
Oh, man. Yeah, it seems like Grounded is also a creative playground for you to have those kinds of ideas. And I think that adds to the whimsy that a lot of us like about the series. But now that Grounded 2 has been in players' hands through early access, what has surprised the team the most about the reception that after, how people are playing the game and sort of what they're responding to, and how are you taking some of that feedback as well?
The community for Grounded 2, number one, is awesome. And we take every single piece of feedback that they send us, we process that, we figure out how many people are agreeing with it, not agreeing with it, like really try and analyze all of that. And that informs how we move almost everything forward. So in some cases, we go back and we revise features or we modify them. Sometimes we make wholesale changes based on community feedback. Sometimes we figure out that these bosses that we thought were like, oh man, this is super hard. Yeah, they're really gonna have a tough time with this, and one day after it's released, people are killing it with the pebble spear naked.
Yeah.
So we look at those kinds of things too and say like, okay, how can we balance this, make it fun for everybody, but also provide that challenge for those core players? So it's really about looking at everything and just trying to figure out where we can find time in our schedules and when we're making all this content like you see for the Abyss, and just trying to respond to that stuff and make the community happy.
I guess shouldn't be a surprise, but so many people loved Grounded 1, and we did tried really hard to do a great job with how we did early access, how we approached community development. And I think as we went into Grounded 2, I was really nervous about us holding to that trust that we built with the community. And I think the part that's really dope for me is just how much that community has continued to thrive in such a positive way, not like a toxic positivity way, but just in everyone's in it together. We're trying to build this awesome experience. Right? Yeah, there's something just maybe nostalgic about that of just gaming with your friends, and we're all kind of collabing on building this. Yeah. And I think that's been maybe not a surprise, but maybe a pleasant surprise of just seeing that community grow and maintain just like what we were hoping for, which is just a nostalgic adventure with your friends, like that, and that's the vibe we want to always have with the community.
So there's a mix between telemetrics where you get into the nitty gritty of how players are interacting with very specific things, but then you also got vibes. You can just go off of vibes, right? What's the community saying? What are they saying on social media? And it's just it's nice to get a little bit of both, and I think that's the path to success, right? With that, that's kind of what informs updates. And when planning a major update like this, like the summer update you have here, how do you decide between adding brand new content versus refining player systems? Do you have the capacity to do both? Do you have to lean into one or the other? Or is it things like telemetrics and vibes that you have to go off of it? What do you invest in when you do a major update like this?
Man, it's a process, right? So you've got so much time, you have 1 million ideas of cool things that you want to do, but there are things that so in this update coming up, we're finally adding zip lines back into the game, which the community has been give us back our zip lines, since the end of Grounded 1. So there are things like that where still sort of updating Grounded 2 to have all the cool things that Grounded 1 had. But then we also want brand new content. We want new creatures. We want new experiences for the player. Yeah, you want it all. So it kind of becomes this big tug of war. We have a lot of conversations where we get together, our partner, IDOS Montreal, we'll get together with them and just kind of like hammer out, like, what is the best possible thing that we can do with the time that we have for this update?
Yeah.
And sometimes those conversations take a little while, and sometimes they can be a little tough. But at the end, like, the stuff that we're making, particularly in this update, I think is outstanding. It's amazing. It's going to be fun. And I don't know. We just kind of work our way there.
Yeah, when we're thinking about kind of the balance between tweaking and refining the current game, right? It's in early access, so we're always trying to do performance improvements, graphical improvements, all that sort of thing. We do kind of split our minds up in it, and we've actually evolved the way we deliver content in our early access roadmap to split up into content updates and feature updates.
Yes.
Those content updates tend to be things like Into the Abyss, where we do big biome expansions, new buggies, that type of thing. Our feature updates are more like our most recent update, which was the Beat the Heat update, where we introduced King Dozer, which is a giant lizard boss. Yeah. And there, we'll try to input a little bit more of those like performance optimizations, tweaking certain elements of the game. So it's always a little bit of both, but we do try to like separate them in our minds too. Yeah. And also just so all of our players know, hey, when are we doing certain things? We try to separate our updates in that way too, just to make that more clear as well.
Yeah, and along with that, not to remind you that you have so much work on your plate, but we also saw that Grounded 2 is coming to PS5 in early access in the summer update. So you get to play on another platform as well. And I know that porting takes time. That's a lot of effort that goes into that. But given that Grounded 1 didn't hit PS5 until after the 1.0 release of that game, what specific challenges come with introducing this game to new platforms this early in the process? Like you said, you have so many ideas, updates, and that, and then now you got to port it over to another platform. There's a lot of moving parts. So what's that like?
I mean, I think mainly there are always a lot of challenges when you expand to new platforms, but I think I'm more excited about what it means for PlayStation fans just to bring those folks in. The number one thing we get, anytime we post any content, it's like, when was it coming to PlayStation? When was it coming to PlayStation? When was it coming to PlayStation? So I think for me, early access games are still relatively new to the PlayStation audience, so making sure that folks understand and are bought into that process of like how to engage with us on Discord, how to give feedback across an early access game, that kind of comes to mind. But in terms of the work itself, that part is less worrisome to me as much as it is of just making sure PlayStation fans are cool with an early access experience. Like, again, just kind of introduce and kind of spearheading that.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I don't want to understate the challenges with making a port, because there's a lot involved in that, and there's a lot of like technical lifts that you have to do to make that work. But that's a really like a known challenge. It's understandable. It's stuff that we've sort of tackled before. So for us, it was something that made sense. And it's like, okay, this is the timeline where it makes sense. How do we get that PlayStation community into the Grounded community so that they can actually help us make a better game?
Yeah. So like now you got like multiple pipelines, and they're both going to be same version for both. So regardless of what platform you're playing, everyone's going to be able to play the same version of the game as well.
Yeah, everybody's playing the same build, and crossplay is incredibly important for us. And so, right now, if you were to go get Grounded on Xbox Series SX, Steam, Windows Store, your Steam Deck, all of those all cross-play together, and they all cross-progress together. And making PlayStation part of that, always been our plan, and absolutely going to be there from day one.
For sure, yeah. I know a lot of players like to maybe play on the go, like jump on their Steam Deck, and the cross-progression is huge, so as long as you log into your account, you can kind of keep that going, whether you want to play on PlayStation, Xbox, wherever.
Yeah.
Sweet. Well, Chris and Marcus, thank you so much for joining us. That's Grounded 2.
Thank you. Thank you.
You can check out Grounded 2 right now in early access on Xbox Series X and S and PC, and it's coming to PS5, so you can check out more at IGN Live. But coming right up after this, we have so much more, so stick around whether you're here or watching online.
IGN Live is presented by our official retail partner, Best Buy.
To be the very best like no one ever was? Streamline your journey to becoming a master trainer with Planet Pokemon. Choose your Pokemon, filtering by type, stats, or game availability. Then use the full team builder to assemble an unbeatable lineup. Plan out the optimal set of moves, items, and abilities. Plan your dream team today at planetpokemon.com.
Catch up on all your favorite shows with up-to-the-minute gaming and entertainment news with Geek Media Podcasts.
Welcome to a very special episode of IGN Game Scoop.
Game Scoop has you covered for all things gaming and the latest game releases. Tune into Podcast Beyond for the biggest PlayStation news.
Man, this is a cool looking trailer.
Everything Xbox on Podcasts Unlocked.
This is Steve Downs, the voice of Master Chief.
Catch up with your Super Nintendos on Nintendo Voice Chat.
Let the kids love what we love.
And get all the latest console news and rumors with Next Gen Console Watch.
Now Xbox and Phil Spencer are even saying that a mid-gen refresh isn't even necessary.
The Cinefix Top 100 podcast picks a movie every week to celebrate and debate.
It's kind of every movie's grandpa.
Geek Media Podcasts, the best podcasts from around the world.
IGN Playlist is the best way to track your game collection. Now you can even import your entire Steam library to Playlist, making it easier than ever to review games, show off your collection of the world, and finally chip away at that massive backlog you keep meaning to get to. IGN Playlist, check it out.
Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for Shadow of the Erdtree, Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom, and so much more.
It's good, right?
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
Oh, hey, I didn't see you there. We were watching IGN Live. Coming up, we're heading to 1666 Amsterdam and doing our best to make it out alive. After that, we're checking out the new Star Wars game Zero Company. And then we're reconnecting with a classic video game character who's getting a brand new game. All that and more here in IGN Live. And of course, thank you to all the sponsors who helped make this whole show possible. Thank you.
Watching IGN Live. My next guest helped bring the Assassin's Creed series to life, and his newest game might be his coolest yet. Here to tell me all about 1666 Amsterdam, please welcome Patrice Desailly. Hello! Thank you so much for joining us. I have a lot of questions. I know we were talking backstage. I was like, I mean, witchy game? Fantastic pairing. I am so stoked. So we have kind of a big question first, because we've known about this game for quite some time. Yeah. Obviously, it's changed quite a lot. So between job changes, acquisitions, you started a new studio. You jumped through a lot of hoops to hold on to this IP. Why is it so important to you?
Why is it so important? That's an amazing question. Because I love when you have an idea and you can feel it, that there's something into it, you have to stick with it. That's how I am. And back in around 2011, I had this idea in Amsterdam. I was walking around and I'm like, oh, I could have done an Assassin's Creed game here, the houses, and I already had an idea about the year 1666 because of 666, the year of the devil. And then I turned a corner and there was a building there. It was written Anno 1666 on it. I'm like, oh, let's do a game about the devil in Amsterdam. And then a lot of stuff happened, couldn't make it back then. For the rights, got it back. I was doing Ancestors, the Humankind Odyssey with Panache at my new studio. I had to wait. Then in January 2020, I went back at it and changed a lot of things. Because at first it was about being the devil.
Right, yeah. So could you talk a little bit more about those changes? So there was some leaked footage, and this obviously looks very different. So like, what are the top 3 biggest changes that you guys have
But the main is the main character, because playing as the devil, then there was Lucifer, the TV series, and I'm like, somebody's already working on this. And I'm like, but what could represent the devil? And I'm like, witches. Witches are the people following the devil-ish. And let's go into it. And this is how it all started. And I designed it in January 2020. And then something happened that in March we're all stuck.
Yeah. A lot of time at home.
Yeah. And so it took a little bit longer than anticipated, and now we announced it yesterday, and it's amazing.
Okay, yeah. Also, congratulations. That's fantastic. It was such a cool reveal. Let's talk witchcraft. So witchcraft varies so much in practice all around the world, historically and even in modern days. What sort of research did you and your team do into the witchcraft specifically in the Netherlands, in the history of it? Because they have their own pretty storied history with their relationship to witchcraft.
Yes, so we did some travel. So we went to Amsterdam a couple of times personally. I went with the entire team and making sure that they understood the city, because it's a really particular city where everything is narrow because of the canals on one side, there's the street, and then there's buildings, and I wanted the team to feel that. And then we studied a lot of historical books. You have to understand also, and it's maybe weird, but I'm not into witchcraft personally. And,
that's fair. I don't think a ton of people are.
But because I'm not,
yeah,
I felt it was an interesting subject matter to go and dig into it. And so it's a mix of witchcraft stuff and historical. And then there's a big twist, because it takes place in different time period. And this is really what I wanted to talk about deep down, about the duality of stuff in life. So you play in 1666, and you play also in 1999. And it's kind of like a mirror of each other.
Yeah, and you still also have a little bit of time in the present day, or at least modern times with Cleo. So where do you take most place here in this game? Like, are you mostly in one or other, or is it like a bouncing back and forth?
So that's 5% of the time you're in the present day in the library with Cleo and Professor with Lucas, and they have a discussion, and they're trying to decipher a book and a letter in the prologue. Mm-hmm. And then, I don't know, let's say 15% of the time you're in 1999, and the rest you're in 1666 as Noah Brooklyn, the collector.
Okay. So let's talk a little bit more about Noah in the gameplay that you have. So it appears to have elements of social stealth, which of course we know from your work on Assassin's Creed.
Yeah.
You even mentioned it earlier that this would have been great location for Assassin's Creed. How is the elements of social stealth different in this game in particular?
Well, you play as a Zindaris witch during a witch hunt, basically. So yeah, you gotta be, you have to switch between the civilian and the Zindaris as you wish, as you want, but you'll have consequences on how you actually are in the missions. But that's like post-prologue, by the way, it's coming. It's like eventually the games will open up, because people who played the prologue, it's like it ends at the beginning of all of this. And but it depends on how you want to play, because it's a panache game.
Right.
Also.
Okay, I was gonna say too, how much choice is there here? Because you said that, you kind of wanted this from the beginning to be a little bit about playing with the devil, right? And taking the devil's side on things. Is this like you're going fully evil, or can you be kind of like moderate, or can you be like really good, but within the context of what good means as a witch?
It's really, like I said, because it's a panache game, it becomes your game. You can play with the toy the way you want, and it's like there's consequences to your action in the short term. In the long term, you're playing this witch story that already happened during the 17th century. Because Animus now, instead of being this machine from Assassin's Creed, is a book that you have to decipher, but this is the collection of what happened in 1666 to Noah.
Okay, and very cool and spooky book too. I also have to ask, just from like a production standpoint, kind of taking it a different direction. Why do you have early access for this? Like, what's the benefit do you see for this game in particular?
The main benefit, and it's always been a vision for Panache, is to do the game with you guys. Right? I have been playing that game for the last 6 years now, and it's been evolved since the beginning. Every single build is better, right? And deep down, it's like, let's do this with the community, with the people who are actually playing it, and instead of just being us, telling the game what it should be, let's get the comments from people, what they like, what they dislike, and let's build it together.
Do you, Panache? Yeah.
That's the main idea.
Do you and your team at Panache have a target for about like how much is already really set in stone for one bring in early access? Like if you have like a percentage or like kind of vision of how much?
I will not tell you the plan.
Okay.
But there is a plan. It's already entirely, production plan is there, and there's a line and everything about community, right? What are they telling us? How can we make it better? We have our ideas. And right now in Montreal, I would say that we already have around 15 to 20 hours worth of content.
Wow.
And it's all about taking the time to finish, listening to feedbacks and comments, putting our own thing into it, and eventually we'll have a 1.0, and it'll be everywhere on every single platform that exists in this universe. That's the goal.
Fantastic. I think a lot of times when we see early access games come out, there's always a question of like, how much is going to be there for me to invest my time in? Do I wait? Do I get in now? Of course, if it's like someone like me who's very into witchcraft, I'm coming in day one. But it is good to hear just how much you guys are planning and like the community feedback aspect that you guys are really interested in as well.
And I always believe that, and I'm an old monkey. I'm an old timer. I've been around, and at first I couldn't, right? You finished the game, you would go on vacation, and that was it.
Yeah.
Now it's all about, I can have the dialogue with the people. And making a game is all about having a dialogue with a player.
Yeah, so speaking of that, is there anything else that we haven't talked about today that you want to discuss?
One main thing we didn't talk about, and it's really important, is you play as a cat.
How could we forget that? The most important thing, frankly.
No, but see? You play.
Yep. We love cats. We love cats. Give it up for cats.
You love cats. It's for you cat lover out there. But it's because, and not only do you play as a cat, is that you play as Noah Brooklyn, the civilian that she has to be, careful about how she is. And then you can be the witch, and then you can be the cat. And you press one button.
Wow,
so it's back and forth. That's the main gameplay, is you play through all those loops. It's not in the prologue yet. Mm-hmm. Not yet, it's not, because it's the beginning of the actual game.
Yep.
But as soon as we hit early access, this opens up, and you'll see that those mechanics and how fun it is to go through the missions and through the day of a Zindaris witch in 1666.
Yeah,
with her cat, who's actually a guy from 1999.
Yeah, play the prologue, guys. If you haven't yet, definitely check it out. Well, Patrice, thank you so much. I cannot wait to play 1666 Amsterdam.
Thank you.
We've got plenty more IGN Live ahead, so stick around.
Thank you. Peace out.
You're watching IGN Live. Now coming up, we have, we're checking out Star Wars Zero Company. And then after that, we've got a brand new game from a familiar face. I wonder who could that be? And then, oh my God, YouTube sensations, the new rock stars are gonna be here and take over our show. What the heck? And then, we're gonna show you the latest and greatest indie games from Indie Loop. All of that right here on IGN Live. And of course, I wanna do a big shout out to all of IGN Live's sponsors who help make this show possible. Thank you, everybody.
the Star Wars galaxy through video games almost as long as Star Wars has been around, and later this year we get to not only explore new corners of it, we can use those corners as cover while we plan our squad's next moves. Here to tell us about the upcoming turn-based tactics game Star Wars Zero Company, please welcome Greg Furch and James Brawley from Bit Reactor. Welcome. Thank you for coming. Okay, so can you set the stage for us? This is set during the twilight of the Clone Wars. We got a killer trailer that had a surprise appearance from one Anakin Skywalker at the very end there. Who are we playing as, and sort of what part of this conflict are we in? Are we in the Clone Wars, or are we doing something else?
So you're in the backdrop of the Clone Wars, right? The Clone Wars is a great setting for the game because there's so many other things going on. That's lots of subterfuge. You know what I'm saying. No, there's lots of different backroom dealing. There's all sorts of different agendas going on. There's a lot of politics at play. And so while the Clone Wars is happening, there's this other war happening beneath the war. And you're playing as Hawks, who's a former Republic officer. And you're now working with a group of mercenary soldiers trying to prevent the spread of the Shadow Plague throughout the galaxy.
Okay, all right, so that's exciting to me. Like, the Clone Wars setting is really cool, but like, I feel like you could have done a straightforward, you have clone troopers, send them to go do stuff against separatist armies. This gets a little bit gray. This gets kind of murky. I'm into that. Now, this is obviously Zero Company, Z-Com. This has got a little bit of XCOM DNA in there. One of the best parts of XCOM is permadeath, which is returning here. Is that right? How do you balance that with telling a canonical story? If you've got characters who exist in this universe, in this galaxy, and then they can die or not die, how does that work?
Yeah, so the story is a canonical story, of course. You start in one place, you end in one place as a player. All the stuff that happens in the middle, characters living, dying, your experience is going to be different than mine, but at the end, when the story wraps up, it does tie, that's where it funnels back into the Star Wars canon. So we can have very different experiences, how we play the game, how we level our characters, the characters that live and die, could all be a little bit different, but at the end of the game, it all kind of funnels back.
Right on. Well, we've got a brand new clip from the game. We've got a trailer. Let's cue it up and take a look.
You want to fight?
Intelligence was just briefed on reports of a separatist fleet massing in the Serralona system.
Then we need to make our move.
You got someone?
Zero Company.
You still got it, old man.
What do you got for me, Bennick? We're at Zilius. Coil's been spotted meeting with local gangsters. Get down there, find out what they're up to. But please, do it quietly.
Griff.
Show me contact.
My team's got a contract to put an end to Fathom's plans.
I've been tracking Fathom for months. She's at the center of it all.
Let's get a team together. I want in.
I'm not in it for the credits. There we go! Yes,
ma'am. He was a good operator. He knew the risks.
The circle must be closed.
We work with all kinds of folks. Ex-separatists, ex-noble, ex-cons, and we're better for it. We're almost there. We just gotta finish this job.
General Skywalker.
I think they like what they see. I think you might have something here. We're talking about this backstage. This is chocolate and peanut butter. This is tactical, turn-based, and Star Wars. I feel like this should have been done a lot sooner. Obviously, we got a lot of cool we got a lot of cool combat there. That's the spicy, exciting stuff you put in the trailer. So much of these games is also what's happening between missions, and I want to talk a little bit about that. Like in XCOM, you go back, you build your base, you do your research and all that. In Midnight Suns, you do that, but then you also wind up in the hot tub with Doctor Strange for some reason and start a book club with Blade. What are we doing in between missions here? What's going on kind of when Zero Company is sort of...
Great, I'd love to tell you about that. So, of course, the tactical missions themselves are the bread and butter of a lot of the gameplay. That's where all of the combat happens and such. But between those missions, you're going to return to the Den, which is a place where you and all of your operators are operating between missions. You'll have the opportunity to not only talk to the different members of the team and see how they're doing and check out with them and see if they have anything that they're hoping you're going to help them take care of. But you'll also be able to perform a lot of the management tasks. You can buy items from the black market. You can choose how to modify your character's loadouts, what weapons they're using, what utility items they're using, and then to customize and level up their skills how you choose to do so. After you're done doing those things, you then move to the galaxy map. And on the galaxy map, you're going to send your guys out to complete non-combat operations that help them gather intelligence, gather resources, make new contacts, earn new opportunities for combat missions. And each time you return to the Den, we call that a cycle. And the cycle concludes with going to the holotable to accept and execute a mission. Then you'll select the squad members you want to send on that mission, and then you'll get to see cool sequences where you depart the Den on your ship, and then you head to those places and engage the enemy.
I love these. These are all like bespoke characters?
No, not all of them. We have a cast of bespoke characters, which are many of the characters that you've seen there in the preview. But the player can also create as many custom characters as they want, and they can perform the same level of combat interactions as any of the other characters.
Okay, I'm into that. Because I feel like having, being limited to just, scripted characters you've got, it's going to be rough if they get killed off. It might be good to have some maybe more disposable people around, some cannon fodder, if
not even just disposable, but it's a matter of who you, the player, want to embrace as your team. If you really like the bespoke characters, you can use them. If you're not so interested in some of them, you can create your own and rotate them into the team. You can use 10 guys and rotate between them if you want. You can focus on an A team. It's up to you how you want to approach the game.
How many bespoke characters are there?
I believe it's 6.
Okay. And they all, I'm getting a little bit of like a kind of a Mass Effect 2 vibe from this, where it's you're getting the gang together and you gotta make sure they're all happy, right?
Right. There's a little bit of that effect. It's kind of like a happy medium between the Mass Effect 2 model and the XCOM model.
I'm into that. Are there romance options?
I guess you'll just have to play the game and find out.
Okay, might get weird, but we'll see. Can you tell us a little bit about what's going on in the combat? Are there any particular mechanics or features that you're really particularly proud of or you want to showcase?
One of our most important features in the game is the bond system, where actions in combat can improve the relationships between two of the characters on the team. And that's really kind of the backbone of how our characters progress. As the relationships develop, they gain more and more focus points to spend on leveling up their skills.
Okay, so I like that permeates the whole game. You've got to juggle that. Is there going to be sort of like a recruitment period early on where you've got to go out and find people, or is you kind of start out with your crew out the gate?
Go ahead.
Start with the baseline, right? Like we get you started with a starter kit, and then you can go about it however you want, and then you will recruit new characters, new droids. On top of it, where the authored characters are not set, like there's a lot you can do with their abilities and spec them out in a different way. So like your authored hero is not exactly the same as mine, and how they bond together also makes them different. So there's a lot more flexibility than people may think in how some of the authored characters really work.
Tell me more about Hawks. Can you say who's playing him?
You as the player sort of inhabit Hawks.
Okay.
And Hawks can be anything you want Hawks to be. Hawks is, for the box, is a guy.
Okay, all right.
A human. But like you can make it a Twi'lek, you can make Hawks a Zabrak.
Okay.
Male, female. It should be however you want to express yourself as a player.
Cool, I'm into that. I mean, I know like one thing, and we're talking about this with the canon, one thing with Star Wars Outlaws, where like K-Vess is the protagonist because she's part of this universe. It sounds like you're getting a little bit more freedom and more kind of modular here and really let players take it on while still tackling stuff that fits into the canon?
Yeah, exactly.
Right on. We saw a red lightsaber in there, but we also saw Anakin. We also said this is the twilight of the Clone Wars. Is Anakin a good guy or a bad guy?
I mean, you have to play it to find out, right?
Okay. All right. I'm intrigued. I like that you're showing this stuff, and this is coming out soon. Yeah.
August 27th.
August 27th. I'm into it. This is what I like to see. I like to see this much of a game this close to the game coming out, so I get excited, then I can go play it. Thank you guys so much for coming by. You heard it here. Star Wars Zero Company is coming to PC and consoles August 27th. There is still lots more IGN Live to come. May the Force be with you.
If you caught the Xbox Game Showcase, you probably noticed a certain iconic purple dragon. Joining us to dive into the Spyro A Realm Beyond announcement and share the latest updates from Toys from Bob are Paul Yan, studio head, and Lou Studdard, associate creative director. Hi guys, welcome to IGN Live.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah,
thanks for having us.
We had to clear the room because, just Spyro is just, it's too hype, and there was just too many people, so we had to kick everybody out. But hey, your game's out there in the wild. How do you feel about that?
Very, very excited. I mean, we've been working in stealth for the past 2 years, and it's fantastic to be able to give a little peek, a little glimpse behind the curtain about what we've been building.
Yeah.
Honestly, relieved to finally be able to talk about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's always a thing where it's like we were talking before this, and you're like, I've been playing the game or whatever, but like you're never allowed to like tweet about it or post anything about it. You just have to pretend. You're
always working in secret.
Very normal day at the office. Well, speaking of the office, I want to talk first. I know people want to hear about Spyro, but I want to hear about Toys for Bob because you guys are independent now after all these years.
That we are.
How has that changed how you guys are approaching development for your future games?
I'll just say that Spyro A Realm Beyond for us, it represents a return to the types of games that we are most passionate about making.
Yeah.
And I think we have to go back a little bit in history to kind of talk about our journey through this. So we've been a part of Activision since 2005.
Wow.
And we've had a fantastic, successful partnership for over that time. We've done Skylanders, an original IP. We've remade the classic games of Spyro and the Reignite trilogy, and we've done a whole new Breath of Life for Crash Bandicoot in Crash Bandicoot 4 and Crash Team Rumble. And when we were right around 2022 or so, times changed, and there was a corporate.
What do you mean?
things started to change. There was a lot of things that were shifting in the industry, and particularly for us, there was a corporate mandate for us to move and support larger initiatives.
Right.
Games like Warzone and Overwatch 2. And Toys for Bob stepped up to support those initiatives and support those teams and those games, and we're very proud of the work that we did. But deep down inside, we knew that there wasn't the right fit, and we were getting away from the types of games that we love to make and that we're best known to doing.
Okay.
So that was part of the journey of moving towards independence.
So if I'm a Toys for Bob fan, which I am, by the way.
Thank you.
If I'm a Toys for Bob fan and I'm reading it was earlier this year or last year where you guys announced that you were going independent?
It's 2023. It was that time
so
period.
It's been a couple years.
It's been a couple of years.
That too, yeah.
So I'm wondering what you guys are making next, and sure enough, you come back with an Activision title.
Yes.
My first thought would be, are they going to work on something original? Or are they going to, kind of maybe break away from the Activision IP? And you guys did not. So is this something we can expect from Toys for Bob going forward? Like, what made you choose Spyro?
Well, Spyro's been on our minds for a long time. It's part of our DNA. We've been working with the character, through Skylanders and through Reignited, and to be honest, during the Reignited trilogy, that's where the spark of the idea for this game came from.
The spark?
Yes. So we've been thinking about it for a long time, and we knew that we wanted to go and create an original title for that. So that's where it began. But to your question about still working with Activision, that sounds strange, and I can see the optics of that is a little bit odd. But I can tell you that right around 2023, around that time period, Microsoft was in the process of acquiring Activision.
Yeah.
And like I said earlier, we were doing our focus was split across many different support areas, and we were just moving away from the types of games that we were really passionate about doing.
Yeah.
And so with the amount of change that was on the horizon with the acquisition and this transition that was coming up, we felt that was the right time for us to say, let's double down and bet on ourselves in a big way, and let's propose something really radical. So we put forth a plan that said, hey, we would like to buy back our independence and take back creative control, organizational control, financial control, and then spin out as a separate independent company. And in order to focus on the types of games that we love, and also to preserve the team and all the tenure that we've built. And part of that proposal was also building and developing this new game that we've been thinking about for so long, and delivering that in partnership with Xbox.
I know I'm not going to get any sort of definitive answer, but have you been thinking about making an original title? Like, is this kind of our first launch of an independent studio, and now we're going to work on something that's wholly ours?
I mean, the thing with Spyro for us is it's been in the DNA of the studio's history for so long that we have such an affinity for the character that, given the opportunity, we immediately leapt at it. And so as far as anything original, anything else coming down the pipeline, obviously we'll wait and see. But, for us, it's just this amazing opportunity for us to continue to define the future for, a beloved character that means so much to so many players and to us as a studio.
You're like, we're not being held at gunpoint. We
Not
wanted
at
to
all.
make this game.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
No, honestly, it really is something special to us.
Me and you worked together. Well, we shot a video together for Crash 4.
Yeah.
What about when it came to making Spyro? Did you feel this confidence because you're like, you know what? We killed it with Crash 4. We're just gonna kill it again.
Well, appreciate the sentiment. Thank you.
Yeah,
I will take that. But for us, it's really one of the things that we as a studio love to do, especially with these kind of franchises that we've been, working with so long, is identify what makes them tick. And how we can put a Toys for Bob spin on it, how we can evolve kind of what it means to play one of these franchises. We did it with Crash 4. And for Spyro, again, we had the Skylanders series, we had the Reignited trilogy. And for us, it's just all about knowing and being intimately familiar with a character and being familiar with the franchise and what makes it tick and what defines it.
Yeah.
Right? And so, honestly, it's not really a confidence level as it is we love it too, and we want to see it continue and move forward in ways that it's never done in the past.
Do you ever, in this world of, ultra realistic graphics and all that stuff, and you guys are the 3D platformer people, does it warm your heart seeing games like Astrobot win Game of the Year and stuff like that? And you're like, we're still relevant, we're still in there, People love 3D platformers.
1,000%.
Heck yes.
Yes. Yes.
No,
Astrobot,
I mean,
Rayman, and had their announcement before. It's just
just got announced.
Yeah. We would love to see it. Love to see it. And I think that's part of our DNA as a studio is we want to bring forth joyful experiences, colorful characters, handcrafted, whimsical worlds, and so. If if more players are attracted to that game, fantastic. That's our wheelhouse. We want to live there.
Absolutely.
The audience is going to kill us if we don't talk about Spyro at all. So let's
we're here
talk
for
about one of the you're like, let's do it. Let's talk about one of the something somebody may have heard, which is this is not an original voice actor for Spyro. Who do we got?
Well, it is the original.
It's the
it's
original.
Not a new voice actor. Yes, correct.
Sorry, that's what I meant.
It's all right. Honestly, for us, as I said, we know intimately this character. We love this character, and nothing really embodies Spyro for us more than Tom Kenny voicing and embodying Spyro. And so Tom was who we brought back for the Reignited trilogy. It was who voiced Spyro in some of the original games. Yeah. And Tom is just this phenomenal voice actor who is an absolute pleasure to work with and loves this franchise. He was so excited.
It didn't take any convincing.
No, not at all.
We're making a new Spyro game.
Honestly, he's talking to us in session about his memories of recording it from before, how people come up to him saying that they want a new Spyro game and how excited he is for that. And honestly, it took about 10 seconds for him to get the voice back and the personality back, and we were ready to go in session.
You guys, we don't see a ton of gameplay in the new trailer, but there's a little bit at the end.
Yep.
And there is a dragon flight is kind of the thing we're going for here.
Yeah.
Are we expecting to see more flying in this one, or just more gliding?
I mean, actually, yes. The whole thing that we're showing off today as part of the reveal is the fact that we are trying to amplify what it means to be a dragon in this game.
Okay.
And that means leaning into dragon flight.
Oh, cool.
Now, you can see it in the actual cinematic portion of the trailer, but you're going to be transitioning from ground to air at a moment's notice. Whenever you want as true player freedom. It is
really?
There's
no thing on the floor that you have to touch.
Not at all.
No,
it is press a button and you are flying. And so it's not select levels. It is not gliding. It is true flight. But one of the things that we're showing off in the gameplay portion is we want you interacting with the environment.
Yeah.
We want you diving down to catch speed, using your flame breath to ignite campfires to get lift before flapping your wings to sustain momentum and interacting with the world. So it is active, engaging flight as you're kind of traversing through this environment.
I'm going to give you an easy one.
Okay.
Is this for the olds like me that played Spyro on my PlayStation 1 demo disc?
Sure.
Or is this for the youngs who are playing Astrobot and recent Nintendo platformers and stuff like that?
For us, this represents, it's hackneyed to say a bit of both, but it is. It is.
That's why I said it was an easy one.
I know. Thank you. But no, we purposely started with, obviously, the fans, ourselves, all of them in mind. That's why we're bringing Tom back. That's why, we're embodying the tone and the personality of this character. But we purposely set ourselves a goal to make this a great inroads for new players. Yeah.
Story-wise, do I need to know what happened in the first 3 games, or?
So we're not talking detail-wise.
Okay.
But again, we wanted to make this as welcoming an onboarding point for new players as could be.
Is there a world where Tom says no and you do it anyways, just with somebody else?
Thankfully, we don't have to live in that world. Thankfully, we don't have to live in that world. Tom is a delight, and honestly, happy to be part of the crew.
Okay, cool. All right, well, let's talk about, before we crash out really quick, we got to talk about the release, because you guys did kind of tease it, and platforms too.
Yeah.
Were you guys, was there any sort of mandate to try to have this as an Xbox exclusive, or as an indie, or as an independent studio, you guys got the freedom to just be we want our game everywhere?
I mean, honestly, as part of the conversations about making this game, it was trying to get it in the hands of as many players as possible. And so for us, that means bringing it to Xbox. That means bringing it to Xbox Game Pass, Xbox on PC, but also PlayStation 5, Switch 2, and Steam.
Is the Switch 2 port going to be day and date, nice and frosty?
That's the plan.
That's you're yes.
Yes.
All right. Well, spring 2027 is when we're going to be playing A Realm Beyond. I hope everybody's excited for it. I know I am. Guys, thank you so much for coming to IGN Live. Congrats on the reveal.
Thank you so much for having us. Couldn't be more excited to talk about it finally.
I know. We can't wait to have you guys back. For more on IGN Live and everything else video games, stick right here.
IGN Live is presented by
Evil Dead Burn, only in theaters July 10th.
Do you want to be the very best like no one ever was? Streamline your journey to becoming a master trainer with Planet Pokemon. Choose your Pokemon, filtering by type, stats, or game availability. Then use the full team builder to assemble an unbeatable lineup. Plan out the optimal set of moves, items, and abilities. Plan your dream team today at planetpokemon.com.
Catch up on all your favorite shows with up-to-the-minute gaming and entertainment news with Geek Media Podcasts.
Welcome to a very special episode of IGN Game Scoop.
Game Scoop has you covered for all things gaming and the latest game releases. Tune into Podcast Beyond for the biggest PlayStation news.
Man, this is a cool looking trailer.
Everything Xbox on Podcasts Unlocked.
This is Steve Downs, the voice of Master Chief.
Catch up with your Super Nintendos on Nintendo Voice Chat.
Let the kids love what we love.
And get all the latest console news and rumors with Next Gen Console Watch.
Now Xbox and Phil Spencer are even saying that a mid-gen refresh isn't even necessary.
The Cinefix Top 100 podcast picks a movie every week to celebrate and debate.
It's kind of every movie's grandpa.
Geek Media Podcasts, the best podcasts from around the world.
IGN Playlist is the best way to track your game collection. Now you can even import your entire Steam library to Playlist, making it easier than ever to review games, show off your collection to the world, and finally chip away at that massive backlog you keep meaning to get to. IGN Playlist, check it out.
Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for Shadow of the Erdtree, Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom, and so much more.
It's good, right?
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
You're watching Day 2 of IGN Live. Coming up, we're hanging out with YouTube sensations, the new rock stars. After that, surviving the zombie apocalypse in Arizona sunshine. And then, it's time to rob from the rich in the upcoming film, The Death of Robin Hood. All of that and more on Day 2 of IGN Live. And of course, thank you to all the sponsors who helped make this whole show possible. Thank you all.
What's up, everybody? I'm Clint Gage, and joining me here on stage, my esteemed colleagues from IGN, Tom Jorgensen and Max Scoville. And we are also very happy to have our friends from New Rock Stars, Eric Voss, Zach Huddleston. Guys, how's it going? Hey! Super happy to have you here. Thanks for being here, guys.
Thanks for having us. We're so pumped to be here. This is great.
Sweet, sweet. Well, let's get it going. We don't have a lot of time to do this, but we have to assemble the ultimate team of Avengers, and we're going to need your help to do it out here in the audience. Is that cool with you guys? Yes. All right. So if there's one thing that science and history has proven, that there are 4 essential team members that every Avengers lineup requires. So what we're going to do is we're going to go through each of those 4 roles that our team needs. New Rockstars is going to offer up a character. IGN's going to offer up a character. You guys are going to decide which one's the winner. That make sense? All right, here we go. Well, let's start with the first thing that every good team needs, a leader. We got one already out there.
All right.
Who would we pick for your leader?
Our team leader, you said it, Dr. Doom.
That's right. Because here's the thing. It's not Avengers Thursday. It's not Avengers Captain America's Day.
It's Avengers Doomsday. That's the thing. Dr. Doom is the leader that this crisis needs to solve. He's the only one with the understandings of how deadly and dangerous incursions are. He's the man with the new mask in the same task. You don't cast Robert Downey Jr. unless you see him as a secret protagonist of this story.
That's right.
So,
And just now that Eric's laid that out, like obviously any other pick is lame and less than.
Right, boo.
Hey, hang on. This the rebuttal, guys. Who's your leader?
Okay, so first of all, Dr. Doom is a bad guy. Yes. He's cool, but you can't have a bad guy be the main guy. That's not okay. No. You need to have a nice guy. You got to have a real good guy. And I know he's not been known for Avengers stuff, but I'm going with Cyclops. Yeah. Okay. And listen, I got a confession, an apology to make. I grew up thinking Cyclops was not cool. I didn't think Cyclops was that great. You know, I thought Wolverine was cooler, but I was young and I was wrong. And since then, I have grown to love the works of James Marsden, thanks to his appearances in such hit films as The Notebook, Sonic the Hedgehog, Sonic the Hedgehog 2, Sonic the Hedgehog 3, and such hit series as the Amazon Freevee original Jury Duty.
There you go.
I think Cyclops deserves his time to shine.
All right, case has been made. Who are we going with, guys? Let's hear it for Dr. Doom.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Let's hear it for Cyclops.
Muted.
Did everybody cheer for both just then? I think it's a slight edge to Doom, right? All right. Yeah. Dr. Doom is leading our Avengers team, which I feel like breaks the game straight out of the gate, but that's totally fine. I'm happy with it. Okay, let's move on to the next team member that we absolutely need to start to flesh out the team that this guy's leading. If Dr. Doom's going to lead, we got to have the muscle. We got to have just a big hammer of a muscle. Who do we got, guys?
Well, who's got a better hammer than the God of Thunder, Thor?
I didn't even mean to do that.
It's a Thor Love and Thunder file photo. That's not my favorite Thor, but Ragnarok Thor, he's got the haircut in this movie. He's praying to All-Father Odin, and he's got a weird daughter figure that he's fighting for. So, like, Thor is like the muscle for any Avengers movie. He's the Point Break of every Avengers team up. I think he's got the full package, and that's all he knows how to do. And this time, he knows to go for the head.
That's right. Oh.
Frankly, it's gonna be hard to top the argument of weird daughter figure. So, what do we got, guys? Who's our muscle?
Okay, so, all right, hold on. So, here's the thing. The thing. Where's the thing?
Where's the thing?
The thing. Oh, the thing. There's the thing. Okay. So we got a little bit of Cousin Richie in Fantastic Four, but there was not enough time spent clobbering. And if there's anybody who knows a thing or two about clobbering and how much time should be spent dedicated to it, specifically I don't know how he's going to get along with Dr. Doom, but I imagine he's going to be clobbering Dr. Doom at some point. Let's get Ben Grimm up there. Let's get him up there. I also.
Or Cousin Richie.
You know, I think we've all enjoyed the Hulu original, The Bear, and I think more of Eben Moss Backrack doing some cooking. You know, he made a nice sauce in First Steps, and he had a black and white cookie with Natasha Lyonne. There wasn't enough time getting to hear what the thing eats.
It is really hard to make this motion with those fingers, too, you know?
He's also not going to lose his mind like the Hulk every 10 minutes. He's a little more reliable.
Yeah, all right. Control. Now, beard or no beard?
Absolutely not. I thought that was weird. I don't like the Rock beard. That upset me. Not a fan.
We want a handlebar mustache.
Exactly.
Yeah. Give him the heater. All right, guys, what do we think? The Thing?
Tepid.
Thor? 2 for 2. All right. We do now have Dr. Doom leading Thor so far. So let's move on to the next one. This I think is the most important team member that any good Avengers lineup needs. We need the random character that has frankly too much to do with the plot of Doomsday.
Yeah.
Who's that going to be on your team?
Okay, we have kind of a weird curveball pick here. This character is always like you walk out of the movie being like, wow, that movie had a lot of this guy. And for us, we think that's going to be Herbie. Herbie the robot from Fantastic Four. Yes, Herbie. Herbie's got his weird tape deck face. Here's why. He's gonna be like the C-3PO to Reed Richards in this movie. And none of us are expecting this right now, but we're gonna see these guys go into Cerebro in the X-Men universe, and we're all gonna be weirded out by how much dialogue Herbie has in the movie. So that's why I think we're all gonna leave Doomsday be like, did Was Herbie the secret star of that movie?
Could have used a little less Herbie.
I could have used a little less Herbie, maybe. So that's why we think Herbie's going to be the secret brains of the Marvel heroes in this movie.
He's the rat climbing over the Scott Lang's van that sets off the event.
Herbie will save the multiverse, I think.
All right. It's getting pretty fan-4 heavy. Who we got here, guys?
I mean, if we're talking about saving the multiverse, there's nobody that makes more sense to put on this team than Uatu the Watcher. This man is practically omniscient. This man is up to date on the events of the Marvel Cinematic Universe timeline, which is a huge boon going into Doomsday, let me tell you. He lives in the MCU's back rooms. He can send people there if they're bad. And the amount of money you're going to save on shampoo with that big bald head for the Avengers Corporation, all of it.
And we're talking like very specifically Jeffrey Wright playing him in live action as well.
Very
right?
specifically, it's Jeffrey Wright with a big old CG noggin.
People
all right, guys.
Get enough of MODOK and Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania. They love the big head. We want to see the big head technology used again.
Marvel Studios has invested a lot in that technology.
All right, who do we got? We have Big Head Uatu the Watcher. Oh, there we go.
Pretty strong.
Or do we want Herbie to have too much to do with Doomsday?
Yeah! Oh, no love. It's an anti-AI crowd.
Guys, I think we got one. It's Uatu. All right. Let's move on to, we got one last bit of business to assemble our team here. Now we're going with the wild card. And this is completely up to you guys. Literally any other character, what other energy do you want in your Avengers lineup?
Squirtle? Whoa. When I think of a wild card, I think of like, what's more unpredictable than the weather? Who has said that they're not going to be in this movie but will? And we'll steal the thunder from the god of thunder. Storm! Bring in the storm! Aurora Monroe is the energy Doomsday needs to be a billion-dollar hit. Halle Berry can say all she wants that she's not going to be in this movie, but we all know.
There's no way she's not in the movie.
Yeah, I don't buy that. There's a greater likelihood that, Scott Lang will unzip himself like in the Pepsi commercial and it will be Halle Berry. We need the Storm. If all the other X-Men are going to be in this movie, we need a proper Halle Berry Storm in this universe. This is the last chance we have to have
Also, you can see like a crucial moment in the plot. All is lost. Our heroes are at their lowest. Crack of lightning. Little wind rustles through the room.
Somebody looks at Thor. He's like, "Is that you?" He's like, "That's not me."
Yeah, that's right.
I'm calling it right now.
Quick question.
Go ahead.
Can she be Punk Storm with the Mohawk?
Can she what?
Can she Punk Storm with the Mohawk? Punk Storm?
Oh.
Storm?
Is that fine?
Yeah, I think she needs to have the black kind of outfit that she had in X-Men '97, the proper Mohawk. Let's do the proper fan.
Okay, I want to be on their team.
No. Hang on. We haven't even.
I want to be on their team.
Okay. Put ours first before you decide which team.
What did you pick?
Don't get upset because your first two got beat by them.
We got Tom.
Bring it home, all right?
You brought a winner, right?
Last pick. Here's the winner, all right? We want to talk about bringing somebody back. Let's talk about Justin Hammer.
What?
Justin Hammer, the villain of Iron Man 2.
That's Whiplash.
First of all, if you're going to beat a bad guy, you need a bad guy, all right? First off. Second of all, he's already defeated a magic science villain. Infinity Ultron? Oh, keep it coming. Let's go. I love it.
You're talking about Uatu
Infinity
again.
Ultron, they beat him. Finally, the dancing of Sam Rockwell. And if you boo that, that's on you. Yeah. That's on you.
They picked Storm. Right. You picked Justin Hammer?
Okay. Who we got? Justin Hammer? Oh, wow. So really, we just need one of you to applaud for...
Storm!
Okay. Yeah. That's Storm. All right. So what do we think about this team? Just from the start. We got Dr. Doom leading. We've got Thor as our muscle. We've got Uatu the Watcher as our random character that frankly has way too much to do with the plot of Doomsday. And then we've got Storm as the wild card.
That's solid.
How are we going to get out of the event of Avengers Doomsday with that team? Pretty good?
How do we get out?
I feel good about that team.
Yes.
I like those odds.
I mean, I guess the fact that Doom is the leader of the Avengers, then like that says something about what you think of the plot of Avengers Doomsday.
Yeah, I think he's kind of the secret protagonist of this movie. The directors keep saying that they got some big secret idea and how you cast Robert Downey Jr. for a specific reason. I think he'll be villainous, but I think he's going to be the most competent person in the room in this movie. I think he's going to surprise us how heroic he is.
Nope.
And then he's going to break our hearts.
He is the only one that's got doctor right there in the name. So that's something. You guys feeling okay about only getting one of your picks in?
Justin Hammer is such an interesting character.
We've decided on Justin Hammer.
Here's the downside to Justin Hammer, is that means that if we have Justin Hammer as a key player in Avengers Doomsday, it means that everybody has to rewatch Iron Man 2. You guys want to rewatch Iron Man 2?
That's what our recaps are for.
Storm's fine.
All right, guys. Well, thank you, everybody, so much for helping us to assemble that team for Avengers. That was a blast. Thank you guys for being here. If you're not already, go subscribe to New Rockstars on YouTube. But we've got lots more right here. So stick around. IGN Live 2026.
Welcome back to IGN Live 2026. Arizona Sunshine is a third-person shooter in which you and a friend must survive a zombie apocalypse. We're celebrating 10 years since the first installment, so here to tell us more about the future of the franchise, please give a warm welcome to Nick Witzel, principal designer for Arizona Sunshine. Nick, welcome to IGN Live.
Thanks for having me.
So talk to me about the history of Arizona Sunshine and how it's changed over the last 10 years.
Yeah, so Arizona Sunshine started as a co-op zombie shooter released for VR back in 2016, 10 years ago, and quickly became one of the best-selling VR games of all time. We followed up with DLC, with updates on new platforms. We also did a sequel, Arizona Sunshine 2, which expanded greatly on the mechanics, on the story, and also introduced the wonderful canine companion Buddy to the game. We did a remake of the original game as well, and this year we're very happy to announce that we're turning Arizona Sunshine in a classic third-person, story-driven shooter with full co-op support for PC and consoles, and we have a wonderful trailer that we want to share.
All right, let's take a look at the announcement trailer for Arizona Sunshine.
You want some of this? Come and get it! Oh, shit!
Okay, so funny story. There was this guy who was stuck in the middle of the apocalypse.
Whoa! Oh, shit!
You know,
Chop, Freddy. Barbecue time, baby!
totally holding it together. Freddy here, Freddy there, Fred. Yep, he was doing great. All he wanted to do was just find one living, breathing human being, for crying out loud.
Down here, goddammit!
Was that too much to ask?
We can solve this problem once.
They're trying to make a vaccine. Hey there, you want to come? He did find some friends.
Yeah, buddy!
And then this guy showed up. Great name, questionable fashion sense.
Fuck you, Fred! Bada bing, bada bam, bada boom! Hurry! Damn, we're good!
You getting all this, buddy? The guy in the story? That's me.
Whoa, hold on! Oh, the cavalry is here!
Nick, that looks like a blast. So I got to know, what inspired the team to return to this franchise and develop it as a third-person shooter this time around?
Yeah, so many of us at the studio were always fans of classic shooters, classic zombie games. And with Arizona Sunshine, we always wanted to step beyond VR and deliver something that we ourselves, as gamers, want to see more of and want to play more of, which are story-driven shooters with an emphasis on satisfying and over-the-top action that you can play by yourself, but also with friends on the couch, split screen, just like the good old days.
All right, so tell us more about the setting and characters. How did this zombie-infested landscape come to be, and who are we playing as?
Yeah. So for starters, no prior knowledge of past games is required to enjoy the story of Arizona Sunshine. So you play as Sonny, a very lonely lone survivor who's slowly losing his mind in the apocalypse. His way of coping with that is to make imaginary friends with Fred or Freddy, which is the name he gives to all of the zombies he encounters. Of course, all of that changes one fateful day when he meets Buddy, his first real friend. And together, the two of them embark on an emotional journey filled with lots of gruesome action, silly humor, all set in the sunny sunlight of Arizona.
Amazing. Now, combat is a big feature of Arizona Sunshine and the whole franchise. What is combat like in Arizona Sunshine for new platforms?
Yeah, so exactly. Combat has always been at the heart of Arizona Sunshine, and that's still the case now, only we've increased the intensity. We've made things a bit more spectacular, but also given players more powerful tools to fight back with. So you're given a wide arsenal of weapons. You have pistols, shotguns, flamethrowers, grenade launchers. Every weapon category has multiple weapon types. Coming from VR, where weapon feel was so critical, so important, we're leveraging that experience and just bringing back as many of those weapons as we can. So you'll be collecting a lot of stuff throughout the game. There's melee weapons that you can use to perform these cinematic, bloody finishers. You can also find materials and craft your own explosives in case things get really intense. And then there's Buddy, of course, your faithful companion, your dog. He has your back. He doesn't get hurt during combat, so no worries about that. He's there to help you. You can command him directly to take down enemies, but he'll also do his own things to help support you when things get really, really tough.
I love it. I love it whenever action gets dialed up to 11, so that's awesome. Obviously, multiplayer is a big part of the series' identity. You mentioned split-screen co-op. Is that couch co-op?
Absolutely, yeah. So all of Arizona Sunshine can be played in co-op. By default, the other player takes on the form of someone from Sonny's imagination who happens to be just as good with guns as he is. So a second player playing as Sonny. You can play online, you can play split screen as well, so you can just hook up another controller and play on the couch or behind the desk if you prefer that as well. And just, play it like with a friend, with a partner, whatever, yeah.
Now, how does the Buddy, the faithful companion dog, fit into all of this? Can both players direct him?
Absolutely. Both players can direct him, but what's even more so, because we were already exploring ways to make this game, to give it something special, especially for co-op players, and bringing it to PC and console. And we had Buddy already playable or working as a companion, and we thought, what if you could just play as the dog? The first prototype immediately sold us on the idea. It's a very unique experience to be playing as an animal in third person, but even more so with the dynamic of co-op, of having like a proud owner to help out, support. So how this works is that when you're playing co-op, either of the two players can decide to play as Buddy, but only one at a time. And as Buddy, you're given a unique set of mechanics. You can take down enemies, you can fetch ammo and weapons for the other player. You can also sort of shepherd the zombie horde away from them to help them out. But it also provides some opportunities for mischief. When I'm sometimes playtesting the game as Buddy, I like to hide the ammo from the other player, to give them a bit of a unique experience, something, to make it more challenging, maybe.
Yeah, just messing with them.
Yeah, it's also great for playing with a partner or with a friend. It's a very unique experience, and we can't wait to get people to play it.
Well, hey, I am very excited to play as Buddy. That sounds like a blast, especially if you can hide all the ammo and make it just extra hard for your co-op companion. Now, when can fans get their hands on Arizona Sunshine?
Yeah, so Arizona Sunshine is releasing this year for PC, and that includes Steam Deck as well, PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X and S, and of course the Nintendo Switch 2. You can already wishlist the game on your favorite store platform, so head out there, and maybe with a friend, and wishlist it if you like it.
Amazing. Nick, thank you so much for your time and for joining me here at IGN Live. We've got a ton more coming up, so don't go anywhere.
IGN Live is presented by
our official retail partner, Best Buy.
The average Cinefix movie list features nearly 100 different films and approximately 25 minutes worth of wall-to-wall deep dive analysis. To simulate that pace for this 30-second ad, we're featuring 26 different films, and before you say it, no, that math does not check out. We're not math people, we're movie people. We can't even count down from 10 without ending up at, like, 96. Subscribe to IGN Movies and TV for more Cinefix movie lists. Bad at math, great at movies.
Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help.
One step at a time.
IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for Shadow of the Erdtree, Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom, and so much more.
See? It's good, right?
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
IGN Plus is where your adventure begins.
What are you selling?
Plus is the place to get unlimited access to all the tools you need to beat your games.
Here's what you need to know for bringing down Gloomspawn.
Plus, awesome exclusive discounts on IGN Store.
Maybe this would tease open your money pouch.
Plus, ad-free browsing on IGN.com. Plus, unlimited game help tools like premium interactive maps with your own custom map markers, filters, marker notes, and more.
This will come in handy.
Plus, access to sweepstakes, giveaways, and free game keys.
Wow!
Exactly. Want more? Head to IGN.com/plus and start your adventure today.
Hey, this is Kenny Omega, and I just wanted to wish IGN a happy 30th anniversary. Congratulations, and let's look forward to 30, 50, or 100 more.
The Death of Robin Hood is a grisly look at the truth behind the legend, and here to talk to us about it is the merry man who wrote and directed the film for A24, Michael Sarnowski. Michael, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me. I'm happy to be here.
Welcome to IGN Live. Let's start off with just a little table setting about what you're doing here with the Death of Robin Hood, which is obviously a very well-known story, Robin Hood's. This is a very different take on that story. What does the Death of Robin Hood fairy tale and your adaptation of it kind of add to that overall myth?
Yeah, so this is kind of a reinterpretation of the old, almost millennia-old story of the Death of Robin Hood, which was one of the earliest myths around Robin Hood in the sort of early ballads. And this is kind of a gritty reimagining of that story. What if Robin really were a real human being who was this kind of medieval bandit that had a kind of problematic history, and how would sort of the end of his life look from a deeply personal standpoint?
It's so we're catching this hero that is kind of coming to grips with the cost of that heroism almost, and it's so Hugh Jackman really carries that weight as well. If you're looking for somebody to do that, you can't really do much better than that. Robin Hood's also a story. It gets retold a lot to fit the time that it's set in. That's why we keep coming back to these heroes. For you, what types of films, both Robin Hood and otherwise, did you find yourself kind of looking to for inspiration?
Yeah, the biggest one for me on this is a Bergman film called The Virgin Spring, which is this beautiful film that actually was the original inspiration for Last House on the Left. But what I loved about that movie is that it is a movie that sort of examines nature at that time and how connected people were to nature, and both how that fed into their relationship with spirituality and sort of the divine, and also the brutality and death that sort of surrounded them at that time as well. So that was a big one. And Valhalla Rising and The Revenant were really big inspirations for kind of the action of the movie, because we wanted it to be very like under your nails and kind of unpleasant and brutal.
It is certainly, I think, unpleasant and brutal. There are multiple times in this movie where those are the number one words that come into your head. And it's actually a great transition to the clip that you've brought for us, which is definitely both of those words. Why don't we roll an exclusive look at the Death of Robin Hood?
20 winters ago,
You murdered my cousin, Walter of Haversige. You have murdered my sons and my grandson. As Warrigal, I accept your life and the life of your daughter.
Oh my God, that is making my hand hurt just looking at it.
Yeah, we have a lot of hand stuff in this movie.
It's
painful
hand stuff, eye
hand
stuff.
and eye stuff.
It's all awful. I
Yeah.
hate it all, and you deploy it very well.
You're welcome.
That scene that we just watched, it keeps going past that, but there's so much about that clip that we just cannot show on this show. But I want to talk about how what Hugh Jackman brings to the role, especially in this context, because that feels, I think, more berserker rage-coded than anything else in the movie.
Yeah.
Obviously, Hugh Jackman spent a lot of time playing Wolverine. He was a steward of that hero, that character. Did you notice any sort of specific behavior that Hugh took towards Robin Hood in similarly preserving that element of heroism or what a hero should be?
I think what excited Hugh about the movie and what excited me about Hugh was that, yes, on the surface there's this kind of like aging hero dealing with his legacy of violence, but I think he was really excited to kind of like boil it down to something more essential, to get into action that doesn't feel superhero action but feels like just an old man trying desperately to kill someone in the mud. And like that was fun to like design these scenes that sort of don't feel like, these aren't like these, you know, incredible fighters dancing around doing all this crazy stuff. It's like these are just people trying not to die. And I think he was excited to try and figure that out, and then try and figure out sort of that transition into the really like internal world of this Robin Hood character, and how to kind of show both the intense brutality and violence of this character and that kind of internal, thoughtful, intelligent, eventually kind of warm character that is hiding beneath that as well. And yeah, watching him kind of do something similar but take it in a completely different direction was really inspiring.
And like, it felt maybe like he had like a sense of responsibility to Robin Hood in that same sort of way.
Yeah, I mean, this whole movie is really about the Robin Hood character even coming to terms with his own legacy of like folklore and of the stories that people are telling about him that aren't true, and how much of that did he have a part in. And so it really is about Robin Hood grappling with what it means to be Robin Hood.
Yeah, well, kind of continuing off of that idea, this film for you within the own sort of, you know, line of your work, Pig, Quiet Place Day One, these are both movies that have a lot to do with characters coming to terms with their own mortality or the idea of mortality. So for you, was that part of what drew you to telling this story in the first place? And how does this continue the conversation for yourself?
Yeah, I mean, that's what fascinated me about the Death of Robin Hood story, was that as a kid, I loved like the Disney Robin Hood and all that stuff, and I loved the Costner Robin Hood. And then I got this copy of an old Robin Hood book that had the Death of Robin Hood legend in it when I was like 10 years old, and it like didn't make sense to me. Like I was like, wait a minute, so you're saying that this like dancing fox died quietly in like a sunlit church bedroom in this like very human, simple way? And trying to like figure out how to pair the sort of stories of this adventurer with this very like human, like sort of spiritual death was really like fascinating to me. And I think that's what I was kind of exploring for the last 30 years of my life, being like, how do I explore that in a movie, and how do I do that justice? So there was something about like a folkloric figure dying and trying to come to terms with that, what that means as a child was really important for me.
Yeah, well, speaking of death, we're at IGN Live, and I'm very cognizant of the fact that this is a building full of fans that would come after me with hammers if I didn't ask you about Death Stranding. You are making Death Stranding for A24 in collaboration with Hideo Kojima. We're so excited. Where are you at with that?
I'm very excited as well. I'm writing the script right now, and hopefully almost done with that, and really excited to dive into it. I've been talking to Kojima and A24 a lot about it. They've read a draft, we're working on some revisions together, and they all seem super excited and happy with it. Kojima has been really generous in kind of letting me play in his world, but let me tell a story with my own characters and my own sort of corner of this world, but keeping it honest to the game and doing something that fans will really like. So it's been a great process so far, and I'm really excited to share it.
It must be so helpful too with that guy. He is clearly such a lover of film.
Oh yeah.
Have you gotten any like interesting film takes out of him yet?
Basically just, I was impressed that when he read the script, he without me needing to talk to him about it, he knew every single reference. He was like, oh, you're doing a come and see reference there. I see that, I like that. He just knows movies incredibly well.
Yeah.
So that's been very cool to see.
And I also understand that, I think this is out there, that this is more of an original story set in the Death Stranding world.
Yeah.
Rather than an adaptation of Death Stranding 1 or 2. What is most appealing to you to being able to have that kind of window into this world?
I mean, I think that's what I loved about doing Quiet Place, was that, okay, I get to play in this sandbox, but I can have my own characters, I can explore something that's meaningful to me. I think there are such fundamental themes in Death Stranding about connection and expression and all of this stuff that it was easy for me to find a character that sort of made sense in that world that I could really dive into. And there, you might see some characters from the game pop up, but it definitely feels like something that could happen sort of alongside the game and honors what's going on in the game, but very much is its own thing.
All right, so we'll tell Conan O'Brien to keep his schedule clear. Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Michael, thank you so much for joining us here at IGN Live. Death of Robin Hood hits theaters on June 19th. Check it out to see if we made up everything that we just said. Guess what? We didn't. And in the meantime, stick around for more IGN Live 2026.
IGN Live is presented by Amazon Luna, here to play.
IGN Store has everything you need to level up your life.
Red 6 standing by.
Refresh your wardrobe with official gear you won't find anywhere else. From Fallout, Expedition 33, Romeo's a Dead Man, and more. Treat yourself to the coolest collectibles like an adorable SKA plush, your very own Assassin's Creed Hidden Blade, and a fully functional Pip-Boy 3000. Or kick back and relax to your favorite video game soundtracks on vinyl. Whatever you need, IGN Store has you covered. Head to store.ign.com and start shopping today.
Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help.
One step at a time.
IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for Shadow of the Erdtree, Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom, Call of Duty Black Ops 6 Zombies, and so much more.
See? It's good, right?
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
Do you want to be the very best like no one ever was? Streamline your journey to becoming a master trainer with Planet Pokemon. Choose your Pokemon, filtering by type, stats, or game availability. Then use the full team builder to assemble an unbeatable lineup. Plan out the optimal set of moves, items, and abilities. Play to your strengths by analyzing your team's resistances and offensive coverage. Or really maximize your Poke potential by digging into the stats by adjusting EVs and IVs. And save multiple team builds for different strategies in different games. Plan your dream team today at planetpokemon.com.
What's up, IGN Live? In just a little bit, we're talking
talking to the cast of Avatar: The Last Airbender, and then we're scaring things up a bit with Poppy's Playtime. Then we're showing off a brand new rhythm game stage tour, and then we're showing up what's next with Amazon Luna Gaming Service. All that right here on IGN. And a huge shout out to our sponsors for making this event possible. More IGN Live after this.
IGN Live, Season 1 of Netflix's live-action take on Avatar: The Last Airbender was a certified hit. More than 21 million viewers watched Aang, Sokka, Katara, and the rest of Team Avatar take on the Fire Nation in the show's first week, right now. Like Sozin's Comet, Season 2 is almost upon us, and our heroes need new allies if they're to stop the Fire Lord. Let's take a quick peek at who's joining Team Avatar this season.
Up and at him, Bald Wonder.
This season, I'm really excited for people to see Toph being introduced.
Come on, Avatar. I'm gonna teach you to earthbend even if it kills you.
Casting Toph was a really extensive process. We looked at over 6,000 submissions. We narrowed it down, then did a chemistry read with Mia, and we knew she was Toph.
Mia got it. Mia embodied it. She was connected to the ground, to the earth, and I thought, that's Toph.
Well, it was a good try.
Really?
No! I've seen 2-year-olds hold their ground better.
And now, please welcome to the IGN Live main stage, Avatar Aang, played by Gordon Cormier, Toph Bae Fong, played by Miyako, executive producer and writer Christine Boylan, and executive producer and director Jabbar Raisani.
Cute.
Ramio Hotman, welcome. Thank you so much for joining us here today.
Thanks for having us.
We have a new face on Team Avatar.
Yeah, we
Of course, Miyako is joining Team Avatar now as Toph Bae Fong, the very iconic role. But it's not your first credit by a long shot. You are in my favorite rom-com of all time, Always Be My Maybe. You played Zhu in Darkest Minds.
Yes.
These characters have a lot of their own kind of vulnerabilities. Did you bring that into playing Toph?
Sorry, can you go ahead and repeat that question? I'm sorry, I'm like having a hard time hearing.
Well, you played characters that have different kinds of vulnerabilities. And Toph, you know, she seems very tough. Toph sounds like tough.
Yeah.
But she has her own things going on. Did you take that preparation into preparing to be Toph?
Yeah, I mean, like, I think every experience helps a performance, just period, whether that be an experience of a character or from me. But I do think that Toph was such a unique experience that I felt more dedicated to portraying her as true to the animated series as possible and as true to the fans as possible, which I don't think is something that comes into consideration when you're making an original project.
Mm-hmm. Well, I want to ask, what was it like having to walk barefoot on set all day?
Cold. Most of the time, we were in Vancouver, which is beautiful. But we were shooting in the middle of winter, and I remember one specific instance from season 2 where it had snowed a couple nights before, and I was still like, just for the help of me getting grounded into character and to just feel more and more like Toph, I literally told our costumes, I said, no, I'm gonna do it, it'll be fine. If I catch hypothermia, that's their problem. Like, I'll do it. So I think for me, it became honestly a practice of being settled into the character of Toph.
Feeling grounded, I see what you did there. What was it like training to earthbend?
Sorry?
What was it like training to be the world's greatest earthbender?
Oh boy. Well, all of us on the cast, Gordon and myself included, spent 6 weeks training before season 2.
I worked a ton with our stunts team, who was run by Alan Tang and Dean Cho, who were fantastic. As someone with little to no martial arts experience, it was really nice to have people who understood the character and understood the actual tradition of what the bending styles were. And then I also trained with Joe Strecce, who was our blindness consultant for the show. He was fantastic. He spent 6 weeks educating me. He was there every day on set, even for little tweaks. So I feel like I had such a great support team.
That is great to hear. Gordon, how has Aang changed since season 1 when we last saw him?
He's, oh, this is louder than I thought.
Oh, it's real loud.
He's a little taller. His voice is a little deeper. He might be a little older, but he's just grown. He's grown. He can water bend. He's definitely a little stronger.
What's on his mind now? Is it the upcoming challenges, the avatars that came before, Katara? So many things to choose from.
A lot of responsibility, I feel like. The stakes get higher every season, so I feel like now it's really getting to him. Things are getting serious. Aang's got to lock in like really fast.
Well, this question's for everyone, but how was it filming seasons 2 and 3 back to back?
Awesome.
I mean, yeah, it was really nice. I feel like for us, it was really helpful because, you know, when you have a gap between filming, sometimes it's harder to get back into it. For us, it was like kind of just putting it down, taking a rest to be people, and then coming right back to it. And it was only like, what, a month?
Wow.
I mean, physically, it was like a lot for everybody, but the crew is amazing. The writers are amazing. Everyone in post is so terrific. Our cast is the best in the business. So, I don't know. For me, I got to discover things. If we were shooting like a season 3 scene, I could go back and seed something in season 2. We were able to make the 2 seasons talk to each other even more every day. Every time we shot something, we learned a little bit more.
Yeah, I think that was the best part of doing them both together is as we're making season 3, we'd be like, oh, you know what we could add to season 2? And then we actually had an opportunity to go back and shoot some of that stuff and then put it in season 2, even though we had already filmed a bunch of season 3.
Yeah.
So, but you know, the downside was we're just exhausted by the end.
Yeah. That is a rare opportunity to get to do. To fix season 2 while season 3 is being filmed. Jabbar, were there any visual effects that were really challenging to deal with as the director?
Yeah, I mean, some of the most challenging stuff, you know, thinking to the first episode and Serpent's Pass, you know, we're dealing with a creature that's not there at all. So it's a lot of Gordon and I and, you know, Cass talking about, hey, what's actually out there and what's happening in any given moment. But I think it's one of the great things working with Gordon is like he has an amazing ability to visualize what's not there. And, you know, then the Kuti Village fight, which is, you know, Toph's first joining up with Team Avatar. That was is a huge scale of bending with that. And I think everybody wants to know what's happening not only with my bending moves, which don't exist physically in that space, but like what's everybody else doing?
Yeah.
And like everybody's in this tiny little village all fighting each other. And it's like, man, this is actually a really hard sequence because everybody's doing giant bending in a tiny footprint. But, you know, it's a lot of conversations about the action and blocking it through, working with the stunt team. Yeah.
Yeah, it's great.
Christine, I'm a huge fan of Avatar, going back to the animated series. It's got a huge fan base. I'm definitely not the only one.
Yeah.
But, what is the process of adapting this story to a new version?
Oh, gosh. I mean, we had a whole different process in season 1 that was sort of during COVID time. That was really interesting, and everyone was apart. In season 2, once we started the writer's room, we could all be in the same room together. So it really was, we just went hard just from day 1, like, let's go. There was a lot of what do we love across all the seasons. We really broke the story for season 2 with season 3 in mind, just in case. So we try to manifest it, kind of. It's like, let's kind of break season 2, but know what we want to pick up in season 3 and just go from there. What are the adventures we can get here? What's something that is done better in animation and should be left to animation? Because I'm a huge animation fan. I'm a huge anime fan. Some stuff is way better in anime, right? But there's some stuff like you want to dig into it with live actors, and we have such an amazing cast.
We do.
So those are like the other meaty scenes we wanted to dig into. Fights, big conversations, deep emotions, like what can we get into that maybe the animation didn't have time for. So it's kind of a two-way street. I think both shows are really great, and I'm still a huge fan of both, actually.
I agree with you there, but on that note, I'd love to know, for all four of you, what are your favorite storylines from the animated series?
I mean, I think an obvious favorite is the fights, but then Tales of Ba Sing Se, which is what we get to see.
What about Ba Sing Se? Are there wars there? I don't know.
Yeah, I feel like Tales of Ba Sing Se, and one of my personal favorite storylines that's really focused on in the animated series, especially for season 2, is the Spirit Library. That's really fun. I feel like that was such an anticipated thing, for the series. I feel like that is a really great storyline. But I think my favorite is Tales of Ba Sing Se.
Nice.
Are we favorite from the animated series any season?
Any season.
Oh. Dragons.
Dragons.
The dragons.
I love Aang and Zuko for a whole episode. It's just awesome. Figuring out firebending, rainbow fire. It's dope.
Get to do a little dance.
Yeah, a little dance, little dragon dance.
I'm looking forward to that.
I would go with Zuko alone.
Oh, nice.
And being that I was, producing on the show and directing on the show, I got to raise my hand to do what is essentially a lot of that episode. So
yeah, we liked writing Zuko alone because it's a Western. We got to do our Western, which I thought was really great.
You guys didn't have him do a standoff with anybody.
I mean,
gonna stand off.
But we have some very funny behind-the-scenes pictures of people doing standoffs with each other.
You can't do it all.
You can't do it all. If I were to say my favorite scenes, I feel like I would give away the things that I chose to write myself over the next two seasons. So I'm gonna step back from that question.
Well, we do have some questions that came from your fans on social media.
Awesome.
I'm going to use that for the rest of the time here. From Core Rights 97, for Miyako and Gordon, what is your favorite part of Toph and Aang's dynamic?
Oof. I mean, I feel like for me, especially in season 2, coming into a show that was so well developed, a cast that had, so many years to grow together, I was really pleased that the Toph and Aang dynamic was actually pretty close to me and Gordon's dynamic in real life. There wasn't a lot of big reaching to do there. There was a lot of growing together.
Mm-hmm.
He's the younger cousin I only see maybe twice a year.
Wow.
He's great.
Just to jump on that for a second, the writers kind of saw that and that chemistry, this sort of sibling chemistry they had right away. We jumped into it immediately, and it was wait, this is the moment. It's the most important moment for the gang to have someone come in and disrupt them. And it's the most important moment for Toph to have someone disrupt her life, whether she knows it or not. So that sort of dual, it's fate put them all together. And so we had a lot of fun with that.
I have one more question from Graptacular. Are there any iconic character lines you were excited to deliver, i.e. Toph calling Aang Twinkle Toes or gloating as the Melon Lord?
Oh, so spoilers. I mean,
Say that one more time.
Were there any iconic character lines that you were excited to deliver?
You guys are gonna see them all in 20 days when they show up.
That is fair.
Yeah.
All right. Not going to get better than that. That was amazing. Thank you all so much. Avatar: The Last Airbender Season 2 drops onto Netflix on June 25th. Thank you to Gordon Cormier, Miyako, Christine Boylan, and Jabbar Raisani for stopping by IGN Live. And for more from IGN Live, you're already in the right place. IGN.com.
And welcome to the Indie Loop Showcase, an exclusive look at some of the most exciting games from indie developers from around the world. So without further ado, let's check out some games. First up today, we've got a fresh take on the tycoon genre, and I did not see this twist coming. Take a look at this world premiere trailer.
Welcome to your brand new Monster Zoo, a place to showcase wonderfully abominable exhibits, unique experiences, and your own creative expression. But your fledgling enterprise holds a dark secret. It's a front for your real passion project, a secret cult. Lure in unsuspecting visitors through your gates, then capture them using devious traps disguised as harmless park props. Once they're in your hands, you decide what happens next. Feed them to your monsters, brainwash them into cultists to grow your workforce, or sacrifice them to gain faith. But be careful, things could go wrong at any minute. Navigate damage control when chaos hits, including scenarios like monster escapes, PR disasters, sabotage, and even reporters uncovering the truth. How you deal with them is up to you. Experience a fresh take on the tycoon genre, blending management with carnage in Monster Zoo Tycoon. Wishlist and follow the game on Steam to keep up with future updates, reveals, and more monstrous management chaos.
Next up, have you ever wanted to run your own esports team? If the answer to that question is yes, this next game is definitely for you. Check it out.
Think you have what it takes to build the next gaming dynasty? In Esports Manager 2026, you can start from scratch or take over existing teams and lead them to become gaming legends. Scout new talent, turn players into global superstars, and survive brutal tournament schedules. Use your budget to surround yourself with a squad of experts, like analysts to read the meta and suggest strategies, sports psychologists to maintain team morale, and media specialists to build your brand. Then, use your team's influence to lock down lucrative sponsorship deals and sign better players and staff. Dive into the chaos of modern esports management, including financial, psychological, legal, and organizational responsibilities. Buy, sell, and loan players from real-world esports teams, taking market dynamics, contract negotiations, and form into consideration. Your path to building your ultimate esports squad starts here. Esports Manager 2026 is officially coming to PC on July 6th, 2026, and you can try the demo right now on Steam.
If you're here with us at IGN Live, you can go hands-on with Esports Manager right here in our gameplay zone, so be sure to give it a look. Next, we're taking a look at a game that blends fluid movement and poetry. This is Oku.
This is Oku, a visually striking atmospheric exploration game where poetry shapes progression. Originally created as a university project in Munich, Germany, Oku has grown into one of the most followed upcoming indie games on Steam. As a traveling monk, players journey through a world inspired by traditional Japanese woodblock prints known as ukiyo-e. By observing the environment and writing poems, players unlock hidden paths, restore forgotten places, and deepen their connection to the world around them. Set within a calm, melancholic atmosphere, Oku focuses on nature, memory, and reflection. It blends meditative exploration through seasonal landscapes with creative expression inspired by art and poetry. Using the monk's wind-based abilities, players glide across rivers, valleys, and mountain ridges while uncovering scenic locations, subtle narrative threads, and traces left behind by others who walk the same path before them. The team at Irox Games is also proud to reveal new key art for Oku, created in collaboration with renowned ukiyo-e artist Shiozaki Ken. Representing all 4 seasons of the game, the artwork further reinforces Oku's artistic and cultural inspirations. For IGN Live, the team is also giving an exclusive first look at Oku's summer season. Each of Oku's 4 chapters has its own distinct environment and atmosphere. In summer, for example, you will discover an overgrown thicket of flowers, coastal plains filled with the sound of cicadas, and a lighthouse perched on the cliffs above. Each season has a completely different feel while maintaining the game's calm, reflective tone. Players can request access to the playtest on Steam now, and follow development updates through Irox Games' social channels and Discord.
Our last game in today's Indie Loop Showcase is full of exciting combat and challenging puzzles you can take on with friends. This is Trine 6 Together in Time. Check it out.
Return to a world of physics-based puzzles, handcrafted fantasy environments, and thrilling combat featuring distinct heroes with various abilities.
This is Trine 6, Together in Time, an experience designed from the ground up with co-op play in mind. Whether it's working together to brainstorm puzzle solutions, assisting with platforming challenges, or being the deciding factor in the heat of battle. For returning players, that means the same level of challenge they know and love, with seamless integration to share their journey with friends and co-op. And for those looking to test their skills, difficulty options let veteran players take on extra challenges. Trine 6 brings back fan-favorite characters and introduces new heroes to the roster. Step back into the shoes of Amadeus the Wizard to manipulate the world with magic. Zoya the Thief with her trusty rope to traverse and interact with the environment. Or Pontius the Knight to crush enemies with a hammer and shield. Or if you're looking for a new set of skills, try out Moira the Acrobat to chain together fluid kick combos. Or Adrius the Squire to create platforms for your squad and fight against enemies with a trusty spear. You can get your hands on the Trine 6 Together in Time demo starting June 15th as part of Steam Next Fest. And jump into the full experience when it releases on PC, Nintendo Switch, Nintendo Switch 2, PlayStation 5, and Xbox Series X and S on September 17th. IGN Live is presented by our official retail partner, Best Buy.
Do you want to be the very best like no one ever was? Streamline your journey to becoming a master trainer with Planet Pokemon. Choose your Pokemon, filtering by type, stats, or game availability. Then use the full team builder to assemble an unbeatable lineup. Plan out the optimal set of moves, items, and abilities. Plan your dream team today at planetpokemon.com.
Catch up on all your favorite shows with up-to-the-minute gaming and entertainment news with Geek Media Podcasts.
Welcome to a very special episode of IGN GameScoop.
GameScoop has you covered for all things gaming and the latest game releases. Tune into Podcast Beyond for the biggest PlayStation news.
Man, this is a cool looking trailer.
Everything Xbox on Podcasts Unlocked.
This is Steve Downs, the voice of Master Chief.
Catch up with your Super Nintendos on Nintendo Voice Chat.
Let the kids love what we love.
And get all the latest console news and rumors with Next Gen Console Watch.
Now Xbox and Phil Spencer are even saying that a mid-gen refresh isn't even necessary.
The Cinefix Top 100 podcast picks a movie every week to celebrate and debate.
It's kind of every movie's grandpa.
Geek Media Podcasts, the best podcasts from around the world.
IGN Playlist is the best way to track your game collection. Now you can even import your entire Steam library to Playlist, making it easier than ever to review games, show off your collection to the world, and finally chip away at that massive backlog you keep meaning to get to. IGN Playlist, check it out.
Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for Shadow of the Erdtree, Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom, and so much more.
It's good, right?
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
You're watching IGN Live. Here's a look at what's coming up ahead. In a little bit, we'll be getting some new intel on Call of Duty Modern Warfare 4 and getting a double dose of fantasy with Legend of Vox Machina and Magic the Gathering. But first, a big shout out to some of our sponsors who make this possible.
Since it debuted 5 years ago, Poppy Playtime has gotten 5 new chapters, and with each one, the lore gets more complex and the fan theories get even weirder. Joining me here to talk about what's going on in this universe, Bryce from Mob and Nicole, who voices Lily Lovebraids. Thank you for joining us. Give it up for Poppy Playtime. Okay, so yeah, people pay very close attention to these games. There's some very, very deep mythology. People pick everything apart, and clearly you plant a lot of little breadcrumbs. You put a little threads on there to pull on. You plan some stuff ahead. I want to know just how do you engage with that? Do you read fan theories? Do you steer clear of it entirely? Do you try to stay 2 steps ahead of it? And Nicole, how do you get caught up to speed on that kind of thing?
Well, there's a lot to that. Well, you don't want to over-index on what people are saying on the internet, right? So we want to engage the community, we want to pay attention to what people care about, but also we need to be driving towards an element of surprise. So we don't want to pay too much attention and then let that kind of creep into the creative process, but we also want to make sure that we're honoring a lot of what people are passionate about, what they really are excited about with the series.
Yeah, and I would say I rely heavily on the devs when I get in the room. When it's my turn, I'm like, so you tell me what is and isn't relevant, because not all the secrets are out when it's in the process. And then once it's out, my goodness, the number of like fan things that other people point out to me that I'm like, oh, I didn't even realize, that's so cool. And I go and like discover things that I hadn't even seen because it wasn't part of my process.
Now, Bryce, do you have any particular favorite fan theories that are just wildly off base? They can be ones that have since sort of like expired, that, you know, new information.
Any favorite ones? No, I mean, there are, as you said, a lot, and the community is wildly engaged, and it's fun to look through them, but I think for me, it's not any specific theory, it's just that back and forth in the community, seeing people like in the theory crafting channels talking about like what they might think and inspecting the smallest details, and to me that's really fun all on its own. I don't really have a favorite fan theory, but just watching that interaction, that ecosystem of people is really fun.
It's got to come with like a certain amount of power to just be like, oh, they're paying attention.
I love how much like the fans will take the characters once they're out and create all of this additional like thought on why they're doing what they're doing and how they ended up. Like they really go deep into the motivations in ways that even as an actor, I'm like, oh, that's good, actually.
Let's talk about your characters, because Lily was a huge part of Chapter 5. There's also Miss Gracie. Can you tell us a little bit about sort of like how early Lily came together? Like how long ago were you sort of planning this character, and how you found her voice, both in terms of who she is and finding Nicole?
Well, as with most characters in games, they go through a lot of iterations. We do a lot of explorations, this incredible amount of concept art, exploring what should they look like, what should the outfits be like, how should the hair look, how should they move, you know? And so it was a long process during the first stretch of the project and pre-production, trying to figure out what is the right look and feel for the character. So it evolved all the way up until the end, small tweaks, what looks right, all the way down to the shine on the hair and on the clothes, you know, figuring out what exactly is the right balance. And the motion as well, the way she moves, the way she performs, that was something that was developing all throughout the process.
Now, Nicole, people have called out your performance as being like a lot, you know? Like it's
a lot.
Yeah.
She's a little, there's something going on.
A little bit. How did you find that? How'd you find that voice? Like, how did you kind of zero in on?
It was a really collaborative process, honestly. You know, there was initial ideas that came in, and then we kind of developed and evolved. You know, I got some character art, but it wasn't even the final yet. So we just kind of started throwing things out there, and the team kind of adjusted based on what they felt would fit in the pocket. And then once we were locked in, this is something I have loved about Mob in general, they were just like, go wild. They just were really like, yeah, go. Give it, you have another take? Go, let's see. And they were really open to like ad-libs and like adding things as long as it was really in the core of the character. And so much of that made it in, which was so satisfying to me. And I was so wildly impressed with her animations and like the way that those vocal performances like became something else entirely.
And the balance between Miss Gracie and Lily Lovebraids, right? The combination of like seeing the transition, seeing the sort of videos of the before and then the after, and seeing that kind of intense energy, that really bubbly, intense energy is fantastic.
There's a little cameo here. That was a bit weird to glance over to.
Huggy, we got a Dr. Sawyer in there.
Oh my. Love it. Let's talk about the prototype. You've been teasing the prototype a very long time. Can you talk a little bit about, I guess, how has it changed? How has it kind of evolved over time? And also, Nicole, what was your first impression of it? What was it like to get kind of briefed on this situation?
Well, there's a lot of anticipation for this character. The seeds of this character have been planted in the very earliest days of the development of the game, not just 5, but way, way, way back in the early chapters, right? And so early on, every time we tried to show any little piece, like here's the arm that's going to get catnapped, all these different moments, it was interesting balance between trying to live up to fan expectations, subvert fan expectations, and also, where possible, exceed them, right? And that is no small feat.
For me, I got to experience it with the rest of the fans playing it for the first time. I had no idea other than when I was doing Miss Gracie on set, getting to see some of the claw pieces and whatever else that they had just kind of around. I had no idea what the final product was going to look like. And so it was very cool because obviously Lily has a very specific relationship to the prototype. And I loved so many of the choices. I loved all of the different voices as a choice, obviously. Coming from Performance Land, I'm like, that's such a cool assimilation choice for him. So I think you guys did a great job.
Bryce, do you have a favorite character to work on in Chapter 5? I know they're all darlings. You can't really play favorites.
Favorite character in Chapter 5? Oh, man. Well, it's hard to beat Lily Lovegrace. I mean, the combination, like I said, of seeing Miss Gracie and then going into the world of Lily Lovebraids was really, really amazing to see, and the performances were incredible. I also really love Giblet. It was actually really hard for me to choose between the two because the balance between them, the way they interact and some of that is really fun.
Nice. Can you identify who the fan favorite character is in the community? And is there a character that you wish got more love from the community?
Oh, man. When I look out into the community, what I see is a lot of love for a lot of the characters. And obviously, we've got Dr. Sawyer out here in the audience, along with Huggy, 2 incredible classic characters now at this point. I don't know that I've seen a fan favorite, but I've seen an incredible amount of Lily Lovebraid stuff out on the internet. The cosplay has been amazing.
The cosplay is unreal. It's next level.
Curveball question. What was the creepiest toy you had as a kid?
Creepiest toy I had as a kid? Oh, man.
I had one of the Furbies, and those are hard to beat.
Yeah.
That's true.
They were intense. The little tongue that you could press.
They're not right. There's something
wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah. Although on characters that need love, I just want to say, a personal, low-key favorite of mine in 5 was Chompkins.
Yeah.
When they were explaining to me, they were trying to explain it because she has some Lily or Gracie references, Chompkins, at some point. And they were explaining the character to me, and I was like, you go in his tummy to feel warm and nice? And I don't know, I loved that. I'm like, I want to get into Chompkins.
That's a really good point, because Chum is such a fun and interesting character, and it's like, oh, he's so cute and cuddly and kind of soft, and then he belly opens up and the teeth are there, and you're like, oh my god. And that's where a lot of the magic comes from for us, is finding that balance between cute and cuddly and these vintage toy elements, that nostalgia, but then there's always that layer underneath, right? Like Huggy, when he's standing up on the podium, Chapter 1, he's just happy and smiling and he's fine, and then you see the mouth open, right? And you're like, it's a whole different ballgame.
You do some great work with upsetting teeth. It's a lot. Now, a couple more questions. Nicole, you've had a lot of roles. You're also a big deal in another beloved horror series, which is Resident Evil. You're Jill Valentine, and you're also Daniela Dimitris in Village. Which is most challenging to play? Somebody who is like a clear-cut hero, a clear-cut villain, or somebody who's just sort of, you're like, what is going on here?
Challenging to play?
Yeah, I guess challenging / fun.
Fun to play, different. I would say villains are always having a good day until they're not, and heroes are almost always having a bad day. So that's one way to think about it. And I will say, as far as going to the Lily Lad, it's like a vocally challenging character. Anytime you have someone that's very screamy or very unhinged or chaotic, that does have a layer of effort when it comes to okay, how much can I sustain? What are we doing where? There's some more technical aspects to capturing that kind of a character versus someone who's a little more cinematic and speaking, or, efforts are always hard. But Lily definitely had a lot of loud laughing, and the number of amazing fans that are like, can you do the laugh? And I'm like, it's a lot, but sure, so.
Can you do the laugh?
Yeah. Okay. Well, right before she goes, oh, our special guest is here.
So good. Very nice. That was going to be my next question, by the way. Can you do the laugh? Okay, so you mentioned cinematic stuff. Just real quick, Bryce, can you give us any updates on the future of Poppy Playtime, whether that is Chapter 6 or the movie that was in the talks for a while? Can you give any insight to any of that?
Well, there's a lot of exciting things in the works. Most of it is a little too early to talk about. Obviously, we take it very seriously when we're trying to interact with the fans and making sure that we're dropping the details in the right way and planting seeds of. And the ARG is going to be happening at some point, and it's really fun to kind of introduce these little pieces over time and engage the audience. So we're really particular about not talking about it too early. So I'm afraid I can't speak to anything beyond saying I think fans are going to be really excited about what's next coming from Mob and for Poppy.
Nice. Well, thank you both so much for joining us. Give it up, Poppy Playtime. For more Poppy Playtime, be sure to catch the panel happening later today in the theater if you're here at IGN Live. And of course, if you haven't yet, you can grab all 5 chapters of the game, available now on consoles and PC. More IGN Live coming up. Stick around.
You're watching IGN Live. There was a time when guitar peripherals and rhythm games ruled the world. Then things got worse. But Stage Tour is bringing the music back, and joining me to share some new details about the game from developer Red Octane Games are Alex Castillo and community manager Jacob Inselman. Welcome, boys.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you so much, Tom.
So excited to be talking to you about Stage Tour. We have no time to waste. You have brought a spotlight on the new game, and we want to see it. Let's roll it.
Stage tour?
Stage tour?
Stage tour!
Stage tour.
This is a redefining evolution of rhythm games.
Our ultimate goal with Stage Tour is not only to bring rhythm gaming back, but bring it back better than ever before.
So what makes this team so unique is we've got a bunch of community members combined with veteran rhythm game developers who help define the genre, and we believe that this is the best combination to really give the fans what they want.
Rhythm games have always been part of my life, so to be able to take part in all of this, it's a huge honor.
We're all really excited about our new campaign mode. Instead of it just being a note-hitting simulator, you're hitting the road with your bandmates, grabbing different power-ups, and trying to get the overall best score for your tour. It's endlessly replayable, there's plenty to unlock, and it's awesome.
We made a wide variety of stages I think our players are going to love. And when you're not on tour, the front end of the game is based on the Gibson Garage in Nashville.
You're about to enter a world shaped by some of the most iconic guitars of all time. Not only is it going to be fun, it may just be the spark to get you to pick up your first guitar.
Stage Tour is going to launch with an incredible soundtrack full of songs from well-known artists all around the world.
It's so hard to pick a favorite with how many great songs we have in this game. Whether you're into new music, classic hits, there's going to be something for everybody on this set list.
We're so excited to be part of Stage Tour. We found a lot of our favorite music through rhythm games when we were younger, and now we get to bring it on the road with us and let our fans get involved.
One of the coolest things about rhythm games is that they bring people together. Whether you're playing online with your friends or in the living room with your family, rhythm games are one of the best ways to experience music.
The official guitar controller for the game is the Kramer. We'll also have Stage Tour drums and microphones to support a full band experience. And if you don't want to use an instrument, you can use a standard controller or keyboard, so no matter where you're at, there's a way for you to play.
We're going to have a ton of bandmates for the player to choose from, each with their own unique identities. And you're going to be able to create your ultimate band.
Rhythm games are back and better than ever, and this is just the beginning.
We want to bring 5 Fret to a new level.
This isn't just another rhythm game. This is Stage Tour.
Stage Tour?
Stage Tour.
Stage Tour.
can't tell you why.
And that was a brand new look at Stage Tour, huh? It's looking pretty sweet, boys.
Sure is.
Now, let's kind of break down some of what we saw in that trailer. That trailer reveals the first 7 songs of your set list. Let's roll through those real quick. The trailer song was Good Kid, Mimi's Delivery Service by Good Kid. Also, you've got Danny California by the Chili Peppers, Get the Funk Out by Extreme, Square Hammer by Ghost, Rat-a-Tata by Baby Metal and Electric Callboy, Terminator Oscillator by Static X, Island in the Sun by Weezer. That is just a taste. You guys have a lot more coming, right?
Indeed.
Yeah. Absolutely. Now, you also went out to your community for a survey, kind of help getting an idea of what sort of things they wanted to see on this set list. What did that reveal about what the Stage Tour set list needed to look like to please them?
It was very insightful. From the very beginning, Red Octane Games was formed as a community-first type of development studio. You know, we're formed by development people, community people as well from the development team. So right away, as soon as we went public with Red Octane Games existing, we went out to the community and said, hey, what do you want to see? What do you want to play? We had like over 40,000 people respond to that survey, say, hey, I want that song or that artist. And we use that all the time when we're looking at different songs to license, going to labels and different bands. You know, we looked at what people wanted and made our decisions based on that. Maybe it's something they didn't know, and then we can show it to them for the first time. We don't have to show you everything that you know. We want to introduce you to music too, right?
Yeah, that's half the fun of these games.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, no, I just remember that all these old rhythm games I used to play, it shaped my music taste as a kid. And then growing up, just putting more people onto great music is what it's all about.
Well, you know, as we're on this topic, for each of you, you're both lifelong rhythm game players, you know, very much like me. We all played the original Guitar Hero, I think. What is your favorite memory of playing a rhythm game in your life?
Ooh, that's a great question.
That is a great question.
There's too many.
There's too many. I feel like every Saturday I host people at my house. We play Clone Hero together, and it's just a great time. And we play some fun stuff. We play stuff that we remember. We play funny songs. We play new songs. I don't know. I always try and create good memories from just the session.
Yeah.
Always.
Yeah.
So that's what we're looking for when Stage Tour comes out. It's just get on the game, make some new memories, have a great time.
Yeah. One of my favorite memories is my first time ever playing Guitar Hero. You know, my mom brought me to a GameStop. She was like, she saw it on the TV. Hey, that looks really cool. I bet my son would like that. I'm like, whatever. And then little me, 9-year-old me, on Christmas Day saw that game under the tree, and I opened it, and it was like, oh. It actually is pretty cool. I saw my cousin playing it. He was cool. So I'm like, wow, that game actually is cool. I like this now. And like being able to play through the first game for the first time as a 9-year-old kid and like hearing these songs for the first time was like, that's ingrained in my brain forever. Like you're unforgettable experience.
You're going to be giving a whole new generation of gamers that same sort of experience.
Exactly, that's the goal.
Now, one of the things that I'm so excited about for Stage Tour is this campaign mode that you guys are cooking up. Campaign modes in rhythm games are a little tricky because it's like, you know, there's a tendency to sort of settle into like, oh, let's play this chosen set list for us. You guys are really shaking up what you're doing with the campaign. Can you tease a little bit about what you're going to be doing there?
Yeah, we'll be showing off more of it later on in the year, sometime in the summer. But it's going to be a roguelike campaign. It's not every playthrough is going to be very different from the previous one. Not the exact same. A lot of the previous rhythm games, like Guitar and Rock Band, you play through it once, you've experienced it. This time, endlessly replayable. You'll be able to choose a bunch of different songs. You'll be able to go to the shop and get a whole bunch of different powers and items to just really craft a different loadout for a bunch of different things that may be coming your way, different challenges that you have to complete for a successful tour. Can't wait to show off more of it in the future.
Yeah, and those power-ups could be, you know, I guess I can't really talk too much about it.
Can't talk too much about it, but hey, use your imagination. We'll show you
exactly.
Like
I said, every playthrough is going to be different.
Yeah, maybe you get one where it's like your drummer shows up to this one like 40% less hungover from the night before or something like that. It's like, who knows? I'm excited. I'm already imagining what that could be doing to each campaign run. So very excited about it.
Unlike anything that's ever been done in the genre before,
yeah.
Playing it internally, I love it. It's going to be really impressive. I think you guys are going to be surprised by it. I cannot wait to see the community reception.
Yeah.
Because it's just something new in a genre that I think there's still a lot of cool new avenues we can go down, even though we've been playing it for 20 years.
Yeah. Well, speaking of new, you've also got these new guitars that you're working on, the drum. We see a little bit of the drums in the trailer there. What was the most important thing that went into the design of these controllers to serve Stage Tour specifically?
Yeah, so our hardware partner, Cracked, they've been making Gibson-branded guitars for a little over a year now. We have a whole line of Les Pauls and now SGs as well. We're going to have a Kramer for Stage Tour. It's very similar to Guitar Hero 3's Kramer from back in the day. This one's a bit more streamlined. The ones that are out there already were a bit more for the enthusiast market that's been playing these games for forever. Yeah. But this one's going to be a bit more streamlined, a bit more simple, easier to use. Feels same great like hardware on the inside, feels great to play, fret buttons are satisfying, strum bar is satisfying, but it's just going to be awesome.
Yeah, I think the drums is also the same way. We just kind of took it back and realized, hey, how can we just make this accessible for everybody, make it enjoyable and familiar at the same time, just for people who are returning and people who are just getting into rhythm games like this.
It seems like such a great platform for just everybody to get back into jamming with each other, which I love. Going back to the sort of origin, like the very, very origins of guitar rhythm games, sort of, you have a ton of developers on this project that were involved with the creation of the original Guitar Hero controller, going Red Octane, yep. Right? They have their name on that box. What has that level of experience brought to the development of this game? And what were those developers most excited to sort of put their own spin on with this new version of Rhythm Game?
Interesting question. Yeah, we have a lot of ex-Neversoft developers on the team. We have some ex-original Red Octane folks as well designing the guitars. They bring a level of experience. There's some problems that they've discovered early on in development of Guitar Hero that we don't have to solve now because we've already solved it. They already thought through these complex problems and how to fix things. So there have been multiple times where it's like, just go back to what we did there. We had this problem and we were able to solve it. It's already solved. What are we waiting for? It's cool because we have a good mix of experienced developers and new developers that have been making their own clone games just out of passion. So seeing the two mixed together and kind of getting the best of both worlds has been probably really great on our development cycle as a whole.
Yeah, and honestly, they truly believed in our vision and how much they want to bring back this medium of rhythm game. And so we're totally indebted to the community developers and like Note Charters and clone creators and stuff like that. Shout out Clone Hero and Yarg, yeah. Seriously. And so now we're just kind of taking a piece of that and we're bringing it to the masses. And for them to believe in us like that is just a dream come true.
It means the world.
Yes.
Yeah, man. Well, I'm so excited to play it when it's finally out. It's coming out this fall. But can you give us a little hint of what consoles maybe it's coming to?
Every console.
Well, hey, that's easy, huh?
PC
if you've got a video game console, you can play this game. Right. I like that.
Xbox, PlayStation 5,
Switch
Nintendo
2,
Switch
baby.
2.
Switch 2, baby. All right, I love to hear it. Alec, Jacob, thank you so much for joining us. As I said, Stage Tour comes out this fall. Make sure to stick around as we have lots more to see at IGN Live.
IGN Live is presented by Evil Dead Burn, only in theaters July 10th.
The average Cinefix movie list features nearly 100 different films and approximately 25 minutes worth of wall-to-wall deep dive analysis. To simulate that pace for this 30-second ad, we're featuring 26 different films, and before you say it, no, that math does not check out. We're not math people, we're movie people. We can't even count down from 10 without ending up at, 96. Subscribe to IGN Movies and TV for more Cinefix movie lists. Bad at math, great at movies.
Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help.
One step at a time.
IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for Shadow of the Erdtree, Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom, and so much more.
See? It's good, right?
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
IGN Plus is where your adventure begins.
What are you selling?
Plus is the place to get unlimited access to all the tools you need to beat your games.
Here's what you need to know for bringing down Gloomspawn.
Plus awesome exclusive discounts on IGN Store.
Maybe this would tease open your money pouch.
Plus ad-free browsing on IGN.com. Plus, unlimited game help tools like premium interactive maps with your own custom map markers, filters, marker notes, and more.
This will come in handy.
Plus, access to sweepstakes, giveaways, and free game keys.
Wow! Exactly.
Want more? Head to IGN.com/plus and start your adventure today.
You are watching IGN Live. Now in 2001, Gothic revolutionized action RPGs. This year it's celebrating its 25th anniversary with a brand new ground-up remake. Here to tell us about it is studio head Reinhard Police from THQ Nordic. Welcome to IGN Live.
Welcome. Hey.
And welcome to IGN Live to all of you as well. We got some Gothic fans here. So Gothic remake, it's out in the wild now. What is the fan reaction been like so far?
It's a while. I mean, it's like Friday. We had our launch on
been
Friday.
a couple days, yeah.
Yeah, it's super cool. I mean, we were obviously kind of like watching the reception and so on, and all, like it's a big RPG, right? So we are only seeing from like the first third of the game content, and we're seeing every hour like gamers discovering something new and something cool, like some cool stuff we've hidden, some new ways of like solving quests, and some cool ways of like interacting with the AI. Because at the core, I mean, it's a big simulation going on.
So Gothic has a devoted following, many of which I believe are here right now. How would you describe the game to someone who isn't so familiar with it? They're approaching the Gothic remake completely new to the franchise.
So we're set out to kind of like make this remake in a way that you don't need to play any of the Gothic games before, and it's the first part of the series anyhow. But we also try to explain the game world and the lore in a way that you are kind of like, if you're new, you will feel right at home when you start. I mean, so the game is at its core an open world RPG. I mean, by today's standards, I mean, the open world is not like the biggest, but it's, I would say, the most immersive and the most alive. That was one of our goals, really, to create an immersive RPG where everything that is kind of like happening in the game world and is a natural way to discover it and to experience it and to find clues. So, for example, it's not a game where you kind of like follow quest marker after quest marker. It's like you really have to listen to the people, get the clues, and then kind of like piece it together and also develop a natural understanding of the places and the world itself. The game itself features a lot of choices, both in terms of story and also the way you play it. So it's not like you select a character class or something like that. It's everything naturally embedded. So you have to find teachers who teach you a certain skill set. And that skill set, obviously, like learning that costs money and learning points, which you need to earn yourself. And like the money itself is not like gold coins or something like that. So it's set in a prison colony, and this prison colony was created to mine this magical ore that the king needs to fight the orcs. So you are put into this prison colony to mine ore. And this ore is obviously also the kind of like the currency in this game world.
And who are we? Who are the player playing?
So you're not a hero even. Like you're a nameless dude who is like not anything special, right? But you can become something special through your journey. So as I said, I mean you're a convict. You're set out to mine ore, but when you get set into the colony. First of all, you get a rough welcoming. So they punch you in the face. They tell you like, well, it's a rough world out there. Just do as you were told, or you would get beaten up. Throughout like the first like hours of the game, you kind of like learn that there are three main factions that all have different objectives. So the first one is the old camp. They're here to mine the ore and deliver it to the king, and exchange it with other stuff they need, like weapons and even women. There's the new camp, which wants to break free and use the ore to blow up this magic barrier. So what I forgot to tell you is like the whole game world is gated by a magic barrier that the magicians created, so nobody can get out of this penal colony. And the third faction is the swamp camp. They are a sect that smoke some stuff and believe in a mysterious god and try to awaken this god. And the god is called the Sleeper. And at first, I mean, you don't know if this sleeper is even real, but you will find out through your journey if he's real or just like something they make up of.
Well, it's a very cool premise and setup. The original was released in 2001. What do you think about it has resonated with fans, so many years later?
So first of all, I mean, we call the original Gothic classic. I mean, we even did remasters of it on like modern consoles to make it accessible and playable nowadays. I think why we did that was also, although like the remake was coming or is coming, was that we felt it's, even for today's standard, it's still a very unique game with a lot of really cool game mechanics that hold up to. For example, I think other than the remake, I think basically no other RPG offers a as deep like world simulation as the original even. So to give you an example, like every NPC in the original had a daily routine going on. Like they had a 24-hour like day-night cycle. They would sleep at night. They would even like go for taking a piss, right? And I mean, we greatly expanded that in the remake. So we expanded everything. So in our game, they even would react to like, let's say if it's raining, they would say like, what the fuck, this shitty rain? Like I don't like that. And we expanded the daily routines to like creatures. So they would also have a need system. They would go for food. They would need to drink and stuff like that. And I think so. That's I think the main thing what kept it alive and what kept the community going. That it's so immersive, simulated, and so deep in like what you can experience there.
And what is your relationship to Gothic Classic? Did you play it originally, or did you discover it sometime down the road?
No, I'm a big RPG fan and nerd. I haven't played it on the release day, fortunately, because at the time it needed a very beefy PC. I didn't have that, but like a year later, like the second part was kind of like announced and in the coming phase, and I just like I got excited by articles about that, and I got the first one, and I was super excited. So I became a fan. I was even like doing mods for Gothic 1 and 2. So I got deep down into like all the technicalities, and for a long time I thought like, I mean, the series was dormant. I was a teenager at the time, so I thought like, well, that was a thing of its time. I mean, it would be cool to work as a game developer in a game like that, but I never thought it could be the actual thing.
Yeah.
And then when the opportunity came, I was just very happy. But that, was just the start of something. I mean, we worked 6 years on that game. And I mean, that's kind of like what you need nowadays to make a good game from the ground up. And I mean, we also built the studio from the ground up. So 6 years ago, we were starting with like 10, 15 people. And now we're a team of like 60 core team members who kind of like managed to deliver this big open world RPG.
So the Gothic series is known to not hold the player's hand too much. How did you approach that in the remake? Was there any sort of desire to tone down the difficulty or make it a friendlier experience for more modern players?
So there was definitely a desire, and I mean, like a lot of people like that tested the game were like, well, this mechanic is not explained. You should explain it. And I'm like, we do tutorials at the very last, and my approach was always, if the game needs tutorials, we've done something wrong, because a game mechanic should be organically explained. I mean, kind of going on this immersive pillar, right? So, we added a climbing mechanic, so it should be explained in the dialogue that tells you, like teaches you about the mechanic, how you can use it as a player. But obviously not in a too gaming way to break the immersion. But in order to kind of like give new players a little bit of possibility to learn the game mechanics in-game more, we added a tutorial book. So, but also this is done in an immersive way. So in the first conversation, like Diego, who is kind of like becoming your guide throughout the game, will say like, hey, I got this book. Maybe you should take a read on this. And in this book are these tutorial things in there that explain all the mechanics. And in terms of difficulty, so first of all, I think we are a bit lucky because these days, players nowadays like difficult games, I think. They like a good challenge if it's not unfair. But also, we felt that we wanted to also appeal to players who just like, to play something without being killed all the time. So we added a much easier difficulty level, which is still challenging, but it has, for example, in this easier difficulty level, we call it novice, you get the first one-handed combat skill already learned, which you would need to earn, and it would take, I think, about 2 hours to learn it in the intended difficulty level, which we call Gothic. And yeah, I mean, as a player, when you start a new game, you can customize even your difficulty level. So you have things like combat, exploration, and they all have an effect on how you experience the game in the end.
Very cool. Well, thank you so much for joining us here at IGN Live. The Gothic remake is out right now. Go immerse yourself in the world of Gothic once more. We've got plenty more IGN Live ahead, so stick around.
Back to IGN Live 2026. Yeah! Gaming platforms have evolved quite a bit over the last few years, and they've become more accessible than ever. One of the biggest services offering access to premium titles no matter where you go is Amazon Luna. So here to join me, please join me in welcoming Jeff Gaddis, head of gaming at Amazon, to tell us more about what's next for Amazon Luna. Welcome.
Thank you. It's great to be here at IGN Live. It's crazy, the energy in here. Excited to talk about Luna.
Thank you so much for being here. Now, for anyone who hasn't tried it yet, what is Amazon Luna?
Yeah, so Luna is Amazon's cloud gaming service. So think of the way we stream movies and music. Same thing with video games. No hardware required. You can stream to a laptop, a desktop, a smart TV, tablet, mobile device. So the whole key, no hardware required, no need to download anything, no need to wait. You just click and instantly start playing. Probably the best part of Luna is that all of our games are included if you're an Amazon Prime member. So think of hundreds of millions of Prime members worldwide. They have access to all of those games right now.
All right. Well, here is a quick look at just some of the things you can expect on Amazon Luna. Check it out.
3, 2, 1. 'Cause no one can do it like we do it, like we do it, like we do it. 'Cause no one can do it like we do it, like we do it, like we do it. We got the right stuff. We put the hammer right down. Wanna be like us? You better stick around. If you want it, you gotta prove it. Like we do it, like we do it.
Wow. All right, Jeff, Luna has been around for a while. What's different now?
Yeah, Luna's been around for a couple of years, but it's really been in the last year that we've really kind of shifted our whole strategy and really, I think, honed in on where our audience is and where we fit in the gaming space. And that's really not trying to get people to turn in their consoles to go jump to cloud gaming. It's not getting people to abandon their PCs. But it's sort of the realization that there's literally billions of people in the world that play games that don't own any dedicated hardware and will never be able to play many of the games we play on console and PC. So with that, we've sort of refocused, accepted that audience, and I think probably the biggest move for us is previously to get into Luna, you really had to join with a premium subscription and pay an extra $10 a month. We changed that back in October, and we pushed literally close to 100 games all into the Prime membership. So like I said earlier, if you're an Amazon Prime member, you have access to close to 100 games that you can play right now.
Well, that is quite a big difference. Yeah, I'm a fan of free games. Why not? Absolutely. Now, speaking of different things, which games would you say people should check out on Luna right now?
Yeah, the thing we like about Luna is just the overall breadth of games that you can play in the service. So if you're into cinematic, AAA, controller-based games, you can play Hogwarts Legacy or Indiana Jones, Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy. But if you're not that type of player, we also have something for you. We have a series of games we launched called Game Night where you can use your phone as a controller. So think of more lighter experiences. Maybe play Angry Birds using your phone but up on your TV. Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? Board games like Ticket to Ride and Clue. Those are all there too. So it really is, we have a broad variety of choice. And then maybe most of all, the thing I'm most excited about right now is we have the World Cup starting literally in, I think, 5-6 days. FC 26 is in Luna, the full game, the full EA game in Luna. You can play it right now. Get ready for the tournament. No additional cost if you're a Prime member.
All right, yeah. No, I love it. I've actually gotten to go hands-on with game night myself. It's a lot of fun. Now, something that I find really interesting is Masters of the Universe. I think we have a few fans in the audience for Masters of the Universe. Who has the power? Well, they are having a massive week. The movie just opened, and Luna actually has a Masters of the Universe game, which is Masters of the Universe Legends Unite. How do they connect?
Yeah, we're really excited about this, and it's kind of, I think, what you'll see a lot more of us doing at Luna going forward, where we're tying a video game to a movie or a TV show. And I think most of you probably know the Masters of the Universe movie launched yesterday. I've seen great reviews for it, haven't seen it yet. But we also simultaneously dropped our Masters of the Universe Legends Unite game into Luna that you can play right now. Kind of a Slay the Spire-like deck builder, really super fun.
All right, well, let's take a look at how players can show off their own power in Masters of the Universe Legends Unite.
From Eternia to your living room. It's Masters of the Universe Legends Unite! Wield the power in the palm of your hand. Choose your legend. Let's go. Play your ultimate deck. Use your phone to unleash your power. Powered out. Battle through trials to prove your worth.
Cha-ching! Nah, the real trial is beating me.
Be the one to claim the power! I have the power! Now you have the power! By the power of Prime, play now on Amazon Luna.
That is so fun. Who here has the power? All right, before I let you go, can you give IGN Live fans any hints of what comes next for Luna?
Yeah, I'm not breaking news today, unfortunately, but I can say really excited about, we have more games in development at Amazon right now than we've had at any point in our history. So those are everything from these game night games we've talked about with phone as a controller, all the way up to AAA games. Hopefully many of you saw earlier this week, we announced the launch date, February 12th for the next Tomb Raider game. Super excited about that. And then beyond that, we're just trying to bring Luna, bring more awareness to Luna, let you all know that this exists, make it easier for you to get it. So you'll see us show up in more places across different Amazon products and services, which we're excited about. But most of all, you have these games today. If you're a Prime member, we hope you go play them.
Jeff, thank you so much again for being here with us at IGN Live. Is there anything you want to tell new or returning players checking out Amazon Luna?
It's incredible value. We've put a lot of games in there. We've spent a lot of money to put them in there. And so tell your friends, let people know that this exists, because I think it's a great deal.
All right. Jeff, thank you so much. You can jump into all the games we mentioned today and more on Amazon Luna. And if you're a Prime member, you've already got access. Just head to luna.amazon.com today to get started. We've got tons more IGN Live coming up right after this, so don't go anywhere.
IGN Live is presented by Amazon Luna, here to play.
The average Cinefix movie list features nearly 100 different films and approximately 25 minutes worth of wall-to-wall deep dive analysis. To simulate that pace for this 30-second ad, we're featuring 26 different films, and before you say it, no, that math does not check out. We're not math people, we're movie people. We can't even count down from 10 without ending up at, 96. Subscribe to IGN Movies and TV for more Cinefix movie lists. Bad at math, great at movies.
Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help.
One step at a time.
IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for Shadow of the Erdtree, Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom, and so much more.
See? It's good, right?
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
IGN Plus is where your adventure begins.
What are you selling?
Plus is the place to get unlimited access to all the tools you need to beat your games.
Here's what you need to know for bringing down Gloomspawn.
Plus, awesome exclusive discounts on IGN Store.
Maybe this would tease open your money pouch.
Plus, ad-free browsing on IGN.com. Plus, unlimited game help tools like premium interactive maps with your own custom map markers, filters, marker notes, and more.
This will come in handy.
Plus, access to sweepstakes, giveaways, and free game keys.
Wow! Exactly.
Want more? Head to IGN.com/plus and start your adventure today.
What's up, everyone? I'm Jeffrey with IGN, and we're here at Fast and Furious Hollywood Drift at Universal Studios Hollywood. The ride is not open yet, but it's opening this summer, and we're going to take a quick sneak peek at the ride, and we're going to talk to one of the people behind the design of this iconic ride. So, start your engines. So I'm very excited for Fast and Furious Hollywood Drift. If someone, for some reason, has never heard of this, how would you explain this roller coaster to somebody?
It's incredibly dynamic. I mean, it's off the hook, but I would also say if you're not familiar with the franchise at all, it's going to blow your mind. If you're familiar with the franchise, really what we're trying to do, though, is not put you in the movie. This is almost like taking you behind the scenes.
Ooh.
So, because as you walk through the queue lines here, what you're going to see is some great props, actual props, oftentimes created by the actual prop makers.
Yeah.
You can see the stunt coordinators actually figuring out how to do some of the incredible stunts from the film.
Wow. I got to ask about the cars. We have a Dodge Charger, obviously the Mazda, the Nissan, the Toyota. How are these chosen, and how much thought is put into like the order of it and like the kind of the look?
A lot. Well, first of all, obviously you want to pick the most iconic cars. And so, the Charger was a slam dunk. We really did take a look at a wide array of other cars. But at the end of the day, the two cars that were Brian's, the Mazda and then the Charger, they were just naturally iconic cars. And then when you talk about how much, I can tell you that it was a particular interest of mine and the creative team, because we know that no other ride vehicles in the histories of roller coasters will be as examined as these. Mm-hmm. So integrity to the brand, really, we went and I proved each individual mold of the cars. These are all carbon fiber cars, and every little paint detail, every little engine detail, every little tire detail, along with our IP partners, from the franchise itself.
Right.
Integrity is everything. So it was really a team process, but a whole lot went into it.
This is not the first time, we've had a Fast and Furious experience at Universal Studios. Why is Fast and Furious such an integral part of Universal Studios parks?
Well, it fits the brand. Really, when you think about it, I know that we've had some other ones, but when we were taking a look at this, and you take a look at just even the topography of, who builds a roller coaster on the side of a hill? That's kind of crazy, but it really fits the dynamics, and then to be in the cars and actually because they drift and spin, it really is a completely different experience. So it is just so on brand. It so takes you where the films are.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Yeah. You mentioned building a roller coaster on a hill, and then it also kind of goes around the iconic Universal escalators.
Yes.
What are the challenges of something like that? Because as a pass holder, I'm amazed to kind of seen this from the ground up, and now it's almost here.
Designing any attraction for up here on the hill is like living life on a 27-foot sailboat. We're very space constrained, so we have to make the most of what we have. And so, this was a great spot to do it in, so you figure out how to make it kind of fit. But I will tell you, throughout a lot of different incarnations of designs, we've always wanted to engage the Starway. It's always been kind of a dream that we wanted to do that. And then to be able to frame this, because when you actually experience the entire ride and even the queue line, the star of the show is really the ride. and the view. So every view is kind of tailored after that. So even though no matter how great the queue line is with the props and looking at stuff, everything is like a beauty shot.
So with this ride specifically, were there any scenes from any of the movies that were inspired by chunks of the ride, or did you kind of start to like look at the movies and be like, okay, how do we want to like even go about the experience and design from the movie?
So when we first started looking at all these behind the scenes clips, making of, and really when you think of the films, it's really in these incredible stunts. And unlike other films, a lot of them are live. So you're discovering, like we have film footage of like stunt coordinators playing with Hot Wheels, like on the sidewalk in front of the whole crew saying, okay, we're gonna do this. And then we're gonna have the flip card, you're gonna do this. And so there's all these great things that you kind of pick and choose from. So as you're doing your ride, there are certain things you want to do where you're saying, okay, this is a great avenue to like throw out various angles to call on the drift. Then you introduce the full rotation, like if you skid out, because you do hear audio in the car. So, you know, in certain cases, the cars are actually facing each other. So, and every car is independently programmed. So it's like, you know, you're kind of doing different things.
I'm going to be in danger in the movies. I want to talk about the queue really quick. The queue is incredible because you have graffiti art from Tristan Eaton, who's kind of like a local legend here in Los Angeles. And obviously with Fast and Furious being kind of like integrated in that franchise, I'm curious how that collaboration came about.
Obviously, we all know Tristan did a great job on the lower lot. Our new film building, he did tremendous murals inside. This is all about authenticity because, like we said, this is not about putting you in the movie. This is not supposed to be a set. This could be kind of the garage where they develop these stunts. You'll see the storyboards behind you. It's kind of like where they figure this stuff out. Yeah. At the same time, it's LA. So who better than Tristan to bring in? And then we have this huge mural up actually in the launch bay up. Oh. So we have one down here and one up above.
That's so cool. And can you tease anything about the music? I mean, you mentioned audio in the cars. Like we'll be hearing tracks from the movies or needle drops or a score.
Around here, the queue line, you're going to be hearing a lot of the music that you would kind of expect to hear, right? In the actual cars, what we have is when you're in the Charger, there is a whole track dedicated to Charger engine sounds, brake sounds, everything else, and every car is different. So each engine is actually an authentically sounding engine with that car. And then there are some musical accents, what I'll call in there. Yeah. But it's all about being connected with that vehicle because when you're like programming this, you want that skid to be exactly in line with when you drift.
And then tell me about the name Fast and Furious Hollywood Drift. Perfect name, in my opinion. However, every movie has such an incredible and arguably funny name. How many different variations did you go through before deciding on Hollywood Drift?
The initial inspiration for that was really, we wanted to cue on letting you in to bring behind the scenes here at Hollywood. It was really more of like not based on one of the films. It was Fast and Furious, but Hollywood Drift because it's almost like a love letter to the stunt coordinators and stunt folks. So it was really about bringing people inside Hollywood and letting them see how this stuff is really brought together.
I'm curious how you approach the design of like, we need to make sure that it feels like you're really racing cars. And obviously you're going very fast and that is a big part of it. But what are the choices? You know, you mentioned drifting and spinning. Like, how do you make sure that people get that experience of racing cars in Los Angeles?
You have to start with basic functionality. So we knew that we wanted to do drifting. And we knew that we wanted to do something that had never been done before. We knew we wanted to do it faster than it had ever been done, and inversions and everything else. So they simulate what you're trying to do in terms of the vehicular ethos, if you will.
John, is this ride canon to the universe of Fast and Furious? Because they have gone to space, so I don't think it's that crazy that they would be on a roller coaster.
Actually, the fun part about this is, and even think about it, it's a different experience at night. So if you're doing these great, aerobatics, if you will, in the cars over the valley at nighttime, but then cutting underneath the Starway in the black of night. Yeah. I mean, it's different every time you ride it. Yeah. Quite frankly, it's different with every car. Right. Because it's doing different things.
That's what I'm curious too. As a theme park aficionado, people people love to argue the front is the best, the back is the best, the middle is the best. Do you have any advice or suggestions of where I should sit?
Obviously, the front with the charger is you're at the peak, and then it's iconic moment. But then also there are moments when you do fully rotate, you see all 3 cars behind you, which is awesome. With that, and then of course, if you're in the last car, you do get kind of the long train effect a little bit. But then you're seeing every car in front of you doing different things.
Oh man!
And you're doing something different than the charger is.
Right. This is incredible. My final question is, what are you most excited for guests to come and see? Is there like an Easter egg or something that's maybe hidden that people should look out for? Or what are you really excited for people to see as reaction?
There are Easter eggs everywhere. There are some right around us right now, which I won't go into. There's some on the cars. But I mean, really, the other great part about my job with everything we get to open here is just to see the expressions. I mean, you see people, and in some cases, the Charger is somebody's favorite car. In some cases, it's a GTR. In some cases, they saw that movie with the bomb or whatever, and now they're going to get to see how it was done.
Yeah.
So it's just really seeing the guest reactions. That's really the kick.
Well, there you have it. Fast and Furious Hollywood Drift opens this summer at Universal Studios Hollywood. There's so much more IGN Live, so don't go anywhere.
IGN Live is presented by Evil Dead Burn, only in theaters July 10th.
The average Cinefix movie list features nearly 100 different films and approximately 25 minutes worth of wall-to-wall deep dive analysis. To simulate that pace for this 30-second ad, we're featuring 26 different films, and before you say it, no, that math does not check out. We're not math people, we're movie people. We can't even count down from 10 without ending up at, 96. Subscribe to IGN Movies and TV for more Cinefix movie lists. Bad at math, great at movies.
Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help.
One step at a time.
IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for Shadow of the Erdtree, Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom, and so much more.
See? It's good, right?
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
IGN Plus is where your adventure begins.
What are you selling?
Plus is the place to get unlimited access to all the tools you need to beat your games.
Here's what you need to know for bringing down Gloomspawn.
Plus, awesome exclusive discounts on IGN Store.
Maybe this would tease open your money pouch.
Plus, ad-free browsing on IGN.com. Plus, unlimited game help tools like premium interactive maps with your own custom map markers, filters, marker notes, and more.
This will come in handy.
Plus, access to sweepstakes, giveaways, and free game keys.
Wow! Exactly.
Want more? Head to IGN.com/plus and start your adventure today.
What's up, IGN Live? Day 2 is flying by, but don't worry, we still got some tricks up our sleeve. Up next, we'll find out what's new with the latest Magic the Gathering crossover, and then we're diving into Tomb Raider Legacy of Atlantis, and we'll be closing out the show with a very special edition of Game Scoop. But first, a very special thank you to our sponsors who make this all possible.
It has been a long time coming, but we now know that it's really real. Guild Wars 3 was just revealed, the next MMORPG from ArenaNet, and here to talk with us as much as we can about it is studio head Colin Johansson. How you doing, sir?
I'm great, thank you. It has been an incredible last couple of days.
Yeah, make some noise, Guild Wars 3!
Thanks, everybody.
So, to kick things off, can you give us a top-level overview? What are some of the big new ideas driving Guild Wars 3?
Yeah, you know, we've announced that we're going to go into beta at the end of next year, and so we've got a lot of time between now and then that we're going to reveal most of the big ideas behind the game and kind of work our way through that. The two things so far that we've set out as core pillars for the game that we've announced, one of them is joy of movement. I think one of the things that the Guild Wars franchise is known for, coming out of Guild Wars 2 in particular, is offering this really spectacular form of movement in an MMO experience. And we're really trying to push that even further with Guild Wars 3 and asking the question, can we take some of the elements that you would traditionally find in action games and bring those into multiplayer MMO experiences to create incredible new forms of joy of movement? And a lot of that is powered by momentum, which is a thing you don't see in MMOs. And so a lot of the movement in Guild Wars 3, your momentum transfers between all of the different things you do, which allows you to really express joy of movement in a unique way in an MMO. And then the other one that we've talked just a tiny bit about, and I'm going to leave it at that today, is our combat system. And I think that MMOs often are viewed as very specific types of combat, and we really wanted to look at, especially with this game now coming to both console for the first time and trying to create a new era of MMOs, we really wanted to ask, how can we take some of the elements that you would find in action multiplayer combat games, or even just action RPGs, and bring those into the MMO space and extend them? And so our combat system is really something very unique that extends out on some of those ideas as well. That's as much as I'm going to say right now.
A little bit of a tease. So we got the trailer kind of looping here. Can you walk us through what we're seeing in the trailer and what were some of the things that you wanted to convey with this trailer?
Yeah, so one of the big things that you'll see there is we're depicting the land of Or, which is an incredible historical place in the history of Guild Wars. The very first Guild Wars took place there. The gods that originated in our world, we've told many stories in our lore about them existing in Or and then disappearing and leaving the world. And we're setting this game 1,200 years before Guild Wars 1, just before the first Guild War breaks out, just after one of the gods has been deposed. And we see this as a really incredible opportunity to go back to a place in our world that there isn't a lot of written history about, but what there is incredibly interesting. And there are a huge amount of the mysteries and the stories behind the entire concept of Guild Wars all originate from this timeline. The other reason that we picked it is we think all of those reasons are awesome for our existing fans and a reason for them to engage. But we're inviting an entire new audience to join this game and to join the Guild Wars franchise for the first time. We're inviting players on PlayStation to come join us and play, and console gamers have never been able to play a Guild Wars game before. We didn't ship Guild Wars 2 on Steam until 10 years after launch. We're going to ship Guild Wars 3 on Steam on day one when we launch this time. And we really wanted to send a message out to everyone that this is a game for everyone to come play Guild Wars right now. And you don't have to have played 20 years of this franchise to understand what's going on in Guild Wars 3. Everybody is coming in on relative equal footing. There is just a small amount of recorded history about this timeline, and so all of our new players and all of our existing fans all get to discover the lore and the timeline and the stories all together. And because there's very little that's actually recorded, even though it is set 1,000 plus years in the past, there's an incredible amount of stuff for people to discover and find out and mysteries to unravel that we think is going to be compelling for everybody. And so you're seeing some little pieces here of Or and some of the spirits that live in Or, the gods that live in Or, and those are just some little teases for more stories to come later.
All right. So you guys are announcing an open beta in 2027. I know that's a long ways off, but are there any details you can share about your approach to the gameplay this time around, in anticipation for that open beta?
I appreciate that. I think I'll take that a little more high level and say one of the really unique things about ArenaNet is we have a very unique approach to making new games. And at most studios, when they start making a new game, they think about what is the gameplay that we want to have, what's the story we want to tell, what technology or cool feature do we want to base this game on. And especially in the case when you're making like part 2 or part 3 of a series, oftentimes the question is, what are all the things we're going to carry forward, and then the new feature we'll add to make it cool. And ArenaNet has never viewed making games that way. We start with player problems, and we make MMORPGs, so we start by asking, what are all the player problems and frustrations in the genre at this time? And back when we were making Guild Wars 1, one of the big ones was that every online game had a subscription fee. So we set out to make a game that would have no subscription fees, that anyone could play as much or as little as they want, and they could always play with their friends. When we set out to make Guild Wars 2, we wanted to make a giant open world MMO, the scale of all these other games that were out at the time, and solve for the problems that existed in those types of games. And so we made a world where players don't get put in conflict with one another, where it's easy to play with other players, and other players actually make the game more fun. And starting with those player problems as our core means every one of our games is very, very different. They take place in Tyria, they draw from the same core lore, but they're on different timelines and they're very different game experiences because they solve for different problems in the era of game that we're making it in. And we feel like right now, the genre that we make our game in the MMO genre, and we've consistently heard this from all of you too, that you feel like this genre is ready for something new, that it is stagnated, that we've all been playing the same games for the most part for over a decade. And I think this is when ArenaNet's at its best, when we challenge ourselves and say, let's go solve for the problems and innovate. And it's risky, it's a challenging thing to do. We could trip and fall flat on our face by trying to invent new ideas and then wrap our game around those. But I don't think game genres move forward unless people are willing to do that. And so we are going to fearlessly charge forward and try a bunch of new ideas. And we really hope people love them, and we're going to find out over the next couple of years.
I fully agree. Now I want to go back to that the no subscription model point. But first, we actually have some exclusive artwork that came through. If we can pull that up, and if you can just kind of walk us through what's happening here.
I can. So first off, kudos to Kekai, one of our incredible concept artists who made this piece early on in development. And this is really an inspiration piece going back to what are we trying to do with combat in this game. And I mentioned earlier one of our goals is to take elements you would traditionally find more in action games and to try to figure out which of those can make their way into an MMO experience. We started from the very beginning having this game be playable both on a controller and mouse and keyboard, and challenged ourselves, can we make a combat system that feels awesome on both? Which is generally not the case for MMOs. They tend to start as mouse and keyboard and then get ported to a controller later. And a lot of the great inspirations that we could find are single-player RPGs or multiplayer RPGs, but not MMOs so much in that space. And so this concept art piece really is aspirational for us of this is the type of experience we want to chase after. Can we make more action combat in a way that you wouldn't have seen in an MMO before?
So going back to that subscription model, the first Guild Wars was notable for being one of the only, if not the only, MMOs out there that didn't require a subscription. You're continuing that with Guild Wars 3, and I wonder, how does that influence how you build and design the game?
It's a great question. I think you have to think about questions like that fundamentally from the very beginning as you construct your game, and I think we have a very long history at ArenaNet. Again, when you start with solving for player problems and making games for players first, it forces us to ask a lot of these questions. How do we make a game that players can play as much or as little as they want? I think there's a lot of challenges with the MMO space right now where there's a perception for players, and I'm sure many of you have felt this, of like, hey, somebody tries to tell you to go play this next great MMO, and your first reaction is, I don't have time for that. It's like a second job, and you have to basically give up a chunk of your life to engage with many MMOs. And I think that perception and solving for that perception is something that we've always wanted to continue to solve for at ArenaNet. We started it with no subscription fees. Our concept of horizontal progression, where you can play our game for a while, take a break, go play other games, that's okay. We don't have anything that's holding you hostage to keep playing, and then come back when you see something cool you want to play again. All of that inspiration and concept is being applied to Guild Wars 3 as well. And I think, I will note, I think there's become a modern version of the subscription that we've seen evolve over the last few years, and even longer than that, in battle passes and paid battle passes, where it's basically a subscription kind of hidden and wrapped with other stuff around it. And I think we've challenged ourselves to ask the same question. Can we make a game like this that doesn't have a subscription fee and doesn't have a battle pass fee buried in it as well? Because we think players are sick of those too. And so this will be a game you can buy it, you can play it as much or as little as you want. We will respect our players' time, and if they love it, we'll have other stuff that they can buy from us in the future, but we're not going to hold their time hostage, and we want them to be able to go play other games. And hopefully, I would highly recommend they should go check out Guild Wars 2 and Guild Wars 1, because we just announced this weekend that we're going to keep supporting those far into the future as well.
Well, there you go. Love to hear that. I have so many questions, but unfortunately, that's all the time we have. So thank you so much to Colin for joining us here at IGN Live to talk all about Guild Wars 3. You can You can wishlist it now for Steam, PlayStation 5, and register at guildwars3.com for a chance to start playing as soon as the beta begins in fall 2027. We have so much more happening here around the summer of gaming, including interviews with the director of Control resident, so stay tuned to IGN Live.
IGN Live is presented by Evil Dead Burn, only in theaters July 10th.
Do you want to be the very best like no one ever was? Streamline your journey to becoming a master trainer with Planet Pokemon. Choose your Pokemon, filtering by type, stats, or game availability. Then use the full team builder to assemble an unbeatable lineup. Plan out the optimal set of moves, items, and abilities. Plan your dream team today at planetpokemon.com.
Catch up on all your favorite shows with up-to-the-minute gaming and entertainment news with Geek Media Podcasts.
Welcome to a very special episode of IGN Game Scoop.
Game Scoop has you covered for all things gaming and the latest game releases. Tune into Podcast Beyond for the biggest PlayStation news.
Man, this is a cool looking trailer.
Everything Xbox on Podcasts Unlocked.
This is Steve Downs, the voice of Master Chief.
Catch up with your Super Nintendos on Nintendo Voice Chat.
Let the kids love what we love.
And get all the latest console news and rumors with Next Gen Console Watch.
Now Xbox and Phil Spencer are even saying that a mid-gen refresh isn't even necessary.
The Cinefix Top 100 podcast picks a movie every week to celebrate and debate.
It's kind of every movie's grandpa.
Geek Media Podcasts, the best podcasts from around the world.
IGN Playlist is the best way to track your game collection. Now you can even import your entire Steam library to Playlist, making it easier than ever to review games, show off your collection to the world, and finally chip away at that massive backlog you keep meaning to get to. IGN Playlist, check it out.
Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for Shadow of the Erdtree, Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom, and so much more.
It's good, right?
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
Call of Duty Modern Warfare 4's DMZ mode is a game within a game. Here to break it all down with us is Jack and Joe from Infinity Ward. Guys, welcome to IGN Live.
Thank you.
Thank you. Happy to be here. Yeah, so the Xbox... Sorry, there's... I forget. The prompter doesn't say hold for applause. So, so the Xbox Showcase just wrapped up, I'd say, an hour ago, and you guys closed the show. Did you guys know you were closing it?
We did know ahead of time, yes.
Yeah?
Yeah.
He knew. Have you guys looked online to see any reactions, anything to it?
Yeah, I think everybody's busy trolling the internet, seeing the reactions, seeing the comments, making lists of things to address or talk about some more. Yeah.
Yeah? What about you?
Yeah, I was hopping on all the YouTube comments, following it, and kind of seeing what people are excited about, maybe what was confusing, you know.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, let's talk about DMZ. This isn't the first DMZ.
It is
It's the
not.
second one. So we want to know, is this one more hardcore? What are the bigger differences between the previous DMZ and this one?
I think it's bigger, it's better. There's a lot more of it than there was last time. When we launched last time, it was a beta. We didn't have everything we wanted in there. This time around, it's going to be fully featured with a ton of different systems for people to interact with, a living world that has a ton of content in it. So this time we're feeling good about the launch.
Yeah, I mean, the first one felt like more of a mode, and this one feels like its own game, right? And we've put a lot of pressure on ourselves to deliver, and we're really excited.
Yeah, so I've visited you before, just a few weeks ago, to check it out, and the big thing that you guys were saying at the studio, which was this is a game within a game. What do you mean by that?
Because that's what it feels like we're making. On the development side, it just feels like it's this beast of another game within the game, essentially, right? It's got so much depth to it and so much content we're trying to put into it. So that's why, to us, it feels like an entire extra game that we're making inside this one.
Yeah, I mean, it's the first one felt like more of an appendage to multiplayer, to the game, to Warzone. This one has its own dedicated progression, it has its forward operating base, and it feels like we were able to fully realize the vision of DMZ.
Tell me more about the forward operating base. This is the base that you go to in between rounds, correct?
Yeah, I mean, the first DMZ, you'd kind of come back and you're in the menu and it kind of took you out of it. And so early on in the development of this, we wanted it to feel like a continuous world. Yeah. Like when you were leaving after your deployment, we don't want to feel like you were back in the game. We wanted to feel like you're still in the world, and that's what the forward operating base is. But it also allows you to feel that player growth. It evolves as you play DMZ. As you unlock new stations, as you progress, it changes. And it should be a reflection of your DMZ progression.
And you are constantly building on it, right? It starts small, and then as you unlock things, it gets bigger?
Yeah. I wouldn't say it like goes out, but it kind of like stations come online and it changes.
And if you have friends join your party, they appear in the base as well, so you can kind of just prepare together before you head into the DMZ.
It reminds me a lot of one of my favorite Call of Duties, which was World War II, and they did a sort of base in between multiplayer rounds, and you could kind of run around, see other people. So I'm looking forward to that. Let's talk about the setting. This is taking place at like a nuclear reactor that's melted down.
So our map Hajin is kind of a character in our game. You know, it's this. We put a lot of energy into making sure it feels like a real city with city planning. The map itself is actually at the tri-point between different countries. And in Hajin, the city has been evacuated because the nuclear reactor melted down. And as we call it, the winds have shifted and the radiation is leaving, enemy forces and you as the player as an off-books asset are heading into the map as that radiation is lifted to kind of get the spoils of war that are in there and try and counteract people trying to get their hands on WMDs.
Okay, so kind of a Chernobyl-like kind of site where people can somewhat safely enter now, and now everyone's like kind of gunning for the loot that's left behind.
Exactly.
Yep.
Except at the reactor site, which is obviously still radioactive.
Right. I want to talk about KIA versus MIA. When you die in this game, your operator goes MIA, correct?
Yep.
What does that mean, and how do I go about getting them back?
So in a lot of extraction shooters, you die, it's over. Like that's a clean reset. Each of our operators has a progression system. So as you rank up that operator, you're earning points that you can spend on traits to customize that operator. When they die, that gear they had is gone. But the progression you had, you can pay in-game cash to get them back and continue that progression, get those traits back. And it feels really good. Like, we'll be playing and I'll have a great run where I've done a story mission, I've completed a dynamic op, I've killed other players, and then I die at the last second. I get back to the fob and I'm like, damn it. But when I rescue that operator, I instantly have points to spend because all that XP that I earned is reflected. Yeah. And so it's this kind of nice system where it's like, that death isn't the bitter end. You can continue your progress. But the more you've ranked up that operator, the more expensive they are to rescue with the MAA system.
So a fully ranked up operator is going to be really expensive to get back. Mm-hmm. So you might have to go play with other operators, get some more cash to be able to get them back, or you're just going to decide that's too much and you just let go of that operator and move on to the next one.
What does progression look like? Is it skill trees?
So the trait system is a tree. There's basically 3 trees that you're going up, and you're kind of like, you can see some of the traits ahead that you're picking. But DMZ also has its own dedicated progression. So as you play DMZ, that XP goes to upgrading your fob, to unlocking your 3D printer where you craft gear, to unlocking your gunsmith where you use in-game cash to build weapons, and much more.
Speaking of that, most Call of Duty, like in recent memory, Call of Duty have been doing these unified progressions. Are we expecting to see that here as well?
Not this time round. We wanted to actually have DMZ be its separate journey.
Okay.
We are considering and talking about does XP flow back from DMZ into MP so that if you want to prestige and you want to grind, you'd still be able to take advantage of that. But playing in MP, the XP does not go into DMZ.
So you guys really are. DMZ is its own game.
Yeah.
Okay, let's talk about weather. You guys have kind of showed that it can be rainy, it can be sunny, it can, foggy. What kind of weather can people expect, and how will that affect the gameplay?
There's a lot of gradation between them. You can mix those things together. I think for us it was very exciting for the map to not feel static and frozen in time, so that and when you're playing and you are getting towards the end of a mission and the rain comes in and starts getting heavy and the visibility comes in a little bit, it starts to feel very oppressive. It starts to feel very different. And we've had people that come in and play test, and they play a couple times, and they're like, oh, that was really sad because it was raining, but then the next time the sun is shining, and they get a much happier vibe on the map. So it's really interesting to see players, like, over the course of matches, be able to get an evolution or play of the different weathers that come in and get excited that it's a little bit different every time.
Does the weather ever change mid-map, or is it one of those you spawn in and you're like, all right, this is a rainy one?
No, it changes. It's also localized. It's not across the whole map. You'll have low pockets of rain and things. But yeah, it does change, and we're playing around with it actually increasing in intensity as the match finishes. So you can kind of, again, all these things, we can make it feel more and more intense.
Yeah, okay. So Arc Raiders is obviously the big elephant in the room anytime you think about extraction shooters. It's a really, really popular game. Is this game for Arc Raiders players if they're looking for something new?
I think it's for hopefully all extraction shooter players that want to come, and people who haven't tried extraction shooters yet. Again, we've played a lot of Arc Raiders. It's a really fun game.
Yeah.
Obviously, we're a first-person shooter. We're Call of Duty. We did the DMZ beta back in the day, and so we're really trying to bring our formula to it and what we feel is right for the genre.
Sure. But I'm going to stay on Arc Raiders for just a second longer. They have aggressive base matchmaking, which for people that don't know, it basically will put you, if you're very aggressive in the game, it'll put you with more aggressive players. And if you choose to be a little bit more PvE, it'll kind of put you with that. Is that something you guys are looking into for DMZ?
So first and foremost, we ask players before they head in, they have the choice between, hey, I want to do a story mission, I want to do a dynamic op, or hey, I want to go into free roam. And essentially, we're asking people what their purpose as they head into the match is, so that then we can group them together, and you can end up with squad mates that have the same goal as you, which we think is really important as you head into a match, is to not just end up with two people with completely different goals to you, and you all head into different directions. We obviously allow you to play solo by yourself, queue in by yourself, queue in as duos, which we also think is really important. But the long-winded answer to your question is basically we're using all these things to kind of help us craft matches that we think are going to be really interesting, and to have a variety of different experiences in matches. We're not trying to make like, hey, here's the PvE area and here's the PvP area. We think it's very important that we blend the two and we mix the two. It's part of our DNA. But we're really looking to explore, once the game goes live, how we're going to be able to serve people the best match experience possible.
I want to follow up on something you said. You said you get to choose like kind of the experience you're going for with story mode. So if I say I'm there to do story missions, am I being put in a map where that's what everyone has selected, or just my squad?
No. Every match has each type of different player together. So you are doing your story mission in the corner. There'll be another team down the bottom right that are doing free roam. If they choose to come and harass you while you're doing your story mission, or help you out, both those things can happen. But we like the blending of everything all together.
Okay, cool. So yeah, it kind of sounds like a little mix of like, Arc Raiders is like, hey, we're all in this together, and Marathon's like, kill everybody. And it sounds like you guys have kind of tried to find a blend.
Yeah,
no PvE modes, medium. Right?
Sorry?
So no like pure PvE modes, it's only PvP.
It always has some PvP in it. Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right, well, the game comes out October 23rd. I'm excited for it. Are you guys excited for it? If you're watching on the stream, they all very quietly and politely said, yes, we are. We are very excited for this video game. That's going to wrap up this segment. Jack, Joe, thank you guys so much for stopping by. For more on IGN Live, Call of Duty, everything else, make sure to stay right here on IGN.
IGN Live is presented by our official retail partner, Best Buy.
The average Cinefix movie list features nearly 100 different films and approximately 25 minutes worth of wall-to-wall deep dive analysis. To simulate that pace for this 30-second ad, we're featuring 26 different films, and before you say it, no, that math does not check out. We're not math people, we're movie people. We can't even count down from 10 without ending up at, 96. Subscribe to IGN Movies and TV for more Cinefix movie lists. Bad at math, great at movies.
IGN Playlist is the best way to track your game collection. Now you can even import your entire Steam library to Playlist, making it easier than ever to review games, show off your collection of the world, and finally chip away at that massive backlog you keep meaning to get to. IGN Playlist, check it out.
IGN Store has everything you need to level up your life.
Red 6 standing by.
Refresh your wardrobe with official gear you won't find anywhere else. Treat yourself to the coolest collectibles like an adorable SKA plush, your very own Assassin's Creed Hidden Blade, and a fully functional Pip-Boy 3000. Head to store.ign.com and start shopping today. Do you want to be the very best like no one ever was? Streamline your journey to becoming a master trainer with Planet Pokemon. Choose your Pokemon, filtering by type, stats, or game availability. Then use the full team builder to assemble an unbeatable lineup. Plan out the optimal set of moves, items, and abilities. Play to your strengths by analyzing your team's resistances and offensive coverage. Or really maximize your Poke potential by digging into the stats by adjusting EVs and IVs. And save multiple team builds for different strategies in different games. Plan your dream team today at planetpokemon.com.
Gathering. Hey, everybody. I love you guys. I love you guys. Speaking of Magic the Gathering and Magic the Gathering and Magic and Gathering, Magic the Gathering has always been big, but each new crossover brings new fandoms into the mix. It gets a little bit bigger each time. Here to tell us about how the new Marvel Universe crossover cards shake things up, please welcome Mark Rosewater from Wizards of the Coast and Amanda Barker from Marvel. That's right, make some noise. Thank you guys for joining us.
Well, we're excited to be here.
Yes, absolutely. This is such a cool set. I've been watching all the previews. Tell us about some of the new Marvel-specific mechanics we're getting in Magic the Gathering.
So one of the things we wanted to do, obviously it's a Magic set. We want to make an amazing Magic set, but it's Marvel. And this set was sort of Avengers related is what we thought. And so what are the Avengers all about? Well, they're about two things. They're about superpowers. And so we have a new mechanic called Power Up. For Magic fans, it's kind of a cross between Kicker and Monstrous. When you play the card, or you can play it later, and it just makes the card better.
Amazing.
And the other ability is Teamwork. That what are the Avengers all about? Superheroes or supervillains teaming up. And so we have a brand new mechanic called Team Up.
Can't have the Avengers with just one Avenger, right? Right, crowd? Yeah. All right, I've kept you guys waiting along. I know you guys are here for one thing. You want to see the new cards, right? All right, you guys brought some exclusive cards that I am so psyched that I get to reveal to you. Let's start off with white. We've got a Squadron-themed card and the mythic Hyperion Supreme Hero Legendary Creature.
Okay.
Pretty cool, pretty cool. Let's check out this card.
So Hyperion is of the Squadron Supreme, which was sort of a superhero team from another dimension that came into the Marvel Universe. And he is kind of their number one hero.
All right.
And he's super powerful and he flies. And he, in fact, joined the Avengers for a while.
Amazing.
And so this is from our Jumpstart. So we have a game in which the way Jumpstart works is you have a packet, you take a second packet, you mix them together, and you can play right away. And each packet has a theme. And this packet's theme is the Squadron Supreme.
One of the things that I really love about this collaboration and this set in particular is that it is so expansive. It is the largest set I think Magic has ever released. And so because there's so many different products, so many different cards, we really get to get into characters that don't really get to see the spotlight very much.
Hey, I love seeing an underdog. I'm hoping, I haven't seen it yet. I'm hoping to get a little Rocket Raccoon in this set. Next off, moving on to blue. The Kang Dynasty is one of the themes, and you guys brought Mythic Immortus, Master of Eternity.
So Kang is a very powerful, one of the main enemies of the Avengers. And he's a time traveler. So it turns out there's many different forms of Kang. Immortus is an older version of Kang from the future. And so, in fact, when the comic started, you didn't even know that Immortus was Kang, but it got revealed. Also, Ramatut, also Kang. So anyway, Kang's been a lot of different characters. So
also, spoilers if you haven't read that right.
if you hadn't read comics 20 or 40 years ago. But anyway, Immortus, this is the first time showing Immortus on a Magic card.
This is amazing. This is so cool. And this is all about card draw. We love our card draw in Magic.
And he shows the power-up ability. So when you cast him, you can cast him for 2 blue, and then later spend 5 blue to upgrade him. Or when you cast him, you can just spend 5 blue and automatically upgrade him when you cast him for the first time.
Amazing. We love that. We love getting creatures out for cheaper. All right, next up, we've got for black, we've got the two very powerful. We've got the Dr. Doom theme. Love Doom. We love Doom. And our card is the mythic Dr. Doom Unrivaled.
Yeah. So there is a Dr. Doom in the main set, but you can't just have one Dr. Doom.
No.
So we need more Dr. Doom because he's one of the most awesome villains in all of Marvel.
Absolutely.
Any Doom fans in the house?
And this card, by the way, can make you win the game. You got to set it up. But not a lot of cards in Magic say win the game on them. And this is one of a handful of cards that do.
You guys like winning games, right? All right, moving on next. We've got representing red is the WandaVision theme, Scarlet, and probably one of the coolest artworks we got, a mythic, the Vision and Scarlet Witch. Very cool.
In the main set, there is a Scarlet Witch card and there is a Vision card, but obviously they're a very famous pair. And so we wanted to show them on a card together.
Yeah, this is great. I'm getting mana, we getting counter, +1/+1 counters. That's all my language. I'm a red player, so that's calling my name. Finally, for green, and I think this is my favorite reveal, which just happens we saved it for last with Wooburg, but we've got the theme, the Savage Lands, and we're showing off the mythic Sauron, Dino Devotee. And we've got the classic dilemma. Do I cure cancer or do I create dinosaurs?
So with Sauron, you have a choice whether you want to cure cancer or turn people into dinosaurs. And you have the opportunity to do that.
Dinosaurs, am I right? We all like dinosaurs.
One of my favorite Marvel memes of all time. During the development of this set, if we're not having fun, what are we doing? So there's always the conversation of yes, superheroes are strong and big and scary and intense, but also what makes Marvel strong is that the humor, the fun, the silliness, and that was a meme that there were a couple jokes that, maybe didn't make it, but this is one we actually checked to make sure that the meme was real and that it was actually in the comics, and it was. So this
amazing.
Made it in.
You gotta get.
And he is a dinosaur vampire villain. There's not a lot of those in Magic.
I was like, oh, dinosaur vampire. That's fun. So tell us about some of the art treatments we're gonna see in this set. Magic always has tons of really cool art treatments. Can you tell us about some of those?
So there's a lot of different things. One of the cool things we do is what we call booster fun. So for example, we have sagas in the set, and we have a special booster fun version where we do them in comic book form.
Yeah.
We also have ones that look just like famous comic books, where we match the actual comic book, but all the words of the card are on it, but it reflects really cool characters, but in their famous comic book form, comic book cover form. And we also just have a lot of versions. We have one where we have their logos behind them, so like each of the names. So there's just lots and lots of different treatments.
Yeah.
And
oh.
Go ahead.
But yes, the sagas in Spider-Man, we broke them into the comic book panels, which is a natural fit. It makes perfect sense, and it looks really cool. But something else that's special about superheroes is now it's not just sagas. There's also enchantments that get the comic book treatment. There's artifacts. There's a Mjolnir variant that has it broken into panels, so it gets to spread out throughout the set a little bit more.
I've got a Voltron deck that is just screaming for Mjolnir to join. I cannot wait.
Another cool thing we did is, Magic is known for its art, but Marvel also known for its art. So we took a lot of famous old art and put them on Magic cards. So if you want to have like a Magic card drawn by Jack Kirby, now you can. and that there's a lot of famous, because there's a huge, I mean, Marvel's just known for all their amazing artists, and so we did a whole bunch of cards where you can get that classic Marvel art, but with famous Magic cards.
It's been an incredible opportunity to cross-communicate with lots of different artists, because Magic has such history with artists that iconic Magic artists are doing their take on Marvel heroes, and then Marvel artists are getting to do their very first Magic card. We have people, artists the comic artists reaching out to us, being like, "Hey, can I do work on this?" So it's been really fun because there's so much more overlap in here than we ever could have expected.
That's amazing. Do you have a favorite Marvel comic cover that you've seen made into a card that you can share with us today?
The Doom one is a pretty strong favorite.
Pretty good, yeah.
Yeah, the classic cover with Doom. Come on.
Yeah. 2025 Spider-Man set had the Soul Stone.
Yes.
This time around, we've got the Mind Stone.
Yes.
It's all about recursion.
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about the Mind Stone and how you guys decided on that effect.
So one of the things that we decided was Magic's a collectible, and we were doing Marvel, so we said, well, what's the most collectible thing in the Marvel universe? And obviously, Thanos knew what was up, collecting the Infinity Stones. And so we did one in Spider-Man, and we decided to do the Mind Stone here. It's connected to the Vision. The Vision's in this set. And we thought, what are one of the cool things to do? And flickering is very fun and very powerful. And so we put it here.
Sorry, yes, I said recursion, I meant flickering. Thank you for catching me on that one. The commenters were going to be so mad at me.
Yeah.
Who's the most obscure Marvel character that you guys have managed to get into the set?
That is a question of debate.
Okay, who's in the running?
I mean, I have my pick, I guess.
Well, let's see. That is hard. Fing Fang Foom. Dragon, it doesn't get a lot of attention. Speedball might also be one, maybe.
Yeah, my pick is there's a character named Reptile. Who I think premiered in Superhero Squad. It was a kids' TV show, and it had all the normal characters on it, but they were allowed to make one brand new character. And I think the show was aimed at 6 to 8 year old boys. So Reptile could turn into any dinosaur, and eventually he got brought in the comics. He was Avengers Academy. And so he's in our set, and he turns into not one, not two, but 3 different dinosaurs.
Yeah! All right, I got one question left for you, Mark.
Yeah.
You're one of the head designers of Magic.
Yes.
What's your favorite Magic card of all time?
Of all time or this set?
Let's go this set.
This set. So when we first pitched to Marvel, they came to me to make the cards to show to Marvel. And I was told to do one we call it Deep Cut. And this isn't even that deep anymore. But at the time, I picked one of my favorite characters because for the people that know me, I love squirrels.
Oh.
And it turns out there's a Marvel character that loves squirrels as much as I do, Squirrel Girl.
We got any Squirrel Girl fans in the house?
And so we made a card. We premiered it already. And Squirrel Girl makes squirrels, and it keeps doubling the number of squirrels you have until you have so many squirrels that you can't help but win.
Don't mess with the squirrel. Squirrel Girl is Omega level. She is one of the top heroes. Do not mess with her. Now, we've got some packs for you guys. You guys want some Magic cards?
Yeah! So this set is not out yet. It's just in preview. So you guys, this set is not even for sale yet. Okay?
Thank you so much, Mark Rosewater and Amanda.
Oh, that's...
You guys are amazing. Marvel Superheroes are coming Magic the Gathering on June 26th, but you can pre-order today. Right now, there's more IGN Live on the way, so stick around.
Today? I think a couple. Well, The Legend of Vox Machina is adventuring through its 4th season, and the action's getting as fantastical as ever. Today we're going to hear a little more about how the magic is made. please join me in welcoming one of the Legend of Vox Machina's executive producers, Sung Jin An, and art director, Arthur Loftus. Huh, that face looks familiar. Huh, interesting. Well, 2026 has been called the year, I'm not supposed to say this, the year of effing S up for The Legend of Vox Machina. How do you go about turning all that anarchic energy into a satisfying and cohesive season of TV?
Whoa, big question.
Yeah.
Well, I guess it goes a long way that Sanjay and I have been working together for a very long time. We've actually been roommates.
7 years.
Yeah, so
That
we have a
helps.
very good working relationship, and I think that probably helped us get through it.
Yeah, we've even almost shared a toothbrush.
It wasn't intentional.
Yeah,
No
but
judgment.
to answer the question, I think you kind of have to embrace the chaos. This is my first time doing like a big fantasy style show, and also my first exposure to like role playing and D&D and stuff. And yeah, there's a lot. I thought One Dragon's cool, but I was like, what?
But what if there was more?
Yeah.
Well, I want to talk a little bit about a character. The Legend of Vox Machina has already got a huge cast, but you're adding another character, Tyrion Darrington. What can you tell us about him?
Being a fan of the original campaign and watching that all the way through, I was very excited to finally see Tyrion on screen, as I'm sure a lot of fans are. Our lead character designer, Phil Barassa, is amazing and really likes to grab all of these assignments that we give him and just go nuts with it. So he probably did a million variations trying to figure out just how pompous Tyrion needed to look to really sell him on screen, like 10% Geraldo and who knows whatever else he put in there. And also, we had to redesign the character a bit because there was going to be a new voice cast. It was originally played by Sam in the original campaign. And obviously, Wayne Brady took over the role from there. So we had to kind of take what already existed in the original designs that were made for the campaign and kind of turn it into something new for the TV series, which Phil absolutely knocked it out of the park.
Yeah. So I was not familiar with the campaign at all.
What?
And you know, when I first started, I was like, "Hey, Sam and Travis, is it okay if I don't know the?" And they're like, "Absolutely." They're like, they just fully embraced it. But I was like, "Who's Tyrion? Why? And don't we already have enough main characters?" But luckily, there was a Scanlan arc and stuff, and I was a little reserved with him at first because in animation, we all know animation is, you know, it's a craft of love, but it's also challenging. It's the art of limitation, and I'm like, we're in a brand new character in armor all the time, and he has a robot. Like, what? But I would say as the season progresses, and as hopefully everyone else sees as the season releases, he definitely grew on me.
I'm looking at this image. Is he annoyed that he's slightly shorter than Percy?
I think everyone's
I'm sure.
shorter than Percy.
Well, I mean, I don't want to leave anyone out. He does have a trusty sidekick, and that is Dodie. What went into designing him?
You know, there's probably nothing harder to animate than robots, so we really had to figure out how to make Dodie work. The thing I love about Dodie's design, and Phil designed Dodie as well, is that he managed to make them feel like this perfect pair. They sort of are dressed in a similar way, and you can tell that basically the only thing that would be good enough to follow Terry around is a copy of himself, someone
Another
dressed
Terry?
exactly like him. Yeah. And yeah, he really had a blast with it. And luckily, Dodie is taller than Percy, so it kind of evened out there.
Yeah. And you know, bless Critical Role, because when we're ramping up to plan the season and introducing Dodie and Terry, they made sure to promise us that he only stands there, he only reads, and he won't ever like do as much craziness. And I was like, sure, cool. Mm-hmm. Still skeptical, but yeah.
Correct attitude. Well, Batman has the Batmobile, but Tyrion has the Terry van, or Terravan, if you will. What aspects of Tyrion's personality were most important to get across in this vehicle.
Yo, can I just say, we designed the shit out of that.
We spent way too much money on this thing.
I think it all started where in the script, they're like, Tyrion has a fancy, I think they wrote it to spite me. They're like, he has a fancy horse-drawn carriage. And we have a little rapport with this show of like, I'm very allergic to animated horses. We try to avoid it at all costs because of costs. So we decided to take a spin on their words and to do our own play on a horse-drawn carriage in a Tyrion way, right?
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, Terry fills a very niche role in the show of being kind of and I've been trying to find the nicest way to put it, but he's a rich jackass. So something that kind of communicates how big his personality is, and this thing is painted with so much gold. The horses are ridiculous. They're kind of like carousel horses.
I like that you pointed out a gem disco ball.
Yeah.
It serves no purpose.
No.
That's the beauty of it. There's no purpose to any of this.
Presumably someone has to animate that little disco ball going back
Every
and forth.
time?
Yeah.
Classic Terry. Well, I mean, Terry's got a real retinue now because his father, Howard, is in the mix.
I still trip on that.
How does he fit into the story?
We haven't met Howard yet, but he is a really big part of who Terry is. And we wanted to showcase kind of like he's a big guy. He's sort of like, in one way or another, he's kind of helped Terry become I guess the jerk that he has become.
So it's his fault.
Yes, exactly. We should place all the blame on him. We went through a million iterations, and honestly, I think what I love about this character is that Phil just kind of let loose with it, and there's almost like One Piece levels of crazy proportions with this character, and that really helps sell his just huge personality.
Yeah, I mean, it's cool that we're getting a little sneak on Tyrion's dad, and everyone will be able to see him in person soon. We definitely went really, strong with the design up front, and then once we start to see the story like locked in, we're like, oh wow, his personality definitely goes a little bit more on the stricter, colder side, but we still wanted to like show that he has like this eccentric, kind of flamboyant personality through his design and clothes and how that influenced Tyrion. So a lot of like subcontext that we hope went through that came out from the design, and that the audience will pick up on.
I'm feeling it. I mean, as soon as you said One Piece, I thought, oh yeah, he could be one of them. Well, we've actually got a sneak peek of season 4, a moment featuring Howard. What can you tell us about it?
Oh yeah, this will be like a nice sneak peek into like the behind the process of how animation is made and like, kind of like an early version of it. And also for like the keen-eyed critters and stuff, they might see a huge Easter egg for Grog.
Okay. Yeah. Well, why don't we look at that clip and find that Easter egg?
Cool.
Feast your eyes on these.
Cards? Yawn. Oh, this is no ordinary deck. This is a
deck of infinite possibilities. Ooh. It's a legendary enchanted deck. Some cards create fantastic boons, other deadly banes. Drawing a card is the ultimate game of roulette, dangerous enough to damn your soul or save it. I didn't know it was real.
Oh, it's real, all right. A poker buddy of mine drew one card on a dare, and poof! Never seen or heard from again. First person to quit drawing loses. What do you say?
All right, well, this is clearly not the final product. But let's talk about what's happening here a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, first, it's cool for me and hopefully for everyone else is to see, like, this is the first step from like the words on the script. This will be the next step where we storyboard it and kind of blueprint and plan out how the episode will be told and kind of set the tone of the story. So it's great to see, like, shout out to Grace Mee, this is her storyboard section. So it's great to see, like, that translation of word from script to a first semblance of visual picture. And yeah, the deck of infinite possibilities is a big like canon lore for Grog through the Critical Role campaign. So it was great to kind of tie that in the episode for this moment.
Do you look for moments where you can put in a little extra something?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm not the only like kind of OG fan of the campaign on the crew, and all of us are really excited to look for these little moments of like inserting little nods. A lot of them are actually just hidden in the background. So for the people who've kind of like sat through everything and have experienced it, or even seen like Mighty Nine, our sister show, there are a lot of like little things that you can catch that actually make it kind of a deeper watching experience.
Yeah, you're going for that rewatch, aren't you?
Yeah, the repeat watch. You'll catch something new every time.
And
That's
credit
good
to
to know.
Arthur and the design team because, again, I wasn't too familiar with the original campaign. I am now. But yeah, all the Easter eggs, they were really having fun with all that stuff.
Excellent. Well, I want to talk about someone or someones else we're going to see this season. Let's talk about the cult villains. What can you tease about some of the villains Vox Machina is going to face this year?
Yeah, we've got a new host of baddies. Phil, again, went nuts designing all these cool variations on kind of like, I guess you would call them like new lieutenants leading like these kind of hooded cultists around, and they're clearly after something that will slowly show itself to us more and more. I think episode 3, we kind of get our first really nice glimpse of the beginnings of the threads that will weave itself into the rest of the season.
Yeah, this is actually a great example where it was really cool and exciting to work on this like new angle for the challenge for Vox Machina, but thinking about the long game, we had to actually pull back and make their design more kind of low-key and kind of, because we did have to make sure for the overall arc, it has a gradual reveal and gradual build-up. So, like, for example, in these lineups, really, really cool designs, but we ended up having to, like, really streamline it down and simplify. I mean, this guy, he's just cool out the gate, but... But as we were figuring out the language of the cult in general, we wanted to make sure that it had a nice balance of like, imposing and threatening, but also nothing that like felt like a final boss kind of level of threat.
Yeah, they're like mini bosses. Each one has a totally different, unique flavor. This guy had all kinds of crazy abilities that I think got thrown out when we realized like, you want him to have sort of like a condor strapped to his back, but he also flies around on another thing. Like, isn't that just wearing a jetpack while you're flying a plane?
In a fantasy way, yeah.
Yeah. It's been a blast, kind of like seeing just Phil throw all these awesome ideas at us, and really it feels like you're just looking at a menu of awesome things to choose from, and that's ultimately what's so fun about working together.
Honestly, for me though, I was like, thank God they're not dragons. I'm like, as long as they're not dragons, we're cool. Everyone.
Come on. Well, what is a cult without some scary monsters, right? Tell me about the Gloomstalkers.
Ooh, I guess we did have one new CG thing.
It's not a dragon, but it's not...
Yeah, it's like a baby dragon. It's a little bit simpler. At least it doesn't have as many limbs and it doesn't have to talk, which is actually really nice. And obviously, this kind of goes together with the Beaststalker. They're kind of buddies. So we saw that in episode 3.
Yeah, we have a few iterations of this creature, but I think the cool thing is this is one of the creatures we have to like design from the ground up. Like we have to completely reinterpret it and just kind of figure out what kind of like feeling or shapes that we want to evoke. These are some earlier ones. We went more wyvern-like or more dragon-like, but we ended up more kind of like almost alien-like because it's supposed to be from a different realm, the shadow realm and such. So definitely took inspirations from SeaWorld.
SeaWorld. I was gonna say Alien, but.
Yeah.
Everyone has,
a lot of figuring out where the tentacles are going to come from. I think that was one of the hardest parts of this one.
That's called creativity, gentlemen.
Yes, that's why we get the big bugs.
Well, you are using 3D animation for the Gloomstalkers. What made you make that choice?
Honestly, big creatures like this are really hard to do completely in 2D, but we have a perfect example of here moments where it actually has to be 2D. that big juicy head sitting on the desk is just a totally unique design by Nick Lombardo there. We really relish these moments. I think it really shines to see when 2D animation comes through and looks this adorable.
That's a subjective feeling. Yeah, you included the calipers and everything. My goodness.
Yeah.
The details. Well, let's move on to another friendly face, let's say. Maybe not so friendly. The Kraken. The Kraken has been a long time coming. How did you aim to live up to all the expectation from Vox Machina fans with the design? And, you know, there are Krakens in fiction. How is your Kraken different?
Yeah.
What's Kraken?
I think we really did, again, throw every idea at the table to see what would stick and resonate with Sam and Travis. Arthur Tang, another one of our designers, came up with these awesome pieces that you're seeing here. He was throwing crazy stuff out there, like what if there's architecture like from an ancient dead civilization still embedded into the Kraken's body, like just wild stuff like that probably was not going to read in the short amount of time that we get to spend with the Kraken. But and these ideas of like bioluminescent kind of jellyfish lights that are going to appear along its body. Like he gave us so many fun things to play with, and even keeping only a fraction of them, I feel like the Kraken was one of the most complicated, crazy things we've ever built. Probably more insane than the dragons in some ways.
Yeah, I remember being in the writer's room and we were figuring out this episode, and Travis was trying to help envision what the Kraken would be. And you know, this is my first time dealing with the Kraken in an animated sense, so I was like, oh yeah, so it's like Kraken's like this big, right? And he kept like, no, bigger. I was like, this big, like, no, bigger. I was like, okay, so it was a really like strategic collaboration with planning in the writer's room, and then the storyboard artists, and then the designers, because we knew to sell the scale, like the Kraken was too big for CG, actually. So
that's why you chose to not make the Kraken CG.
Yeah,
this
otherwise
is traditional.
Otherwise, we would only have the first 3 episodes, and that's it. All the budget's gone. So yeah, it was a strategic move because we often say that animation is the art of limitation, and we would try to embrace that philosophy with our choices.
All right. Well, I want to talk about epic fights, if we can. I said that in the most dry way. With both the Legend of Vox Machina and the Mighty Nine going at the same time, what's it been like trying to keep up and to keep the design language consistent between both shows?
We have gotten to work with Mighty Nine. One of the designers from Vox Machina ended up becoming the art director on Mighty Nine, so we have a very tight kind of relationship going back and forth, talking about what are you guys doing, and whenever we have overlap, like with stuff like this, the Cobalt Soul, that's one of the main kind of elements in the Mighty Nine. So actually, we're borrowing from them sometimes, looking at their background designs and looking at how they're structuring things, and then getting to put those little things back into Vox. So it's been a very cool thing, kind of seeing it all grow organically together, which I would say doesn't just tie the 2 shows together. It actually happens from time to time with the actual campaign as well. So it's been a really cool process, just having all these creative minds just talking back and forth in that way.
Very nice. Well, the Cobalt Soul's Vault is coming into play. And you've given us a look here at what the Guardians look like. Seems like they're ready for anything.
Yeah, so again, like this is a cool like little preview into what might be releasing soon. But yeah, when we were building this episode, we knew that there's this really special, magnificent vault, and it needed like its own unique, fantastical security system. And there's earlier version of the scripts where they said it was like multiple small little like golems, but we decided to push for a singular big threat that had like a big read, big impression, and we want to embrace like the blend of, it's still made of like archaic stone and magic, but had like kind of a high-tech security persona to it. So yeah, these are all explorations and sketches trying to push that direction.
Yeah, I think forever the request will be, let's do something we haven't done before, and we really tried to throw a lot of cool stuff. Again, this is Arthur Tang coming up with like really interesting concept designs that eventually turned into a gigantic, expensive 3D thing that we had to build, and we couldn't be prouder of it.
They're enormous. Look at that size, Ref.
Yeah.
She's scary.
Well, what about the vault itself? What kinds of dangers will it be throwing at our heroes?
The vault was a really interesting thing to figure out. That there's obviously a ton of action having in here, and making sure that it felt like an enormous space. I think one of the hardest things to do with the show is always, how do we up the stakes a little bit more, make everything feel a little bit bigger and a little bit scarier every time. So I think, Sunjin, you asked me for something like a Death Star shaft size thing that we could like have this massive action
Death Star
set.
shaft. Yeah.
Yes. I'm not going to explore that further.
Yeah. And I'm super grateful to Arthur and his team, like, because being able to have this visual before we start storyboarding and really get into the visual planning of it helps really like solidify our choreography, our placement, and inspires us of what else can we, what are the moments we can add to push and give characters like their specific moments.
Well, you brought us an exclusive clip to show everyone. But what's even more is we're going to see what it looks like in its original animatic form first, and then you can see how far it's come, what little details we put in.
Yeah, that's going to be cool. And you guys will see a sneak preview, right, of what the finished clip will look like.
But let's see the animatic first.
It's just Grog getting his ass kicked.
He really is.
I hope he's
He
all right.
looks so small. Well, shall we see the final version?
Hell yeah, let's do it.
Just like that.
Let's go. It already looks good.
Boom.
Oh. It hurts even more seeing it in its final form.
Yeah.
Great job. I mean, the difference between the animatic and the final, it's huge.
I know, and like even though we were able to just snap our fingers and show the final, that's of course months and months of work from so many talented artists and collaboration, So we hope that you guys enjoy and catch it when it airs really soon.
A lot of work and a lot of love have gone into this clearly. Sungjin, Arthur, thank you so much for joining us today. The Legend of Vox Machina Season 4 is streaming right now on Amazon Prime Video. There's more IGN Live to come, so don't go anywhere.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
IGN Live is presented by Amazon Luna, here to play.
IGN Store has everything you need to level up your life.
Red 6 standing by.
Refresh your wardrobe with official gear you won't find anywhere else. From Fallout, Expedition 33, Romeo's a Dead Man, and more. Treat yourself to the coolest collectibles like an adorable SKA plush, your very own Assassin's Creed Hidden Blade, and a fully functional Pip-Boy 3000. Or kick back and relax to your favorite video game soundtracks on vinyl. Whatever you need, IGN Store has you covered. Head to store.ign.com and start shopping today.
Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help.
One step at a time.
IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for Shadow of the Erdtree, Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom, Call of Duty Black Ops 6 Zombies, and so much more.
See? It's good, right?
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
Do you want to be the very best like no one ever was? Streamline your journey to becoming a master trainer with Planet Pokemon. Choose your Pokemon, filtering by type, stats, or game availability. Then use the full team builder to assemble an unbeatable lineup. Plan out the optimal set of moves, items, and abilities. Play to your strengths by analyzing your team's resistances and offensive coverage. Or really maximize your Poke potential by digging into the stats by adjusting EVs and IVs. And save multiple team builds for different strategies in different games. Plan your dream team today at planetpokemon.com.
You're watching IGN Live 2026 and things are about to get crazy. Up next, we're talking to Lara Croft herself in Tomb Raider Legacy of Atlantis. After that, we're dragging you to hell with Diablo Immortal. And then we got a brand new episode of Game Scoop. Let me get some scoops in the chat. Thank you so much for watching IGN Live. And of course, thank you to all the sponsors who helped make this whole show possible.
This is IGN Live, and this year, Tomb Raider celebrates its 30th anniversary. And to mark the occasion, we are getting an all-new, ground-up reimagining of the game that first introduced us to Lara Croft. Here to tell us about what it is like to play the iconic adventurer, the star of Tomb Raider, The Legacy of Atlantis, Alex Wilton Regan.
Hi guys, how are we feeling, IGN? We're feeling good. I love your energy. You're so loud. Keep it up. Keep it up. I love it. I love it. More. They're amazing.
Absolute
They're amazing.
All right, so to start, I already kind of said it, but I mean,
Yes.
congratulations. What an iconic role in an iconic franchise. How has it felt to take over the helm?
I mean, it's amazing. Lara is a British cultural icon. She's a global icon. I'm getting nods from the front row. She's loved. We love our Lara, right? And I love her as much as everyone else, so I'm ecstatic to be here. Really, really thrilled.
Well, so to start, you play Lara not just in Legacy of Atlantis,
Yes.
but you also play her in the upcoming Catalyst, which is, you know, we see a young Laura and we see a more mature Lara. Lara, sorry.
It's okay. If you want a funny anecdote, we have a swear jar on set for Americans, and every time they say Lara Croft, they have to put $1 in the swear jar. Okay?
Lara.
It's Lara.
Lara
And I say that with love. Lara. Because it's not a natural name for you guys. So
Lara.
it's like
Lara. I was so into the question.
Don't worry, babe.
I
Listen,
forgot.
the producers do it. It's not just you. It's not just you.
But so you played two
Yes.
parts of Lara's
Yes.
life. How does that come out in your performance? How do you differentiate between the two?
You take your scripts and you break them down as much as possible, and you're like, okay, which timeline are we in here? Which timeline are we in here? And you ask your collaborators to help you to kind of keep track of that, because it is tricky. So there's just a lot of, we're trying to do something different with the voice in each game. Let's see if we do it right. I can't cross my fingers in these little driving gloves. It's like, they're a bit stuck. But they're fabulous, darling.
They're so fabulous. Well, I want to play a clip of the dev team along with yourself. We asked them to describe Lara in just one word, and then we'll get your reaction afterwards.
Please.
So let's check out that clip.
Lara is unstoppable, unyielding, unshaken, unwavering, relentless, fierce, brave, heroine, flexible, athlete, explorer, adventurer, 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 legend, badass, icon, iconic.
Unapologetic. That's the word. She's unapologetic.
So I have to ask, what made unapologetic be the word?
It was, do you know what? It was something me and my girls were talking about around the new year, 2025, going into 2026. And a couple of people came up with unapologetic, and I couldn't find my word. And then I had this interview, and I got asked by the guys at Amazon, what is the word for Lara? What is the word for Lara? And on the spot, I just went, unapologetic, and it kind of works. She's so completely confident in herself, her abilities, you know, her brain, her body, her being. She just doesn't question herself. And I think, particularly as women, we spend a lot of time questioning ourselves, right? And she doesn't. And one of the best feedback that we've had about this game and the people who are playing the demo is the men are getting this confidence, this kind of Lara Croft charisma and sheen. It's not just one for the women, it's the girls, it's the guys, it's the gays, it's everyone's loving it. So we're just really happy that it's kind of resonating, you know? We're just really happy it's resonating.
Yeah, I mean, she's iconic for a reason.
Yes, she's iconic for a reason.
Well, and the shoes of Lara Croft have already been established.
Yes.
You know, she's been around for 30 years. And with Legacy of Atlantis being a remake of the first Tomb Raider, are there any personal touches that you tried to bring to her performance?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think some of the trailers have dropped already, that we've lifted some of the most iconic lines from Tomb Raider, from the first Tomb Raider. They're going into Tomb Raider Legacy of Atlantis, and just getting to play those lines with that kind of 90s sass brought up to 2026, you know, having gone via someone as iconic and gorgeous and charismatic and diva-esque as Angelina Jolie. There's like a heavy dose of that goddess energy going into there. So there's a lot of lifting from other people's Laras as well.
Yeah, well, we've had a wonderful string of Laras, and I don't doubt that we're going to continue that with you.
Thank you.
But you're no stranger to the world of video game voice acting, but the motion capture for this game in particular seems like it was on another level.
It is.
So can you talk about the experience of doing motion capture for Legacy Atlantis?
Yes, so we've done huge, like 3-week shoots at a time for Legacy of Atlantis. We have brilliant cast attached that I'm really sorry I can't disclose more about the cast.
Soon.
Right now. Soon. But you know, you've all seen Larson's back. You've seen Natla's back. They're all sensational. We all put on the silly black suits to make magic. And you get a bit hot and sweaty and extremely intimate with your co-stars, is what I would say about doing 10 hours on set in a PCAP suit. And it's really fun. It's really fun. Yeah, it's really fun.
How do you prepare for that?
You eat 0 hamburgers in the days leading up to your shoot, is point one. I go to the gym a lot, and every morning before I go on set, does anyone know Baldwin Hills? Baldwin Hills?
Yeah.
City, right. Every morning I run up Baldwin Hills, and I run to Baldwin Hills from my hotel, and then I run up those steps. You all know the steps that go up and you reach the top and you're like, I'm gonna die. But you're not gonna die because you're a Tomb Raider, okay? So we're gonna survive. And then we run down Baldwin Hills, run back to the hotel, jump in the shower, and you want to arrive like fully prepped and kind of raring to go and just feeling very like in your body, very strong, very confident, some push-ups and sit-ups between takes, lots of screaming, lots of like anger release, spinning the guns between takes, you know, being like, yeah, I'm a badass. Ooh. I do also spend quite a lot of time looking at her little avatar on screen because she is so smoking hot. I think we can all agree on that.
Well, so speaking of which, we'll get to look at her on screen in a second because we've actually prepared a couple of clips from previous Tomb Raider games. And we were hoping that we could get your gut reaction as we watch them.
Absolutely.
So feel free to kind of director's commentary it. So let's check out that first one.
Now, what's a man got to do to get that sort of attention from you?
So I remember doing this scene with the new Larson, who is very, very good, guys. Everyone is going to be thrilled with him.
Lara Croft.
He's outrageously talented.
Natla of Natla Technologies.
And our Natla is sensational as well.
My research department has recently turned its focus to the study of ancient artifacts.
But look at the evil fingernails.
I was
See
just
the with the fingernails coming out, like.
For me.
I'm afraid you've been misled. I only play for sports.
How iconic! I only play for sports.
This is a game you've played before with your father.
That must have been incredible to.
It was incredible. It was incredible to step back on the set and do that scene again. Like, it was wild, you know?
All right, we have another one.
Here they come, the velociraptors. And here she is. Here's Mama.
The dinos.
So I remember this scene. So when we were doing this again for Atlantis, they need all these effort noises, right? So they're like, you gotta be running like, and then shooting, all these kind of sound effects. So normally you break it down into tiny sections and you do like this sound effect for this, and I was like, no. Let's just roll the tape, guys. Let's just roll. Let's get it in one, because then it feels organic. It all feels connected. It was a 15-minute take, my friends. It was a 15-minute take. And I think it was a 15-minute take, and it was wonderful because you get completely into like the moment. You know, you don't want to separate the moment where Lara sees the T-Rex to when she fires on it. Like, you want it all to be interconnected and feel organic. Mm-hmm. So that was a 15-minute take, and most of it has made it into the game.
Okay.
So, wonderful.
Sounds like a great 15 minutes.
Yeah.
All right, so we have the final clip. Let's check this out. Keep the stories coming.
Yes. Yeah, we did this. We've done a lot of this as well. I remember shooting this with the guy that's playing Larson, and I was like, oh my God, he plays dirty.
Now, what was the motion capture like for that flip that we first saw?
That was, so we've done a lot of this stuff. Our fight sequence is slightly different, but it does end with them in a compromising position.
Oh.
I think it's okay to say that much. In a rather intimate, compromising position between Larson and Lara.
To me, Pierre's probably already found him.
Yes.
Pierre Dupont.
Man, she's just...
Oh, and Pierre Dupont. You see how it's Pierre Dupont? So fun fact, you guys can actually have this as an IGN exclusive. No one has picked up on this yet. Oh. So I speak fluent French. Mm-hmm. So your new Lara also speaks fluent French.
Ooh.
So don't worry, like, she's not up there doing whole sentences in French. She's still very much Lara Croft. But for example, when she says Pierre Dupont, she says Pierre Dupont as opposed to Pierre Dupont.
Here, so if I was, well, I guess she's British, but I would say Pierre Dupont.
You would say Pierre Dupont, and old Lara's would have been like Pierre Dupont, but now we're saying Pierre Dupont because Lara speaks 5 languages fluently. So I said to the team, I was like, use it. It's part of my skill set. You have an actress that speaks fluent French. Let's do it, guys. And they agreed. So all of your words.
There you go.
All of your French words will now be in French. And your Spanish words, when we're in Peru, will be in Spanish. Because I can order a beer in Spain, guys. I can order a beer in Spain, okay?
Amazing. Well, thank you so much. And thank you for being so generous with all these thank you for having me. Stories. Congratulations again.
Thank you.
Cannot wait to see your performance. Everyone, Tomb Raider Legacy of Atlantis comes to consoles and PC on February 12th. But right now, there's still more IGN Live still to come, so stick around.
IGN Live is presented by Evil Dead Burn, only in theaters July 10th.
The average Cinefix movie list features nearly 100 different films and approximately 25 minutes worth of wall-to-wall deep dive analysis. To simulate that pace for this 30-second ad, we're featuring 26 different films, and before you say it, no, that math does not check out. We're not math people, we're movie people. We can't even count down from 10 without ending up at, 96. Subscribe to IGN Movies and TV for more Cinefix movie lists. Bad at math? great at movies.
Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help.
One step at a time.
IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for Shadow of the Erdtree, Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom, and so much more.
See? It's good, right?
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
IGN Plus is where your adventure begins.
What are you selling?
Plus is the place to get unlimited access to all the tools you need to beat your games.
Here's what you need to know for bringing down Gloomspawn.
Plus awesome exclusive discounts on IGN Store.
Maybe this would tease open your money pouch.
Plus ad-free browsing on IGN.com. Plus, unlimited game help tools like premium interactive maps with your own custom map markers, filters, marker notes, and more.
This will come in handy.
Plus, access to sweepstakes, giveaways, and free game keys.
Wow! Exactly.
Want more? Head to IGN.com/plus and start your adventure today.
Hello and welcome to another round of... We're giving away a bunch of home entertainment items today here at IGN Live, and it is up to these people on the stage to guess how much each item costs. The closest without going over wins it on the spot. Sydney.
Thank you so much, Seth. It's all thanks to our friends over at Best Buy, the official retail partner of IGN Live 2026. From TVs to soundbars, gaming tech, and midnight releases, Best Buy is always there with tech upgrades, new games, events, and whatever you need to up your gaming experience.
Sydney Goodman, tell us what our contestants will be bidding on.
Well, Seth, it's the Sony Altfield 1 wireless speaker. The party never stops with up to 30 hours of battery life with quick charging.
Now, I'm going to raise the stakes even higher. Because if you are the closest to guessing the MSRP without going over, then you will also have a chance to compete in the final round for an even bigger prize. But let's face it, the real question here is, are you ready to name that price? Contestant number one, how much do you think the Sony Altfield 1 wireless speaker costs?
$86.99.
$86.99. Contestant number two, what is your guess for this speaker?
$129.
$129.99. Contestant number three, what is your guess for that Sony Alt speaker?
$99.99.
$99.99. Now, it is time to find out what the actual price is, but we're gonna need a drum roll. Drum roll, please. The actual manufacturer's suggested retail price is $139.99. Contestant number two, you are our winner. Go over there and claim your prize. For those of you who did not win, do not worry. You're not going home empty-handed. We're sending you home with $50 Best Buy gift cards. Give them a round of applause. Are you guys ready for round two? Sydney, I think they're ready. Why don't you tell them what our contestants are going to be bidding on?
Well, Seth, it's the Samsung 55-inch TV. Your SDR content gets automatically remastered to look like HDR.
Contestant number one, how much do you think the Samsung 55-inch TV costs?
$170.99.
$170.99. No. Contestant number two, how much do you think this costs?
$499.
$499. Contestant number 3, what is your guess for the Samsung 55-inch mini LED television?
$399.
$399. All right, drum roll, please. The actual price of that 55-inch Samsung television is $599.99. Contestant number 2, again, go over there and grab your prize.
Congratulations.
Now, once we find our third winner for this round, we're going to move on to the final round where the stakes are even higher. But first, Sydney Goodman, tell us what our players will be bidding on this round.
Well, Seth, it's the JBL Party Box portable speaker, delivering up to 18 hours of playtime, strobe effects, mic and guitar inputs. This speaker transforms any space, inside or outdoors, into a dance floor.
Thank you, Sid. All right. Contestant number 1, what do you think the price of the JBL Party Box portable speaker is?
$399.
$399. Contestant number 1, what do you think the price of that JBL Party Box is?
$499.
$499. Contestant number 3, what is your guess for the price of that speaker?
$399.98.
$399.98. You might have just done yourself in on that one, but that's okay. Can we get a drum roll? Yeah. The actual price of the Party Box speaker from JBL is $629.95. Contestant 2 takes it again. It is the lucky spot. Head over there, grab your prize. All right, you've all done this before. You've all won before, but the stakes, my friends, have never been higher. What are these champions playing for?
They're going to be getting some fabulous prizes guaranteed to up their home entertainment space. First up, you'll be spinning wax with this Victrola turntable, featuring a 3-speed turntable, CD player, and Bluetooth technology. Next, they'll be listening to it on their brand new Sonos soundbar. Upgrade your TV, music, and gaming experiences with this impressively compact and easy-to-use soundbar, but you won't be listening to just music on that soundbar, no. You'll have your brand new LG 48-inch smart TV with a native 120 hertz refresh rate and crisp blacks. You'll be able to experience movies, TV, and video games on a whole new level. Back to you, Seth.
Contestant number 1, how much do you think the price of this home entertainment bundle is?
$999.
$999. Contestant number 2, you are in the hot spot. What is your guess for the price of this home entertainment bundle?
$949.99.
$949.99. Contestant number 3, what is your guess for the price of this home entertainment bundle? $1,200. I'm not even eligible to win, and my heart is racing right now. Let's get that drum roll, please. One of you is going home today with this unbelievable bundle. The actual manufacturer's suggested retail price is $1,048. Contestant number 1, you're our winner! Give him a big round of applause!
With special deals happening every day, you'll be able to save on what you love. And with My Best Buy memberships, you'll get even more savings with exclusive perks and exclusive membership prices. Save time, save money at Best Buy.
That is it for another episode of Thank You and Good Night!
You're watching day 2 of IGN Live. We still got so much more cool stuff coming your way today. But first, the legendary franchise of Diablo just keeps getting bigger and better. And with Diablo Immortal, things are just not slowing down. Here's what's next for Diablo.
The righteous call it madness to reach into hell and take it by the hand. They fear its dark power. I choose to wield it. I am the unstoppable, roaring answer to the darkness. I do not bargain. And hell itself obeys me. The flames hunger! Yes, struggle! I'll set us both aflame! Flayed or burned, take your pick.
IGN Live is presented by our official retail partner, Best Buy.
The average Cinefix movie list features nearly 100 different films and approximately 25 minutes worth of wall-to-wall deep dive analysis. To simulate that pace for this 30-second ad, we're featuring 26 different films, and before you say it, no, that math does not check out. We're not math people, we're movie people. We can't even count down from 10 without ending up at, 96. Subscribe to IGN Movies and TV for more Cinefix movie lists. Bad at math, great at movies.
IGN Playlist is the best way to track your game collection. Now you can even import your entire Steam library to Playlist, making it easier than ever to review games, show off your collection to the world, and finally chip away at that massive backlog you keep meaning to get to. IGN Playlist, check it out.
IGN Store has everything you need to level up your life.
Red 6 standing by.
Refresh your wardrobe with official gear you won't find anywhere else. Treat yourself to the coolest collectibles like an adorable SKA plush, your very own Assassin's Creed Hidden Blade, and a fully functional Pip-Boy 3000. Head to store.ign.com and start shopping today. Do you want to be the very best like no one ever was? Streamline your journey to becoming a master trainer with Planet Pokemon. Choose your Pokemon, filtering by type, stats, or game availability. Then use the full team builder to assemble an unbeatable lineup. Plan out the optimal set of moves, items, and abilities. Play to your strengths by analyzing your team's resistances and offensive coverage. Or really maximize your Poke potential by digging into the stats by adjusting EVs and IVs. And save multiple team builds for different strategies in different games. Plan your dream team today at planetpokemon.com.
Happy 30th, IGN! You rock.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to a very special IGN Live edition of GameScoop. I'm your host, Damon Hatfield. Thank you. As IGN turns 30 this year, just this week, GameScoop turns 20. I've been hosting this show for 20 hecking years. We've got a great show for you this week. We have an IGN Live edition of GameScope, the show where we zoom way into screenshots of all sorts of games to see which of our two teams can guess the games first. They might need your help to figure it out. But first, let's bring out the rest of the Mega Cops. He's been scooping with me for 15 years, since 2011. As cop, he goes, it's Sam Claiborne.
Hey, good morning, Goose Camp! It's so good to see all the campers. Damon, look at me. I'm Donkey Kong.
They didn't quite make it. Now, what other member of Goose Camp has been with us since 2011? There's no way to know. It's Justin Davis.
Beach ball chaos.
Now a couple of young, fresh fellows. He's too old for Metroidvanias. It's Mark. Is Final Fantasy a sequel? Medina. And last but not least, he's back, baby. It's Nick Lamone.
Let's go, baby! Real quick, a selfie, a selfie! Get one with me, get one with me! Thank you!
Yeah, Nick!
All right, here we are, finally.
Woo! We did it, we made it.
Finally in the real scoop.
Here at the end of all things.
Everything was training for this.
Everything has been leading up to this moment. 20 years of Game Scoops. I have the first episode that you all appeared on.
Oh, no.
Funnily enough, the first episode, I want to say was June 6th, 2006. I wasn't on that episode. Yeah. I don't know why. I don't know why I wasn't, but I was on episode 2 going from there. Sam's first episode was February 18th, 2011.
Wow.
Back then.
I remember it like it was yesterday.
Yeah, I'm sure. February 18th is also my dad's birthday, and my dad is backstage. So shout out to my dad. Actually, my whole family's here. My wife Kim and our kids Kingo and Beatrix are backstage too. So love you guys. But February 18th, 2011, Sam was on. Our headline was Walking Dead Island because Dead Island would come out later that year, and of course, Walking Dead was, one of the biggest shows in the world at that time.
Yeah.
We were on with, it was a 3-person show, me, Sam, and Greg Miller.
Wow.
Always in our hearts.
He's not dead. He's just not here.
But he's always in our hearts.
I think I was there as an expert commentator on one topic, which was Contra, but I can't remember.
Well, there was that new Contra game, Hardcore Uprising, which is an anime prequel to the Sega Genesis game.
Good game.
Contra Hardcore.
Good game.
Very good game.
I think I mainly just listened to Greg and Damon talk.
Probably. The show had a different vibe back then, for sure. All right, Justin, your first episode was October 22nd, 2011.
Wow. All right.
It's you, me, Greg, and Jack DeVries.
Sure. Yeah, I remember Jack.
Greg had just reviewed Uncharted 3.
Yeah?
Wow.
10 out of 10?
We were talking about Uncharted 3, Batman Arkham City.
Yeah!
And it says a Red Dead Redemption clone, although I don't know what that would have been.
Gun.
No,
It was the
nobody
game
knows.
Gun, probably.
Gun? Not in 2011, I don't think.
Yeah, you're right.
There's no way anybody could know.
Mark,
Yeah.
your first episode was August 31st, 2018.
Okay.
Already 8 years. Already
Yeah.
8 years.
Wow.
8 heckin' years.
8 heckin' years. I'm here, Damon.
Yeah!
They love it. They love it.
They do. It was you, me, Sam, and Tina.
Oh, always in our
Always
hearts.
in our hearts.
Always in our hearts.
Also not dead. Just not here.
Over at Xbox.
Yeah.
Had a big show today. Everybody like that Xbox showcase? Woo!
Persona 4 revival. I'm all about Persona 4 and Persona 6.
Yeah.
Crazy Taxi, Castlevania.
Crazy Taxi.
And Castlevania, yes.
Castlevania looks so good.
All the C games.
Okay, our headline was Mega Man scares off Battlefield 5, which is just cheeky. I'm sure they were on the release date and then Battlefield 5 got a delay.
Why would I be there for that? We're like, we need Mark on this
Why not?
Battlefield 5 episode.
I think you covered Battlefield 5 back then, right?
Well, by then we were playing 20 questions. The game was Super Mario Run, and it was a win.
Oh.
Hey!
Ooh, that's a hard one.
That game is a win.
Is that exclusive to a Nintendo platform?
Finally, Nick, your first episode was in May of 2021. 2021, our headline was The Games We Hope to See at E3.
Hey.
Oh, no. I wonder what game that would have been. Oh, wait, was that the last E3?
That was the last year when they did a digital event that was hosted by me and Greg Miller.
Yeah.
And yeah, we were just talking about what we hope to see. That would have been like Halo Infinite. Was big that
E3,
year.
always in our hearts.
E3, always in our hearts.
Actually dead.
Actually dead.
Our 20 question game that time was Dino Crisis, and it was a win.
Hey.
Ooh, thank goodness.
There you go.
Surely because Nick took it home.
Yeah,
Probably,
let's go with that.
Probably. we talk about 20 questions. There is a default 20 questions game. Does everyone know what it is? That's right. That's Blaster Master. Because one time, a few years ago, someone from Scoop Nation, this wasn't my idea, someone suggested that I should, whatever questions you ask, I should just answer yes until they guess the game and I say yes, and that would be the default 20 questions game.
Yep.
And it's Blaster Master.
Yeah, okay. We don't make the rules. That's
We
just
don't
how
make
it
the
is.
rules. There it is.
I want to be on that episode. I'll finally win.
Yeah, well, let's go. But today we're not playing 20 questions. Today we're playing Game Scope. This is a game where we zoom way into screenshots and slowly zoom out to see who can guess them the fastest. Usually it's a free-for-all. Everyone's just guessing for themselves. But here we go. I've divided the panel up into teams. So Justin and Sam are team The Jam.
Yeah.
And Nick and Mark are team The Narc.
You get it. It's
I got a couple
wordplay.
notes on that one.
Wordplay on their names.
We are Omega Cops, after all.
Oh, wow.
Workshop that one.
So I've got a bunch of rounds of questions here. And remember, if you guess it on the first Zoom, that's 1 million points.
1 million.
Oh my God.
Got it.
We already had a 1 million point winner in the audience earlier. And then we'll take turns. We'll zoom out. We'll take turns bouncing back and forth. These games could be new games like Crimson Desert. They could be ancient games like Pong, although that would be pretty difficult. There's a lot of empty space. What's up?
You just eliminated 2.
Or did I?
Oh.
Or did I?
Go.
So, without further ado, Tayo, working behind the scenes, let's go ahead and bring up round 1, and we'll start with Team Narc.
Oh, no.
Crimson Desert.
Oh, no.
We'll start with Team Narc.
Wait, is that a graphical glitch or is that actually the
That's
screen?
it. That's it.
It's the
All
blue
right.
That's
screen
where we're
of life.
starting.
That's just a no singles.
Yeah.
1 million points.
Blue.
1 million points.
That is
Blue.
a very distinct shade of blue. I think it's
gonna go-
Sonic the Hedgehog.
Sonic?
Sonic. I don't know.
Okay.
It's just Sonic blue to me.
All right, let's go with
What do you think?
Sonic the Hedgehog.
Sonic the
Not
Hedgehog.
Sonic the Hedgehog. Is there a Team Jam have a guess?
We've settled on 1942.
Ooh, not that one. Okay, Tyler, let's start the zoom.
This was your
Let's
chance
start
to
the
steal.
zoom here as it comes to take shape. Okay, let's stop there. Okay, Team Narc.
I think it's Cave Story.
Cave Story?
I don't know. I'm just guessing. Oh, that's
I
familiar.
still
What do you
think it's Crimson Desert, but I'll go with your Cave Story guess.
Is it Cave Story?
Not Cave Story. Team Jam.
Cave Story's a pretty good guess. What is that little red thing?
Okay, I can zoom out.
I got Mario 2.
Not Mario 2. All right, Tyler, let's zoom out.
Looks like a
Does anyone already know what it is?
Let's zoom out and let's stop there. Let's stop there.
Oh.
All right. Team Narc.
It's looking more. Why is a rocket growing on a tree? Is what I want to know.
It looks very like Mother 3 coded to me.
Mother 3?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's our guess?
What do you think? Or
Yeah.
a WarioWare game, maybe?
Let's go. Somebody keeps saying Mario for NES, so I'm just going to say Mario for NES. I don't
Mario
think
for
it's
NES?
that. Yeah.
What game is that? There's more than one Mario game on
Mario Brothers.
Super Mario Brothers
Super-
or Mario Brothers?
Super Mario Brothers, the one with
The one that has missiles in it? That's Super Mario Brothers?
Yeah.
Okay, yep.
I
nope,
didn't
not
guess
that
that one. I just wanted
All right,
to know. I
Team
didn't guess
Jam.
You just confirmed it's a missile. I want to phone a Scoop Nation. Let me hear just one guess.
I didn't.
Metroid's pretty good.
Is it Metroid?
It's not Metroid. All right, Tyler, let's zoom out. Let's give him
this is
some
a tough
more.
one.
Let's give him, okay, let's stop.
Oh, I know this.
Oh.
Oh, shoot.
So do I get to phone a friend now?
Yeah, let's phone a friend. This one looks so, the little
Hey,
manta
Mom?
ray. The manta
Oh,
ray.
I know what it is.
But manta ray.
Okay.
Okay, yeah.
Does anyone know what it is?
We do.
I don't know what it is.
Okay,
Oh,
guess.
gosh.
We got to get this. Wait, I heard someone with
Everybody
very
shut up. Nobody
confident-
answer. Nobody.
Have any?
from over there.
Contra?
Okay, all right, what is it?
Is it Jaws?
It is John!
Hey!
What's
Look
the
at that fish. Look at that fish.
Why did you start us with hard mode? That's hard, dude.
It was water.
I just thought it would
All right,
be fun.
time for a
Okay.
sea shanty. Show me the way to go.
This just got remastered on PS4.
I know.
Jeremy Parrish did it.
Oh, wow, that's
He
cool.
added like side quests and stuff. It's nuts.
I still think that's Sonic in the background.
Not Sonic.
I just want to point out this is a late game difficult thing to do in Jaws that
Yeah.
nobody here has ever seen.
I owned this game, but no, at the end you stab Jaws with your boat. I never got there. Did
I've
anyone
just-
own
I've just-
Jaws on NES? We had a few out there. you out there.
I'm sorry.
I've just never gotten that
Okay.
far.
I'm really sorry.
So,
That's a
team,
tough
1 point for Team Narc.
No.
Hold on. No.
No, I'm sorry, Team Jam. Sorry.
Yeah, for Team Narc.
Okay, let's bring up round 2. Everyone's loosened up.
Oh, my goodness.
Everyone's loosened up. Okay, let's put it on the big board behind us.
That looks
All right.
like a cave.
Maybe underwater level.
those
Let's start. Let's start with Team Narc.
Underwater level,
Yeah,
clearly.
Donkey.
I think it's Donkey Kong.
Donkey Kong.
Donkey
right?
Kong
That's-
Country.
Yeah, Donkey Kong. Let's go.
Donkey
Donkey
Kong.
Kong Country, no. Your team, guess
We're
what?
going to go with Dead Cells.
Not Dead Cells. Let's zoom it out. Let's zoom it out. Let's give them a little bit more.
That's not helping at
A
all.
little bit more of a hint. Let's stop it there.
Ooh,
Those look like
those
knees.
that's some
I
pretty
don't
toned
know.
legs.
Castlevania.
Oh, those are legs.
I think those are legs. Those are looking pretty,
legs, if that was the case.
pretty.
I do like Ninja Gaiden.
Ninja Gaiden?
Yeah.
No, wait, Ninja Gaiden? No, it'd be.
Looks like there's some trouble
Oh.
with Team Narc.
Okay.
Yep.
Is it out of this
We literally
world?
have 7 minutes, so let's get some
Is
guesses.
it out of this world?
Not out of this world.
not what
Team
I-
Jam?
Yeah, we're going to say Super Castlevania 4.
Incorrect. So let's zoom out, Tayo. What do we got here? Let's stop.
Oh, I got it. It's Marvel versus Capcom.
Marvel versus Capcom.
There's Venom.
Yeah,
Marvel
Venom.
versus Capcom.
Woo.
That's right.
We're on the
You guys
board.
got an
We're on the
easy
board.
scene there. Got the full Venom spider.
And I help.
It's a tie game, 1-1. Okay, this next round is box art.
Box art.
This is
Okay.
box art.
Got it.
Let's go ahead and pick it up. Box art. Team Jam can guess first.
We get to guess first.
Yeah, if you
Okay,
a million
I think
points,
it's-
that would put you
I
ahead.
think it's what's the most popular black box game?
Oh, I don't know. I was going to say
have
Phalanx.
an
Mike Tyson's
Fantasy
Punch Out.
3.
What is it?
Mike Tyson's Punch
Not Mike
Out.
Tyson's Punch Out.
I was
Good
going to
guess,
say the
good guess.
original Final
Good
Fantasy.
answer.
Final Fantasy 1.
No, not Final Fantasy 1. All right, zoom it out, Tayo. Let's stop.
Rogue Squadron.
Not Rogue Squadron.
R-Type? I was going to say R-Type, and I heard R-Type over here.
R-Type.
R-Type.
Not R-Type. Let's zoom it out. This is going to get apparent very
Oh, no!
That's not fair.
Which one?
Oh, wait. Oh, maybe not. I mean, okay.
It's.
We don't know. Yeah, we know, but
Which
which
one?
one?
You have to.
Which one?
I think it's
Star Fox 2.
Star Fox 2.
No.
What?
Star Fox 1.
Yes!
Yes!
One.
Thank you.
This guy.
Thank you
Let's
for
go.
Look at that guy.
Let's go!
Okay.
They're on Team Narc.
mail. The check is in the
Guys,
mail.
wait, we
Thank
have
you.
2 minutes. Let's jump into the next
Okay.
round, Tyler. Let's
Okay.
see what happens.
Speed round.
Let's
speed
just
round.
see what happens. Bring it up. Okay. Team Jam's guess.
Cool, great.
Wait, is it box art or is it?
It's screenshot. Screenshot.
Okay. Super Mario Brothers 3.
No.
Out of this world.
No. Zoom it out, Tyler. Zoom it out. What's it gonna be? Let's stop there.
This is a game with graphics.
Piano 3.
Nope.
X-Men
Rock
Origins Wolverine.
Rock Band?
Not Rock Band. Let's zoom it out, Tayo. A little bit
Yeah,
more
yeah.
and stop.
Oh, maybe not.
Oh. I think I know it. I think
so.
I know this.
Forza Horizon 6.
Forza Horizon.
Mark, what the heck?
That means it's a tie game.
Our turn!
You interviewed Sun Kane.
It wasn't our
You should
turn!
have known this.
And I didn't even have
Oh,
to
we can do
cheat.
one more. We're allowed to do one more.
Yeah.
Tiebreaker. Let's go.
This is for the
Oh,
champion.
yeah.
This is a
great.
screenshot. Team Narc.
This looks like a Cyberpunk 2077.
Not Cyberpunk. Team Jam.
One of them. I don't know. Yeah.
Resident Evil Requiem.
1 million points.
What the heck? Just rolled the dice.
1 million points.
I cannot believe what just happened.
Okay.
Wait, I didn't get to see the zoom out. Where
Well,
was it?
good
Was it
game. Good game. GG, as the youth say. That wraps up very special IGN Live version of GameScoop. That wraps up IGN Live 2026.
Oh, no
To
way.
each and everyone who watched, whether you're here in the building or watching from home, you are the reason we do this. We couldn't do it without you.
Come on out, everybody.
All of us. Thank you for making IGN Live such an awesome time, helping us celebrate IGN's 30th anniversary. We love you all, and good night.
very best like no one ever was? Streamline your journey to becoming a master trainer with Planet Pokemon. Choose your Pokemon, filtering by type, stats, or game availability. Then use the full team builder to assemble an unbeatable lineup. Plan out the optimal set of moves, items, and abilities. Plan your dream team today at planetpokemon.com.
Catch up on all your favorite shows with up-to-the-minute gaming and entertainment news with Geek Media Podcasts.
Welcome to a very special episode of IGN GameScoop.
GameScoop has you covered for all things gaming and the latest game releases. Tune into Podcast Beyond for the biggest PlayStation news.
Man, this is a cool looking trailer.
Everything Xbox on Podcasts Unlocked.
This is Steve Downs, the voice of Master Chief.
Catch up with your Super Nintendos on Nintendo Voice Chat.
Let the kids love what we love.
And get all the latest console news and rumors with Next Gen Console Watch.
Now Xbox and Phil Spencer are even saying that a mid-gen refresh isn't even necessary.
The Cinefix Top 100 podcast picks a movie every week to celebrate and debate.
It's kind of every movie's grandpa.
Geek Media Podcasts, the best podcasts from around the world.
IGN Playlist is the best way to track your game collection. Now you can even import your entire Steam library to Playlist, making it easier than ever to review games, show off your collection of the world, and finally chip away at that massive backlog you keep meaning to get to. IGN Playlist, check it out.
Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for Shadow of the Erdtree, Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom, and so much more.
It's good, right?
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.